Hello! Oh god, Jesus, I almost spilled my drink. Oh, wrong place. There we go. Got the volume again. There are Stop, Tana, Alexander, OKK, Pod. Hello, hello, hello. It's reading day. Just a second. I don't know. I need to like oil my mic stand at some point or something. Why do I have a mail? What is this? Oh, it's just a quick update compensation. Cool, sure. Oh yeah, we almost have enough for another 10-roll. All right, time to run around again and give some gifts and whatnot. Actually, the only one you have left is Ember, and I think actually, I don't think I'll be able to max Ember today, which is a little unfortunate. What do I need? Actually, I just kind of probably want like these. I want to buy these out first. Then I think I need like, I think Ember wants these gifts, maybe, possibly. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter what I'm buying. Money, yes. Where is Ember?
Does anyone actually got time for a nice dinner?
Oh, Jesus Christ, like everyone's going on break at the same time. What the hell? Hey there, Xanasis. Hello. Why are you speaking? Where's Ember? There you are. Talk to me, Ember.
Does not disagree with the victuals of the South, but as I savor the soft and light confectionaries of your mead halls, I find myself missing the tough, gritty
She talk like a
northern rye.
Was she talking like a goddamn Viking or something? It's called victuals and mead halls and northern rye. Rolled on Nymph Banner. How'd it go? Yeah, damn. Ember's still like a couple, like 2 days away, I think, from max trust actually. So we won't have her last trust file for today. Blue bag, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm not rolling on Nymph. I need my rolls for other things. She'll spook me at some point, I guess. Not that I really need her or want her. These are still growing? Oh, I guess. Oh, I did. Yeah, tomorrow, because tomorrow I got home at like 9 p.m. So I actually logged into Endfield really late. 30 rolls? I mean, that's not bad. This is a bit of a silly thing. You have to like... You want to like this doesn't do anything when you don't have anyone working in here, so you actually kind of want to like make it so that you always have at least one person working in there, otherwise you're just losing like loads of production. Zula, Penance, and Nymph. Dude, that's fucking good. 30 rolls, Zula, Penance, and Nymph, all good units. Ostap also got Nymph in 30, so seems people are having decent luck. I'll probably try and... Never unlucky, true. Your luck is silly. Do I have anything in here? I do. Why do I keep clicking fucking the wrong button? Go over here and shuffle around my workers a little, I think.
Just a routine inspection.
And double pity for next one, dude, it's so real. Right, like here. Like I should move like...
Energy flows just as clearly as data streams.
Do something like this. But she's also apparently just available.
Why do you need help at this place?
Wait, oh wait, she's just like available.
Why do you
she's
need
just
help
like available
at this place?
Really? Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Also, she should be in Control Nexus. Or she should be in here.
Looks like a useless chore to me. Forget it. Tell me what needs to be done.
Because yeah, you have to actually like you want to specifically
I was about to look for a spare bunk to crash for a bit, but this
like
is actually quite
spread them out
impressive.
in a like a weird specific way. Why is she an MFG
My
cabin? I just
requirements
realized.
is simply basic quarters with
Doesn't
full
make any
darkness
sense.
and ambient temperature conducive to heat dissipation.
And she should be not. She could be in here instead of control nexus. Nah, that's fine. Doesn't, no, yeah, it doesn't really matter.
A great
she should be
opportunity
here
to get
instead.
better in environmental engineering and
They
material
actually don't even have
sciences.
enough units right now to fill out like every slot. So they're able to instantly eat to all the new 6 stars. Yeah, that's where that's you know, you get to that point eventually
Need something done?
where you just can always insta E to everyone.
Yes.
Do I have money
That's how it's.
My
to
crusade.
like
Don't be
level
standing
stuff up
by.
or something? I do. How much money do I have? 500k. Okay. Have I upgraded? I have upgraded. Okay, I have at least than this. And as beautiful as ever. This could be leveled up as well. Oh, except I don't have any. I forgot I don't have any weapon XP right now. I guess we could run through some weapon XP real quick if we want to. Yeah, we can do 2 runs exactly.
Oh, it's the
Do that real quick.
administrator.
I could actually easily max out, I think, like everyone before the beta ends. I would just have to, you know, sit down and do a bunch of
Let me run them through. Be crushed.
Burn in my flame.
sit down and just do a whole bunch of farming. Oh, that was a long button.
Power and fear. On-time delivery system.
Get away from that!
Let me run them through. Be crushed.
Feeling heavy? That's right.
Ow, Jesus.
Fire of the Oathkeeper! This must
There is no escape.
ready to strike.
Oh, that actually just stuck. Okay. Oh, like, I guess this red one actually had enough stagger. Aha, that's interesting. How did I not notice that before? Where the like elite versions or the red versions of enemies actually do like I think they might do like more stagger,
Let me run them through. Be crushed.
or it's just depending on what. Because I also tanked it once there.
It has ended.
It's like it was weirdly inconsistent on when you can tank through an attack and when you can't. Because I managed to tank through it when I was on like the last hit of the normal combo. But otherwise I got staggered by the attack. But then I feel like before I haven't gotten staggered about it. At least with the normal version. Early stream today? Yeah, well, Saturdays I sometimes stream somewhat earlier. If it's like, well, I'm not doing anything anyway. If I'm not doing anything early in the day, then it's like I might as well start a bit earlier. If ID is an SSS rank, killing everything and doing hundreds of damage into inefficient wrist, unusable garbage for them. Dude, so classic. I mean, Arknights players do the exact same. Like, because now with Arknights, it's essentially like, oh, they're not Wishadel, they're bad. Like, that's pretty much how it goes at this point. And it's a surprise, a little silly.
Let me run them through. Be crushed.
Enjoy your fun. Feel the might of this land. Split.
Fire in the hole!
On time is your prize.
Ending this quick!
Let me run them through.
I wasn't supposed to use that, that doesn't really matter, I guess. Oh, actually, it sort of didn't get interrupted. See, it's
This is the path I've chosen.
seemingly just like some attacks have like higher interrupt resist. Which is a little interesting. Like, it makes kind of sense that some attacks would have higher interrupt resist, but then it's not really obvious which ones do, then it can make it a little tricky to, you know. Another facet of it's the other side of the coin, yeah. Who said every unit is the most OP thing ever, ring sunk killer, because they see like one showcase. They see one showcase of them doing something crazy in a niche situation, and it's like, oh, it's fucking over, power creep out of control. New strongest unit in the game, guys. Okay, do I want to run through some stuff?
I'm ready.
Obviously,
Mike,
Don't be shy.
Standing by.
Don't be
my
can-
crusade.
I'm ready.
What do you want to learn?
oh, we could
today?
upgrade this fully. If we're not actually using it that much right now, but... Oh, we could actually run through that real quickly. I haven't done the weekly algorithm thing. We can try and get some new weapons out of it. We should get enough, you know, weapon stuff or whatever. This can be tuned, however. That one can be tuned. This is already tuned. She doesn't have her weapon. He doesn't really have a weapon. Oh, this can be tuned as well. Well, if we had enough of these, that is. Then no one else really here has a weapon that's like worth upgrading. Oh, we just have like a, oh, we have like
Not bad.
an extra
Nicely
fort maker
balanced.
currently not in use. Sure.
I am
Not a problem.
Oh, of course.
Need an so. Any
What is it? See,
Upgrade him.
crystal clear.
Max level.
Standing by. I'm ready.
What do you? Don't worry.
always ready for Endman. Not
We
a
could level
problem.
max level her in case we do
Leave
actually
it
use this team at some point
me.
again as well. And then I guess we'll
My
check the
crusade is
weapons
far
that we
from
want
over.
His, I guess. I still think the name Clanable is weird. I'm sure. Do you have enough? Think of the boss can hydrate? So my hair is doing something weird. This side of my hair is being like very poofy today. Clown and clan. I think it's supposed to be a mix of clan and cannibal, not clown and cannibal. I guess we'll just upgrade this as well. We have the XP. Yep. We can do one more if we have enough XP. Might as well do this one because it is very good on. Oh, except I forgot. Anyone else who want to like
Always Endman.
80
Tell me about it.
at this
Have I
moment?
been summoned?
I mean,
My turn to
Chen
have a
just for
go at
fun, I
this,
guess.
Right?
We have just enough here.
Feels like ascending to a new stage of martial perfection.
Oh, I could have used some money
Just
on
point
skill
away.
upgrades as well, though. We're out of money now, though. Oh, okay, you didn't actually realize that it was supposed to be clan and cannibal? Not clown and cannibal? Fair enough. Right, yeah, I guess we could run through... We'll just run through algorithm first. Because I haven't actually done the... I haven't done the highest difficulty of it. Nor have I just done it this week instead. Or like just in general. And this could, yeah, this should complete it like in one single whatever. Music attack SP gain plus 130. Yeah, we've used this at one point. Thermal region plus 100. Dodge attack deals 100 stagger the first enemy hit. Sure.
Endman.
We can use it. Actually, that would be really, that would be, this would actually be quite good on, this could be quite good on, or somewhat good at least on a Li Feng team. It's just weird because Li Feng's pot 5 is like a buff to the dodge attack. Which is, I mean, a little interesting considering you want to get to his final attacks, but. I have critical damage, data mass pickups, combo skill cooldown. I could just take combo skill cooldown. I want to take something wacky and funny.
It's the administrator.
Even though this team just kind of, no, there's a better one to take care of. This team just kind of tanks everything. I guess we could, but this is a little wacky. Doesn't sound very good. Also, right, this as well don't cost SP, but have a cooldown. We'll try this one
Awaiting
just for fun.
command.
It sounds very weird. It completely changes like the gameplay style. We'll see how it goes. Forced to use non-base egos because I am bad. Yes, that totally makes you bad if you didn't manage to do it with base IDs, base egos. I did see like a base Ryoshu solo video for Kim. Which was, yep. Because yeah, they're still like level 50s. I feel like the level scaling for this is weird. Some of this stuff is like so
I got this.
weak.
A noteworthy performance. Let me run them through. Attack!
It's the way that this works when you don't have, you're actually not using your SP.
I got this.
Kind of actually, because then if you have some SP gen, then yeah, you can actually like, I don't know, it's really, it's just very strange. It's very unusual. But I guess it also means you can actually use your skills a lot more freely because you're not specifically like oh no, I need to have this, like I need to have SP for this. You don't have to think about that, so it's completely different. Because I'm still like, oh, I don't know, I shouldn't use the Ember's skill that would use my SP. No, it doesn't. That's not how this works. About power creep. Hit me. Give me your take. Oh fuck, I have to, oh no, wait, I have to go up here. Whoa, slidey. More ID has 2 fragile with full KK team on heads hit and only once per turn, so you can't double slot it. Dude, insane power creep. It's super broken. Quick suppression, yeah, hell yeah. Oh, this map just reminds me. On one of the later surveys, they actually asked about, like, they had an algorithmic memories specific section for one of the later surveys.
A well-deserved victory.
And it was just like, it was just a little interesting because it was like, I don't know, it was strange.
I got this.
I'm focusing. Streamer man can't speak again because he's trying to play game. Even though he really doesn't need to focus that much for these fights. Me saving my skill cooldowns.
Try to not stumble. You're weak to stumble.
A splinter. Fire in the hole. A typical warrior's Tuesday.
Yeah, they had like a whole section for algorithm memories actually, where I was very harsh, I guess you could put it. Like, I was like, because they asked like, would you keep playing this game? But I was like, no. I was like, bros, it's insanely half-baked. I assume you realize this. And then, you know, all the once they had the questions of like, hey, which of these things could we add to make it more likely for you to play it? And one of them was just like, add all the roguelike elements. It's like, yeah, guys. Yep. Indeed. Add the roguelike elements. That's how this works. That's how you make a mode like this any fun. And they also asked about like, how do you feel about the parkour sections? Are they like any good? It's like, no. Pretty much like the only reason you feel like playing this is kind of, I guess, yeah, you can sort of try out a team. Like it just gives you a bunch of combat to sort of run through with a team. if you're not using a modifier that, like, you know, significantly changes the way your team functions. What the heck? Oh my Jesus Christ. Okay. Try to fucking drop me down? What the heck? Oh, but there's like stuff down there. What? Am I supposed to go down? Really? Now I kind of want... Is this just death if I go down? Can I drop down on... No, because I can't drop down onto that. No. The fuck? Is this just death if I go down? I hate it still. No, it's not. What the fuck? Oh no, I think it was the wrong choice though. Yeah, it was. Because this just goes right to the next one. I don't get as many buff balls. Okay. Haven't seen that room before. Or I guess... Wait, is there like a... Was this the... Because I haven't done difficulty 5 yet. I think this is the one which has like a secret boss. It's the spinny dude!
I got this.
Fucking spin man. Hello, spin man.
The radiance is eternal.
Fucking spin man.
Ending this in one move. Ending this quickly.
Spinny man. What a goofy guy. What a goofy guy. Ow! Ow! No! Don't spin me! I'm over here. It like delayed my ult activate. It what is it? It like lined up the ult activation while I was getting bounced around, so then it activated like the instant, the exact frame I was out of the stun lock.
Local hostile forces.
Standard. Fucking kurukuru. Spinny man. What? Wait, huh? There's only one route? Root of the tower. Wow. She's still strong? She's still strong. Like, well, I don't think it's like... Oh, if you mean she's still strong as in, you know, you just Surtur it, Arknight style. She's not that strong. Because, you know, she doesn't just refuse to die. But also, you know, well, I mean, some people have soloed stuff with her as well. And there's stuff down there. I guess I want to go down there. This is a somewhat more interesting little vertical thing. Also, there is a zip line. Huh. Also, right, the survey also asked, like, was like, hey, there's like shortcuts and stuff. Did you know? I'm like, what? There's shortcuts? People solo hard mode video. Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, you could just kind of, like right now in this game, you can indeed just kind of solo anything with anyone because, you know, it just might be very slow, that's all. We get to see her S3. Kind of. Well, it's just like, you know, you don't have the immortality. That's the part she's missing. She lost that when she got, you know, replicated. What the fuck? Oh, it moves. I was like, how did I miss it? It moves. Damn, well played. It moves. Okay, now there's... Okay. Some enemies have more powerful skills. Certain enemies deal damage to operators. I've never even read those things. I just went in. Oh, it's like... It's raining and there's fire on the ground? Excuse me? Sir?
I got this.
Just every goddamn thing in the game. Save the old stuff. Fucking dodge. Wait, why there multiple of them?
The wolves shall finish this.
Very face tanky. Why are you going for that one, Surtur? What are you doing?
Stick together, people.
Bonk. Bonk. Bonk bonk. Raining fire, Tallulah moment. Oh god. Trauma? Trauma? Firestorm trauma? Oh, now there's just a single door again? Okay. He's chasing. He's running away. Come back. Oh god. I'm gonna start failing some of these jumps again. What the heck? There's a whole ass area over there. I can't jump up there. I have to go there some other route. What the fuck? Guess that's another route again. Weird ass. Hey, muzzle. Muzzle. Huh? Puzzles, mazes. I said. What the fuck? I said like puzzles. Am I trying to say puzzle mazes? Brain broke. Yeah, the Pyromaster just stands down. Yeah, they're just standing and then they get the knockdown notice because they can't actually be CC'd with physical effects. It's like, cool. Thanks. Very useful. Whatever. Or they explode, but also the physical status tag also makes it take more damage. Wow. Also, I guess there is like actually little text here as well. Kind of covered by my face right now, but. Actually, at least we have some physical, you know, effects here. Since we have Ember.
Time to do my job. I got this.
This guy can be force lifted, however, which is interesting. No, I know. He's doing his dumb thing. Oh, for fuck's sake. I guess I'll fight the other guys while you're being dumb. Alright, because they explode.
The radiance is eternal.
No, that's it.
Ready to strike. Attack.
Got knocked down, you stupid.
Also burn.
Blood up the back.
Explosion.
Well-deserved
Still more?
victory.
Oh, there is still more.
That's it for this job.
Feeling heavy? That's right. Try to not stumble. Your weight is done.
Enjoy your last moments alive.
I got this.
An opening. Here's your prize. Ready to strike.
They go boom, they explode, they get killed. How did that not hit?
I got this.
Switch back to Ember.
Ending this in one move.
That's a lot of these boys.
Power and fear.
91k hit on that combo skill, by the way. It did crit.
Extinguish the foe.
Yeah, get over here.
That's right.
Ending this quickly. I got this.
Bonk.
Some
There we go. The boss gameplay, walk into enemies and attack, yeah. Oh yeah, KK does give you stagger moon and red coins, which is wacky. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, just in general, if you have like, I mean, clearly the, you know, the more tank type characters are, you know, a little more capable of just standing there, taking hits. Gather up all these. And then obviously if you're if you're snow shine, you can sit there parrying quite literally everything, which is very funny. Like, oh, boss has a cool nuke attack. Have you considered Snowshine parrying it? Fuck you. Can I jump back? Can I jump over here? I can. Okay. Whee! Whee! I'm also trying to indeed see, like, seemingly here on, like, just this page, you don't see, like, your progress through the dungeon yet. Nor do you actually see it here, either. I'm wondering, like, where do you actually, like, see sort of your progress through it? You can always see your bonus effects here, but it's like, huh? Okay, also, wait. Why? Wait, why? Why can't you go into the banner page from here? Why do they still have the F9 shortcut to your Gamba? Fucking priorities, I guess? Obviously you can get to your characters, which makes sense, but what the hell? So some enemies have more powerful skills is like, what a nothing, you know, like, saying.
Ending this in one.
The radiance is eternal. Tryzyn not stumble. You're weak to stumble. Take
Pushing, bonk, bonk. Oh, we just got closed in. Dodged me, bastard. Yeah, birds. No way. Didn't hit. Are you serious? Oh, another dude. Ooh, that was a little close. Oh my goodness. Angry. Oh wait, Gilby, no, wait, what? I just noticed they all died suddenly. Just on their own, I did nothing. Oh god. Things have gone tricky. Okay, they decided to suddenly all die. Damn. Huh. They just died on their own suddenly? Rip? Fucking ripperoni? They all randomly died? Okay. Interesting. I said, fucking, I got like only half the points because of it. Interesting. Interesting. Surtur got smacked, yeah, but then also Gilby suddenly got smacked from somewhere as well. Like that was a little wacky. I kind of worked with this, so it was a little funny.
Endman.
Not to retry, but what the heck was that, man?
Shield shall splinter.
Fuck, I have to run through all this again. All the fights were like trivial, and then suddenly those two guys blasted me. But also only blasted me once they were like on their last bit of health and they were both active. I guess I was just kind of face tanking them like pretty much completely, but
Feeling heavy? That's right.
oh right, because oh the cooldown actually like yep. It's a little interesting.
Ready to strike. Big
Pink bonk. Speed running, I guess.
Do it. Fire in the hole.
Ready together, people.
Now we're just speedrunning. Is it? I'm pretty sure it's the same, like... Yeah, it's like the same, maps as well, I'm pretty sure. Like, yeah, there really is, like... There's not even variation for... like, what maps you're going through. I want this attack boost, at least. I guess I'll take the defense as well. Whoop. I just didn't go through this side. I went through the other side on the previous run, and it looked to be the same. But also, there really isn't, like, it doesn't feel like there's any difference for the, like, functionally, there's really no difference for which side you choose either. It's just slightly different mechanics to your parkour. Now's the spinny boys.
Battle has been joined.
Oh no, okay, no, this one is actually different, okay.
I got this.
Okay, this one actually is a different fight. Oh, maybe it's because, maybe it is decided by which side you go on to. That could be it. I guess that could be it. Just which side you go on to dictates it.
Let me run them through. Fire of the Oathkeeper!
I got this.
Why are you hitting the wrong enemy? What the hell, Surner? Why would you target over there? You silly woman!
Ending this in one move.
Absolute buffoon. You as well, Wolfguard, you targeted the wrong enemy.
I got this.
Silly woman. Yeah, Surner, she decided to just whiff on this one for some reason. Interesting choices by her. Which side did I go last time? I can't remember, man. It's not like you can recognize them. Like, yeah, the doors have different colors, but... Bing. Is there anything here? Nope. They don't even put a buff orb in there. Give me orb. Oh, at least that orb. Okay, this orb is in this one. Yeah, here there was like a little hidden spot. Also, yeah, it's not like these don't really. I mean, because I guess it's just some new ones. Like we did run into some new ones. They're not like significantly. It's not like there's a huge variation in the parkour levels either, or puzzle levels. It's not really, because they're not even all parkour. Okay, I gotta wait for them all to spawn so that I can, you know, miss. That I can do this.
Let's do it. I got this.
You gonna spawn more of these boys, or? Fuck! They did spawn more. I should have waited. Speedrunner's worst nightmare map, where you just have to wait for them to spawn and then use the little shield break mechanic. I guess. Yeah, oh yeah, because this will go.
Fire in the hole.
I'm gonna spawn more. I'm just waiting. Yeah, spawn the rest of your boys while I wait for these to come off cooldown. Thank you.
Feeling heavy? That's right. Be crushed. Take this.
Ping pong.
Done.
Let me run them through.
They got their shields back? Like perfect timing as well. Yeah, this is done.
Ready to strike. Attack!
Yeah, we can do decent damage. And she's not like built for damage either. The battle music's still going, that was too fast. But fanatic. Mm-hmm. What does this one look like? I'll go the other way. Lady Humps 97. No, this is the one with the lily pads, okay. Don't run away from me, I need to go get my lily pads first. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's like this door. But sometimes actually you just start from there. I guess the other doors are just like a starting point. Sometimes you start from the other door and sometimes the other one. Jesus Christ, these jumps are like so close. Because I wasn't sprinting. Yeah, here you just have to drop down. Not instantly jump off to your death. Whoa, Jesus. Oh, stamina regen. Wait, wait. What the heck? I never noticed. There's a little... She didn't jump? Fuck, I'm back here. No way, I'm back here. Never mind. I thought I was all the way back over there. Fucking hell, brother. She. I didn't notice there was a little area behind the waterfall before. Jumpy jump. Jump, jump. Oh, jumps me all the way up. Fight. Hey, you a strawberry? Oh, goodness. That's a lot of area to now. Last time there was like 4 splotches like at the corners of the area. Now there's like a whole bunch. Oh, it's this fucking...
Feeling heavy? That's right.
Real good.
Try to not stumble. Your weakness double.
I got this.
Attack! By fire become fire of the Oathkeeper!
There is no escape.
Your anguish. Right. Power and fear. The fat begins.
Pulled up the back.
Big pong pong.
Feeling heavy?
Oh, don't get this on time. I didn't get it on time. Fucking bastard, man. Not enough, No, really? At least I can get the... At least I could get the, whatever off. Well, at least I had this stupid mode on. When I come out of the... How much damage does this even do? It doesn't do that much damage. You're doing it again? You just did it, bro! I don't have any ice to, you know, cancel it. So I have to wait for the dude to do his thing. Cool, bro.
Feeling heavy? That's right.
I got this. Ending this quickly.
I'm taking a lot of damage. Ow. Fucking AoE. Stop. Fucking annoying ass dude, bro. Ember a little low on health. Face tanking just a tad too much. Big lighter, yeah. Like, bro, look, I got a new Zippo. I got a new Zippo. Let me show you some tricks, man. I practiced some new Zippo tricks, man. I swear it's cool. How much critical rate does that even actually give? Where's the We have an entire 6 critical right now. Or extra critical rate. But this team has like no crit rate, just overall. No one is running like crit gear. The only person getting crit, I think, is Surtur's weapon gives her crit. When you get like Art's bursts. So not even reactions, it's specifically bursts. But luckily you actually do get a bunch of them because you just have a lot of heat infliction in this team. That's critical damage. Okay, how much does critical damage go up? As our crit rate goes up by 3 every pickup and damage goes up by 9. Okay. That's a fucking another arsonist. There's another area denial? I didn't read. Okay, it's not area denial, but it is arsonist.
I shall be the avatar of raiders.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, do your thing. We'll go beat up these other guys while we're at it. No, it's wrong there. That's the wrong direction. Oh, they're like, oh, they throw stuff. Oh, he's killable.
I got this.
An opening.
69k. Oh yeah, these are the ones that blow up.
Extinguish the foe.
20k. Just like no crit. Oh, there's still more. No, it's this dude. Where are you running to, brother?
Let me run them through. Attack!
Burn in my flame.
Extinguish the foe.
Ending this quickly.
Some of these enemies are like angry voice lines are a bit funny.
Ready to strike. Be crushed.
Why did you go over there? I guess that's the one that hit you. It's like, why were you teleporting over there or something? Okay. Oh, there's one more dude. Never mind, there's more than one more dude.
Ready to strike. Attack! By fire.
I got this.
Now there's more than one more dude. What the heck? They keep popping up, man. They keep appearing.
Fire of the Outkeeper!
Like slowed or something? What happened, dude? Bing, bong. Oh, I do like no damage. Whoa. Fucking exploding shit, man. Only now I notice Ember's ass. We talked about that last time I streamed. Actually, I clipped the bit. I just didn't post it yet. Where indeed, her ass is just out at all times as you're walking. It's distracting. It's just there. Like, yep. It's right there. As it should be. Sometimes as it should be, yes. I just think it doesn't fit here. Whee! One saber on her. Yeah, I can just jump back down to these. Actually, don't need this healing anymore, but I guess it is at least they do, you know, they do give you healing, like, pretty much as you go through each of these. Hey there, Arkway? No, Arkway. However it is supposed to be pronounced. Yep, right there. It's right there. It's just hanging right in the middle of your screen. Is this the boss again now? Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, this is like actually the last one, yeah. It's the dudes. Let's not just suddenly get blasted this time.
Ready to strike. Attack!
I got this.
Feel the might of this land! An opening! Take this!
He's still firing?
I shall be the avatar of radiance!
The wolves shall finish this. Blood of the
Enjoy your last moments alive.
No, Gilby! He's fucking getting blasted again, man. Nope, missed. Gilby getting fucking grabbed. No, fucking dodged. Fucking bastard, man. Don't hit my Gilby. I love the knockdown and then doesn't do anything. This ballista guy is like actually like not really, because he leaves fucking dot on the ground as well. What is he doing? Oh Jesus! Goodness gracious! You gonna switch to him? Oh, goodness gracious. Whew. Guys, don't run into the AoE, please. He's gonna do the big thing. Woo! Whoa, jeez. Oh, one of them staggered. And died, actually. Nope, didn't. Princess mentioned. Oh, Arcade. Okay. Dad Arcade. Short for Arcade. I mean, it's 2 letters off. We got our rewards. Oh yeah, we get essence obviously as well. We can open up our essences. Oh, and the weapon supply as well. There we go. We have all our rewards. Cool.
I'm ready.
Not here. Where is it? Is it in, oh, it's in here. Okay. I mean, we can just get like a maxed out fort maker. Then where's the other stuff here? Let's open all of them. We have enough weapon currency, obviously. We can use these as well if we just go to essences. See if we actually maybe get a, you know, maybe possibly get a perfect fit for something. Oh, we don't have any more thingy. These. Oh, there's the weapon up stuff. I have so many of these because I don't need them anymore. Okay.
Yes.
I guess we'll go through some
That's
weapons.
how it's done.
Can we find a perfect fit for something? We have agility 6 and brutality 3, which is pretty good. Because brutality actually works on this. Or on him very well. On an administrator. Okay, what is the brutality icon? It's that thing. It's like defense. Like it's a shield icon. So I guess that's one easy way to look for your like perfect fit is just look for the icon for your like third skill. Instead of clicking through, you know, everything. If you're just specifically looking for a perfect match. Oh, this actually doesn't, I'm actually not using combative. What is combative? Oh, combative is this icon, okay. Nope. 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 Combust is... Which icon? What is combust? What the fuck is combust icon? Hello? I don't have any combusts? Wow, that's impressive actually. Apparently I have no combust bonuses. It's very impressive. No, we'll just keep strength and heat boost. Or heat. Can you sort? Actually, we should check. Yeah, you can sort. Yeah. Not true. You can just sort, obviously, you know, this. You can indeed just, if you're looking for something specific, you can sort. But if you just recognize the icon, you know, it's almost faster to just, you know, quickly see if you can, because the icons are pretty recognizable. If you just know the icon, you can just like very quickly sort through. Unless obviously at some point you might have, you know, 1,000 of these essences. Then it's maybe not as easy. Okay, what is infliction marker? Okay, it's the blue staff. And well, this is... Oh, it's lower infliction, but I mean, nature damage boost up. Sure. Here we're looking for pressure, which is... trying to learn the icons. Obviously, these icons might change on the max or full game anyway. You have Twilight, wait, I mean, which should be for, you know, Surtur. Okay, I don't have any crushers. No, yeah, that's the thing. Surtur doesn't have... Surtur has detonate on her weapon instead of the skill that's literally named Twilight. Like, damn, really? What's the icon we're looking for? It's like it's like a blue thing. Why is it not red? Feels mismatched. Oh, 5 detonate. Loads of detonates, but they don't come with any extra stats. I mean, the intellect boost is pretty good. Oh, well, I mean, I have detonate on this as well. Did we check everyone? I guess we didn't check over here. We're looking for this icon. Nope, well, I mean, this is at least somewhat better. Still no perfects. What about over here? We're looking for suppression, which is... Oh, it's the same icon. Oh, this is the same icon as... on, for Surtur's effect, which is a little interesting. Yeah, it's the same. Ah, detonate and suppression actually share the icon. That's awkward. Oh, it does also have detonate. That's why it has detonate first. Good catch. It has detonate first, which is why the icon is detonate instead of suppression. What the fuck is the suppression icon then? What suppression? Okay, suppression icon is the yellow one. Okay. Brother. Oh, 5 suppression. Got nothing. Pursuit. This also has pursuit. It's just a different pursuit. I do almost wish it auto-sorted to, like, maybe show all the ones which have, you know, your, like, main whatever on it first, but... Icon quick scan strat falling apart. Kinda, yeah. But also at the same time, it's like... If it has the wrong icon on it, that means that it's at the very least going to be missing, you know, one of your... Like, it can't be a perfect fit, because it has another one of the, like... third skills. It's like it's guaranteed to be missing at least something. So it still kind of works. It does still like just quick scan, you know, your stuff. What was brutality again? Oh, it's this thing. Did I have any brutalities that also have crit rate on it? It's just agility and... I guess you could put a brutality and agility. But crit rate is just kind of nice to have. No one else is really running weapons where it makes sense to even... Like, they're not running actually upgraded weapons. So still no perfect fits. So yes, clearly getting your perfect fit essences is gonna... It's gonna be very much the end game thing. But it's also so min-maxy. Like, it's fairly... I feel like it's fairly easy to get at least 2 of the stats. But yeah, getting all 3 of them, and also with, like, you know, the highest amount of level, I guess, is gonna be a while, and it's something that takes a while. Yeah, hunting perfect essence is for sure like your end game min-max. Like, at least right now, it seems to be.
Do you have a
That is your end game min-max thing, is finding the absolute perfect essence. Right, I actually wanted to check real quick that I haven't missed any side quests on like any of the maps. Like any obvious ones where they would just actually have like the green icon on it. Not over here at the very least. Not over here either. So I think I've done all of them. Oh, we should check. I guess we should check Jinglong as well. Yeah, no, Jinglong is also cool. It's all good. No, she doesn't wear a bra. I mean, does it feel like you can fit a bra somewhere in here? The bra is supposedly built into this, but they're so jiggly and so silly, and I'm wondering if it's worth, because I don't have any surveys left to put in a rant about Ember's outfit. So do I have to go into like the feedback channel on the Discords or something and being like, this is stupid and it's actually just gotten worse every update? She wasn't this bouncy in the tech test. And then when they upgraded all the models for, you know, beta, they also, you know, upgraded this. Silly, man. It's silly.
Tell me about your strategy.
Do you have a combat mission that requires my presence?
Don't be shy. Come closer.
Standing by.
Oh, I ran out of money while I was doing this. I think that's what happened. Yes, I ran out of money, and I'm actually still very low on money.
Standing by.
But at this point, I can't be bothered to like.
Standing by.
I think it's better for me to use time to actually think about stuff rather than mindlessly grinding for money.
Standing by.
Mainfield unit is Ember, just because using some of the skills just off-field feels better. And they also, yes, they are actually bigger. Because Ember's like, well, first of all, Ember in D, you can just kind of sit there like tanking hits. You don't have to care quite as much about dodging. You can just sit there tanking a lot of hits. But like, for example, well, number one is just personal preference, as in I don't like using ranged units, so I don't want to be on Wolfguard or Gilberta, just because I don't really like using ranged units as my on-field unit. And then the main thing is that Surtur's skill, which you do use, like Surtur's skill is a significant part of your skill usage in the team. Surtur's skill feels awkward to use on field because it has like the long charge up time. So it feels genuinely feels better to use Surtur's skill off field, where you can keep moving and doing stuff and like taking aggro and like kiting enemies while Surtur charges up the skill cast, which he, you know, takes like a second or two to do. And then obviously you just switch into Surtur when you use your ultimate, then you switch into Surtur automatically. So you don't really have to be on her the whole time. Even though she does seem to be designed, you know, as a sort of your on-field character. She does seem to be designed for that, since her weapon has like basic attack damage and stuff like that as well. So, but yeah. And obviously she has, you know, like elemental damage basics instead of physical. But Ember's just like a decent on-field option, especially if you have her weapon. Well, you know, your final strikes get a boost. And then she's just tanky. and can tank a lot more hits. Complaining about Bob physics. Did you dare get my Resolve removed from the game? Uh-huh. Well, maybe you should reconsider your raison d'etre, okay? Send him to the mines. Reasons to play Endfield: 1. Arknight Blade, 2. Yvonne's Huge Tracts of Land, Ember's Jiggles. You guys need to, like, reassess your priorities before you get expelled from Hogwarts.
Yes,
okay.
That's how
Oh,
it's
we're pretty
done.
much, so yeah, for our, I mean, we're gonna be here, we can get the background music from this area. It's time to start going for archives, where indeed, yeah, this shit is still missing. We're still missing this. I really do wonder where this is. Oh, Alexander Abushin. When was Alexander? I really wonder where this is. Yeah, Agaloid activity before the Valley 4 attack. Agaloid is studied by amateurs, and Agaloid activity after the Valley 4 attack. I feel like probably the missing one would be here, since there's only one here for now. I'm pretty sure I've heard the name Alexander somewhere. Did you get censored by YouTube? You probably did get censored by YouTube, it's very possible. YouTube dictates randomly. I can't even choose what YouTube censors. Or I can make it censor even more, but I can't make it censor any less than it does. Yeah, I just wish I didn't know where this last bit is, because we don't have like the full report for it, which is annoying. Actually, yeah, and I didn't get an answer. When I asked her if anyone knew where it was, I didn't get an answer. Diddle-diddle-doo. So let me just real quickly like check. Yeah, she's using yeah, of course. Okay, I didn't know the term, but I have seen like,
I'm ready.
Do you have a
this type of
that requires my
yeah,
presence?
like this. It's this bit, you know. It's where tracing literally her boobs, like this whole thing, like a form of corset. It's like running around in panties. Yeah. Tremor team. Let's see. I'll try and search if maybe the beta test general chat.
Administrator, if you have need of my services, call for me, for I am always ready for battle.
Okay, someone's at least talking about it. Let me see. Someone's talking about at least something. Okay, someone's also talking about the last missing Agaloy piece. Which is in, oh, it's in deep management, but it's like over there. Meteorological Center. Yeah, side quest from the fence. Yeah, well, but they just talk about how to get into the meteorological center rather than where the actual final archive is. Why the fuck are your tits? I'm sorry, I was keeping Ember on the screen. I'm sorry, distracting. I know. what is it? Let's see if I can like... If I put in like... Agaloy archive. Okay, that brings up nothing. What if I put in just archive into the search? No, for some reason, if I put in archive, it's mostly about blue archive. What? Can I get a... Like, is there like a clue in here that I could get? It feels like it's this, but where the fuck was Alexander? Like, because I've had it at 6 out of 7 for a while. Oh, so this is talking about the Bone Crusher clan. What the hell, Xenesis? Huh? That server is, like, broken, fundamentally, I think. Oh god, I gotta sneeze, and then probably blow my nose. Oh, Jesus, where? Oh god. Okay, let's try and searching for Agaloy again. I'm sorry that you can't see this happening on my Discord, but... They're mostly talking about... All the Agaloy mentions are mostly about, like... Or Angaloy. They're talking about, indeed, like, the fact that it's written Agaloy, but then it's pronounced Angaloy, which is an odd one, but... Remitting stream of man Googling, not even like Googling, searching Discord for the off chance that like someone would have mentioned where the hell it is. But someone, okay, but they are talking about the quarry, however. Maybe it is in quarry. I feel like they weren't all in quarry though. Like I might be missing it in quarry because I can't see which one they're missing from their file. Give me a second. I'm gonna go blow my nose after that sneeze. Lit. They quarry a couple more times to win a prize. Hell yeah. Maybe when maybe I'll just do this. I'll actually just screenshot this thing. Wait, there's not found one. I really wish this gave you a hint when you click on this. You know. MLP was weird. That was a weird time on the internet with bronies. I'll actually just I'll just type into the channel like, hey, you wanna have an idea on where are my missing pieces? still is. I feel like I barely ever see them again. Like, I don't really see them out in the wild like almost ever these days. I guess I'll keep my Discord actually open here so I can actually see if I get an answer. Otherwise, however, I guess we can actually start reading through... Should we start with character files, actually?
I'm ready.
Just going through, like, the character files and then hopping into the other ones. I guess it is true. Stuff is, we are more in our bubbles. Oh, market is just, yeah. The intel, wow. We have Endfield Industries. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh, I probably have to, do I have to move? You know, okay, no, this one works. I'm not covering up anything while if we're here. Okay, we also have, obviously...
In position. Geared up and good to go.
We have these as well, obviously.
Turned out to be easier than I expected. Indeed, young. The ship feels strangely familiar to me ever since I stepped on her decks. I don't know how to
Never heard
describe
some of
this
these, though?
feeling. Perhaps it's...
News of
nostalgia.
Glitchcord, I have yet to even attempt to start it, okay? I've been busy. Missing. DOB, oh, date of birth. I was like, what the fuck is a DOB? Physical examination report. Physical health is constantly monitored by a separate and independent medical team. Current state of amnesia is attributed to the temporal lobe injuries. General cognitive language functions are largely intact. Incredibly fast reflexes and physical parameters capable of handling most combat situations. Operator is also capable of wielding a unique form of the Reginium arts. Wow. History of close contact with blight materials is unknown. Operator exhibits no visible signs of blight infection. They really just... So yeah, like eripathy, the eripathy data is now just replaced with blight conditions data instead. Human resource. Employment type missing. Endfield Specialist Tech Division data missing. Battlefield Command Personal Management. Recommenders blank. Endfield Industries. Human resources summary. One of the official spokespersons of Endfield Industries has a career as long as the entire history of the company and even Talos 2 itself. Surprise. Simply by this very figure many years ago. The administrator's current awakening was rather unexpected. The legendary leader was quick to fully commit both skill and acumen for respect company. Respect for the administrator. Marvin Malin, assistant HR division. File 1. Records of Endfield Industries. I know the administrator can be traced all the way back to the Age of Terra. One of the co-founders of Endfield Industries, the administrator led the company and other organizations to Talos 2 and played crucial roles as the Terrans settled down and built the civilization on Talos 2. During the construction of the civilization, but they have like this, I guess it is supposed to be like for emphasis, where they sometimes have this like unique spacing or unique kerning for the text. Redacted, yep. Get out of jail free card for lore writers. I mean, yeah, but it's all that stuff has always been like sort of redacted when it comes to like endmin/doc, so it's not there for a whole lot of people. Or sometimes it just unlocks later once we actually know more. Administrator personally visits many places in Talos 2. The various factions may view the administrator a little differently. All of them agree that this individual with powers capable of changing the world. When the administrator returned to hibernation, Endfield Industries carry out the leader's plans and initiate the next phase of their work. Endfield pays little heed to how others regard the administrator. This individual is the embodiment of the Endfield vision from whom the company can ill afford to lose. Tech sweating, raw. Endfield Industries company had been a long-time partner of Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. According to records, after the Terrans arrived at Talos 2, Endfield enjoyed a slow and steady growth thanks to support from Rhodes Island. Two companies remained close partners with the administrator at the head of Endfield. The young company then grew at tremendous paces and exerted significant influence amongst the pioneers and frontier settlers of Talos 2. Pursuant to the Endfield-Rhodes Island Partnership Agreement, a number of Rhodes Island operators were given assignments at Endfield to help the latter perform various tasks. Employees' compensation and other relevant expenses for these Rhodes Islanders were paid for by Endfield. Rhodes Island also offered Endfield support in pharmaceutical sciences and other technologies. Administrator believe that Rhode Island contributes to combating oripathy should never be forgotten. Rhode Island also regarded Enfield as the bearer of their legacy and vision as the young company actively support exploration and pioneer for its laws too. Let us hope that you'll explore the new world and prosper as one. What's up with the kerning? Yeah, the kerning sometimes, like, sometimes it's for, like, every now and then it feels like it's just for, like, effect in some way, but then sometimes it just seems inconsistent. I don't know. They have, sometimes it's the words kerning, yeah. Yeah, here again as well. It's like, sometimes it's just, like, weird kerning and, like, the kerning here is also just really weird when it's in italics. Like, why is it like that? Why is the I and J so close for the first two, but then like normal for there? It actually might just be justified text, yeah, because it's like, it's just blocked. Like it's just it's an even block, so it's had to like adjust the kerning so that it actually matches. Design work, construction, and launch of Dijon made heavy use of Hongshan technology after acquiring the ship. The administrator considered many ways to utilize this valuable asset. Dashing Wang, or the Hongshan. It's probably not Wang Qing, but. In a below orbital base and transfer station, Techno protocol will be used to quickly move personnel and supplies between Dijon and Talas 2. Any module of Dijon, including its powertrain, could not be repaired. The Ministry was forced to take a number of drastic measures during the launch of the vessel. Many Hongshan technicians and engineers involved in the project thus required that it someone willing to use the most extreme options. Temporarily transferred to the supervisor of Endfield Industries. During the administrator's last awakening, the leader of Endfield returned with a dying young girl with severe blight infections. Oh. Right 10 years ago, with Perlica. It's never getting fixed, it's so over. No one had seen the administrator in a more distraught and desperate state. Every Enfielder was ordered to leave the operating theater while the administrator sat at the corner with a wearied and lonesome look. As the administrator trailed the blight infection scars on the girl before staring intently at the glowing stone held by the young victim. The gaze hardened. The decision had been made. Everyone was curious why their respected and steady-handed leader would appear so worried about this particular girl. All they knew was that the administrator left the operating theater completely exhausted and passed out on the spot. So either Pearly did something special, or it's a moment of like, you know, it's like, oh god, I see Amia in this girl. Trauma. Nobody knew what the administrator did, but the young girl miraculously survived and got back to her feet. She grew up while siphoning every form of knowledge as a flower would absorb nutrients from her surroundings. Exceeded every expectation and earned everyone's approval with her acumen and skills. Later made the supervisor and one of the corporate leaders of Enfield Industries. Only then did people realize that entrusting Enfield's future to the girl had always been part of the administrator's plan. Pulling a fucking Theresa extremely hard. Also, so we have
another step forward.
We actually have some.
I'll just keep this. I shall continue to improve my combat performance. Now this should work pretty good.
Doesn't seem to be any. It's mainly the idle chatter ones, which are like.
Good care of Di-Jung.
It's just these which are more lore heavy and not just battle lines.
Much hassle. She has made things incredibly easy for everyone involved.
Also, this is obviously a really good way to just quickly get like a bunch of like, if you want to like switch between the dub files or dubs, I guess.
I'm feeling a
very quickly to do it for you.
Strange vibe from our fellow Enfielders. Some appear to be afraid of me.
Always tries to tone of Di-Jung.
My company excessively. What was I like in the past? Every Enfield operator seems to have a special background and a unique personality. Yet, everyone is working together towards a common goal. I wonder how Perlica managed that.
Perlica? You mean not yourself? It just sounds like Rhodes Island.
Some areas in Di-Jung are still inaccessible. I wonder what's inside.
Oh, this one I've heard at some point as idle chatter. Blood in this game is a demon in OJK. I mean, they're related at the very least, like probably heavily related, so.
Perlica has taken very good care of Di-Jung. Di-Jung.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he does like attempt to say at least.
The ship feels strangely familiar.
I guess we'll go Perlica next, sure.
I have always believed that you will lead us upon the right path once more.
Yeah, pretty much all these are. It's just the idle chatter ones that matter.
Is no simple task. I once had my doubts. But the support of my experienced peers gave me a chance to
Okay, some of these I've heard because I've been in like the overworld.
This is the time when I'll set aside my
A mere
tasks
Talosian, so yeah, she calls herself a
and gaze
Talosian.
upon Talos too. Not as a supervisor, but as a mere Talosian. Who
Talosian.
grew up with the gifts and blessings of this world. Look at these automated factories. The future itself is slowly unfolding before our eyes.
I think they unfold pretty quickly, honestly.
The automated industry complex will be the link, connecting and uniting every fragment of this shattered world. I would sometimes gaze upon the sarcophagus to remember the blurry figure within my memories. Although we spent very little time together, it remains the most important.
Understand, Pearly. Perlica, female, March 16th. Liberry. Separate independent. Company can understand the human averages. Such data are kept only for observation and monitoring purposes. Lifestyle is regular, however, operates extremely heavy workload and is subject to long-term sleep deprivation. Classic. Classic. Operators sever originium organs that provide vital life-sustaining functions. There are no visible signs of adverse reactions or rejection, no classical symptoms of originium infection. By the medical definition, operator can be referred as oropathy negative. So, very kind of similar to Rosmontes. Except, obviously, yeah, she has originium organs because their organs were destroyed by blight. Direct hire by administrator. Endfield Special Tech Division. Work history. I like how it's work. Now it's work history instead of combat history. It's work history. Industrial Science, Applied Tech, Administrator. Supervisor of Endfield Industries and one of the official spokespersons for the company. Corporate leadership. In the beginning, almost everyone thought that the young supervisor would buckle under the stressful responsibility as one of the leaders of Endfield Industries. However, Perlica used these doubts of actual achievements. In just a few years' time, Endfield achieved monumental breakthroughs in various techno-protocol research projects and even proposed a comprehensive program for applying these new discoveries. She's a nerd, is what I'm hearing. Endfield vision for the future has never been so clearly articulated before. That's Martin Marvin Malinigan. Hick. She'll be hiccuping. Unloading my stuff at my dorm when I ran into Supervisor Perlica. Wow, lucky you. Didn't figure out that I'm new. She even told me where the canteen is. I only read about her promotional brochures and I thought she was just another typical corporate officer. So true. Can Martin be a joll because they won't give us the HR director? Maybe it's the same. Maybe it's the same dude. Maybe he, changed over to Enfield. Don't know if this press release is fully, but yeah, I myself admit about when I just got on board. Always busy with all sorts of stuff when the young, while we leaned more people to proper management after that incident. That every Enfield was expected to work themselves to the bones for the good of the company until I found that the supervisor only applied those impossible standards to herself. Supervising is tough work, and I gotta tell you, the Perlica show saying that everybody on the board is shit. Everybody? Teaching us now as a crew of over 100 Enfielders. Compared to the amount of people on Rhodes Island, that's not a whole lot. She's just drunk, yeah. Most of us aren't even from that special group of field operators. We're just common techies or ordinary mates of the ship. I remember a time when something broke down and fine-tuning the parameters took way longer than usual. Perlica recognized during work. She came over, inspected my work, and then told me to get some rest and just get it done on the following day. You reminded me to apply for OT. I was really touched. I guess this is only direct Enfield employees, however, because obviously then they have all the partnerships, like, Ember and whatnot aren't, like, Enfield employed. At least not all of them are. They have another faction that they're tied to first. Which you remember me too. She knew you're new because she didn't recognize you. Good things will happen. Keep your fingers crossed. Ember can be your partner. Nope. She has better things to do. Generally, social skills are strategies for handling interpersonal relationships. Crad, did not expect this question. Dude's name is Crad. Perlica cited her palm-sized notepad and quietly waited for Crad's reply. Oh, it's Perlica asking. There are no tricks for that, just go ahead and tell me what exactly happened. Something minor, I'm not sure if I handled it properly. Think about being proper, if you believe it must be done, do it. Do it. Crad shot the words out without thinking. Parker quickly scratched out a few more words on her notepad. Your gut reaction sometimes gives you a better read of the situation than hours of deep analysis. Never make a complicated situation more complicated than it should. Alright, then Parker spun her pen as she studied her notes. The newly minted supervisor of Endfield Industries often approached Crad with all sorts of problems. This was just another one of those occasions. I'm sure taking might be impractical for a situation. We still haven't told me what happened. To know something might be impractical, and I should observe the actual situation. As she knows down more. Parker mumbled as she scribbled out Crad's words. Don't write that down. Who's Crad? Fortunately, Parker settled down nicely in her role as supervisor of Endfield Industries and earned everyone's trust. No one believed that she started off as inexperienced as everyone could be. No one except for Crad who had to endure years of pestering. I mean, yeah, she was like probably like 10 years old when she, started work. Little girl would sneak into the cold cabin. Air conditioner was always on to keep the place cool. She sat with her arms wrapped around her knees and her head gently resting on the metal door behind her. Oh, talking to like, what, Enderman's coffin? Completed my first solo operation today. Sight was on a vast plain. I saw plenty of little creatures that wore blankets of flowers and grasses on their back. Bunnies. No reply came from the heavy dome behind them. This had not changed for years, it never changed. Just like what you told me. Girl felt a little sad as her enthusiasm faded away to nothing. Her words grew softer until it became a whisper that even she could hardly hear. Cabin was her secret chamber. It was a private corner, a tree hole to tuck herself into. It was a place where the girl talked about things that frustrated her or made her happy. Women allowed to divulge grave injustice she saw as well as incidents that made her upset. Woman asked if the person behind the door actually listened, but the girl knew the answer better than anyone. Perhaps this was the reason why the place made her feel safe enough for her to share every fragment of her emotions. The girl slowly stood back with her feet. She looked down, but it was hard to tell if she was lonely or sad. Girl made fear and fear of its the cabin as years passed, but she never forgot about this private corner of hers. Use 6 clues at once. Hell yeah. Send them a pipe bomb. Yeah, that's the correct reaction. Like I said, most of our income and hardware mod kits and tools. On hardware mod kits and tools. Favorite brands were Short Stopper, an engine manufacturer for the unit. Oh, it's the bike! And Astropic, a chipboard manufacturer on the brink of bankruptcy. Okay. These two brands had several things in common. Outstanding performance, low production, and hardly any clients. But converted a cabin into a personal workshop and filled it with all sorts of parts and hardware. Mini factory where she could test all sorts of engineering ideas that cannot be validated in full scale. Okay, never mind. I thought it was just making the bike. It's just engineering in general. Every time Parker returns to a special place, she would be filled with an indescribable satisfaction as the motors, belts, and machine parts hummed, moved, and churned. She immersed herself in the beauty of intricate machinery without a care for the passing time. I could hardly imagine how Parker felt when the working version of the automatic industry complex was finally deployed. She's a nerd! Nerd! Now we can go Chen next, I guess. Yeah, just a little bit of characterization and sort of... No, like, massive deep lore for this one. Just some, characterization of what Pearly is like. Chen Yu. Female, race, long, August 18. There's physical fitness with excellent exercise habits. A nice history of alcohol use. Why is that specifically mentioned? Why is it specifically mentioned that she denies a history of alcohol use? Is there a secret drunkard Chen somewhere? Denies allergy or apathy medication. Or apathy vaccination is pursuant to birthplace coverage. Medical imaging reveals clear organ outlines. Well, it's just the E. It's not even like as 1 or 2. Origin particles, rare number of maladies found in the circulatory system. No sign of oropathic infection. Subject can be verified as oropathy negative. Also, why it denies allergy to oropathy medication. It's just an odd comment as well. Generational habit. No history of close contact with blight materials. Operator exhibits no visible signs of blight infection. Former employment contract, Endfield specialist, work history 2 years, long distance running. Recommenders, Dean of Yonwoo Martial Academy, Hongshan Tanjian Hall, and Perlica. Was just like, why? Also, oropathy vaccination, by the way. So that's a thing now. Now you just have oropathy vaccination. Which I feel like this could just confirms even further that indeed oropathy is just like a mostly solved issue by this point. Which I like, so that we're not just retreading, you know, oropathy. Can be assimilated if you're vexed. Operator Chen Chen Yu's actual name is her con name. Is a native of Hongshan, which is a skill one of them instantly. No code name, just their name. Super is a product person recommended her employment with Endfield Industries. Unparalleled fighter with talents and masteries that few could ever hope to match. Inherited an ancient legacy of traditional martial arts and even came up with a few moves of her own. They suggest that the number of fighting styles she had mastered far exceeded those that she listed in her file. Fighting addict. Nevertheless, Chen remains remarkably dedicated to perfect in her fighting style. Sparring seems to be her only pastime besides watching martial arts movies. She has almost invited every operator who used the training gym to a friendly bout. Given her unique background in child training, few could hope to give her any useful advice nor learn anything useful from her. This, however, did not diminish her enthusiasm for sparring. Maybe Chen regards these 1v1 sparring sessions as a more useful form of socializing. She herself said, "Why talk about it when you can do something about it?" Martin Marvin Malin. And also, yeah, it is just assistant. And dude, true, it's not going to be HR manager Jal if it's assistant suddenly. Chen Chen is a sign of the renowned ancient house of Chen. The ancient house of Chen. Never shies away from talking about her illustrious family. Oh, Chen Huiqie mentioned. When it comes to personal dreams and ambitions, Chen would often mention Chen Huiqie, one of the most legendary figures of her line. Chen grew up listening to the glorious tales of this family legend and treated the distant relative as a role model. She would dedicate herself to mastering the family sword art and emulate Chen Huiqie's famous achievements. Banter hardly talked about her own parents. When she did, it would be something about her given name, Chen Yu, a name that contains a reminder from her mother. And yep, indeed, AK Chen actually just mentioned. Actually, I think I did see this mentioned at some point earlier. Not in game, just like around. Of course, Chen would be more interested in topics related to physical training. When off duty, Chen was expected to show up at the training facility. Several operatives reported seeing Chen walk around the field at 2 to 3 a.m. in the morning. Chen often ended her intensive 8-hour training session with just a few minor bruises and hardly any sign of fatigue. Putting such strength and dedication, fellow Crisis Team member Wolfguard could not help but exclaim, "Thought people like this only existed in fiction novels." While Operator Chen demonstrated exemplary performance in the Endfield Operator Proficiency Assessment, IOPA, always rated her own combat skills with "could be better" classic. No one was certain about her exact goals, but joining Endfield might very well be part of her personal training. Also, yeah, of her line. I mean, yeah, it's the family of Chen. It's the house of Chen. Wolfie reads fiction novels. Someone probably forced him to. Comes to Hongshan, most Delosians would think of Hongshan cuisine that leaves you wanting for more. The ubiquitous HS Tech Com stations, HS or Hongshan rice, one paddy seeds that could be grown almost anywhere, and Hongshan martial arts movies guaranteed to offer the best fighting sequences in the entire industry. Even Endfield operators themselves regard Hongshan as a sanctuary of secrets that would shake the entire world if revealed, or as the home of powerful immortal masters who would create earthquakes with the stomp of their feet. Gotta be kidding me. An exasperated Chen just gesticulated in frustration when another Endfielder from a different division asked if the Hongshan people actually rode their swords to work. For the nth time, Hongshan is just another piece of the frontier. We just have different looking buildings. Are you sure? Most people in Hongshan aren't immortal sword masters who blade scale all over the place, but some of them do. I mean, Talos 2 isn't getting destroyed. They're not like in actual complete like world-ending doom mode. Hover cars and water bikes. They have hover cars though. Way cozier rides, and not everyone's like some Tumuchianshi would build an entire floor in a shift. I know that Dijon was completed really fast because a lot of people from Hongshan helped. Like, that's why you let us name the boat to begin with. And before I forget, we don't grow rice on sand. Of course, I know there's this sciencey greenhouse in Wuling working on some special Sirenite growth mix, but it's like soilless farming, right? He doesn't know. She's just about battles. Chen's listener often responded to her explanation with calls of disbelief. Nevertheless, insiders reveal that Chen single-handedly corrected Hongshan stereotypes and fantasies held by many fellow Enfielders. As for the reality of Hongshan, don't know how to get started. I guess it's a nice place. Well, kind of nice. Join me next time when I head back. Food. You had me miss that Tongyang Guanzi, or HR translation, soup noodle eatery. Yo, soup noodles. Hell yeah, good soup. Like most Hongshan operators, Chen's original remarks mirrored her outward personality. Straightforward and razor sharp. Ours would strike like a freshly forged blade, capable of breaking almost every form of obstacle that anyone could think of. Though Chen could go on about a sword art, she would be surprisingly quiet and reserved when the discussion shifts to her original arts. She probably did not regard it as a powerful skill. When asked about her lack of eagerness to describe her art skills, she would reply with, I'm just not very good with the arts. The sword is better. It might make a huge mess if I fool around with the Shirenite. Okay, indeed. What is Sirenite? The first time I'm seeing this mentioned. Regarding the Sirenite she mentioned, Endfield investigators in the region described as experimental technology exclusively developed at Hongshan. Sirenite seems to be a type of memory metal that could only be manipulated with original arts. Chen happened to have graduated from a Hongshan institution of higher learning that was the first to offer a course named Basic Manipulation and Control of Sirenite. But someone I'm really impressed with, like, yeah, they do exist, you know. Burlick is definitely one. I wasn't sure about it at first, but Enemy is totally my role model right now. For the others, let me think. Made me take a course on Sirenite manipulation. There was this girl who was always first. Yeah, I guess she would be one. Her name, do I really have to say it? Not like I hate her, but mentioning her name feels like I'm getting defeated by her again. Okay, teasing a character at some point. We will get this girl mentioned right here. Yo, pork cutlets for your noodles. Hell yeah. Teased. We will get some kind of living metal expert. Jin is a girl from faraway Hongshan. After joining Endfield, she left a lasting impression on every Enfielder. Always beamed with optimism, we have seen. She would laugh after defeating a powerful adversary watching a good movie. In fact, she also laughed when she gets to eat something she really wanted. Life always had something that made her happy. Close friends like Perlick knew certain things would affect anyone, even a girl like Chen. She would simply force herself to smile and say, "It's no big deal, really." Really like my mentor now. Things I never really managed to figure out, so I guess I had no choice. Not to pack up and go, you know, leave my mentor and my fellow teammates behind. Oh, okay, something happened. Short Hoshi. It's not impossible. It's inconceivable. I had to leave them, people I fought so hard to protect. Jenstone remained casual and light when she spoke these words, but her eyes welled with something far heavier. Weighed on her like an entire mountain. Day will come when I'll be ready to face everything. That's it for now, she concluded. Okay, they're teasing us. They're teasing the Chen arc. The sad, happy Chen arc. They're teasing. That's it for now, she concluded. Her first smile quickly became genuine and bright, as though the rising sun dispersed the cloudy gloom of her past. None can be as earnest and sincere as Chen. Not true. Not wanting to mention name, just said just more like a Linusia type character rather than Hoshi. And then we also have cause these chats are just like, yeah. It's idle chatter specifically.
Plans have a habit of going wrong. Perlica can deal with most problems on her own, but she always wants me around.
Getting physical because you're a physical damage character? No way.
Solved without getting physical. When I went to school, I thought I was just a bit better than my fellow classmates. But after I left Hongshan, I realized that not everybody understood why the mind strikes before the blade. One can always get their hands on great weapons, but great opponents are just... I wish I could spar with Mr. Crad again. Originium arts aren't...
Chen's VA is so good, though.
I did great in other subjects, but I got super worried about failing my arts courses.
I wonder if she's actually bad or if she just says she's bad, you know? It kind of does feel like she just says she's bad. I guess we'll go Wolfguard next, so we can go through our, like, core 4 people first. Mr. Krabs.
Idealism is always detached from reality, and it's the first step towards
maybe if we have time, we check other VAs, but the thing with checking the other VAs, I think I have to restart the game to check other VAs, so it's a little annoying. Damn, Wolfguard. Mr. Edge here, as usual.
There are many ways to achieve an objective, but I prefer the path of least resistance. I know that strength isn't everything, but in Talos 2,
oh, it's the quote from the YouTube short.
Though separated from his pack, a wolf will never betray his kin. And I intend to make this a fact.
the Wolfguard, based on, maybe not on Talos 2, but on Terra, nah, this happens. This is not a rule on, well, I guess it's a rule, but it's not a never, okay? We have some betrayer wolves in Arknights.
I've been looking for the truth behind a certain incident. Perhaps it won't satisfy everyone, but at least it's better than nothing.
He does not know. It's true. Here's again for Wolfguard, male, November 16, Lupo. Irregular lifestyle, habitually deprives self of sleep. Spend years in covert operations, admits to history of alcohol use, history of living at high altitudes. I like how they just, I like how they have this as like a common thing apparently. It's just whether or not they have alcohol use history. Like, yeah, I've drank sometimes. Also, history of living at high altitude specifically. Meta talk is so stupid. I mean, it can get pretty silly, yeah. Denies allergy to oropathy medication. Okay, yeah. I did see some people talk about that this is weird wording, and now I understand why it's weird wording, because it's a common thing. It's like specifically because it's not like a thing of like, oh, they've been like, deny does sound like a bit off when it's just like a sort of routine question. It does sound a little bit off, but I'm trying to remember. I feel like I think this might be actually like, I think in actual doctor's notes, wording like this actually is not uncommon, just because of, you know, you like how you sometimes have to word stuff. Like you don't put in, like, you know, you ask your patient, hey, are you allergic to this medication? They say no. Yeah, because that's how it is indeed worded for physical, because you don't put, you can't write down patient is not allergic to this medication. You have to put in, they deny that they are allergic to this medication. To the best of their knowledge, they are not allergic, kind of wording. Yeah, exactly. It is just because it is just based on an interview, essentially. So it is just like, hey, you're allergic to this medication, or do you, or often it's like, are you aware of any medication allergies? But indeed, it is just based on word, so it is often, because of that, it's often written in this form. Maybe not this exact form, but something similar, where it's just like, patient says they are not. And I mean, same for alcohol uses as well. Indeed, you just say like, yeah, they've used alcohol. I guess they have drank alcohol at some point in their life, or they have not. So it is just like a very normal physical. We just didn't have like some of these. We didn't have some of these type of questions in like Arknights, so you don't like see it. It's like odd. You don't have like these actual like routine medical examination questions in the same way in Arknights. So medical imaging reveals clear organ outlines, no particles, oropathy negative. Allergic to chicken because the antibodies in the vaccine is grown in birds. Oh, TBE. That's how I'm allergic to most insect bullshit, including bee stings, so apparently I'm cross-allergic to some common drugs. Yep. Yeah, sometimes indeed, some specific allergy will just be like, oh, this probably also means you're allergic to like all these other things just because you're allergic to this one thing. You probably just don't know that you're allergic to all these other things. No history of close contact with blighted materials. Operator exhibits no visible signs of blight infection. I feel like this sounds like it would somehow be wrong. No history of close contact with blight materials. I mean, I guess, but surely Wolfguard comes into contact with blight, you know, being all going around solo and on the frontier and so on. Human resource corroboration. Third-party service provider. Okay, yeah, because indeed, like, employment type, Wolfguard is indeed not actually part of Endfield. There's an employment type. Well, employment type is third-party service, yeah. Not a third-party service provider or vendor. It really is like freelancer. Work history 5 years. Lockpicking intermediate. Making of explosive materials master. Clandestine operations. Hey, the freaky donkey. Approvers, Perlica. Full name Catella Wolfguard is a former member of the Landbreaker clan known as the Pack. Supervisor Perlica has recommended his employment with Enfield Industries. Exceptional observational skills and incapable of responding quickly to contingencies. As far as I know, he had survived solo operations in almost every hazardous, dangerous environment we have on the record, which would, I feel, include Blight, but okay. Well, they don't rate there. I guess Wolfguard just put this down as his specialty and his skills, I guess. I guess he himself put in lockpicking intermediate. I don't think they're specifically ranking their skills. Wolfguard is extremely skilled in solo operations and covert missions. However, operator seems unmotivated in any form of socialization or has made any attempt to handle any social issues he might have with others. Priorities? Recommend giving Wolfguard solo assignments if team operations are required. It's important to know that Wolfguard gave exceptional performance in physical strength and reflex based on existing test records. Operator is also highly proficient in all manners of close quarters battles, but uses a gun. If pressed by the situation, Wolfguard could quickly weaponize anything within reach, even a fountain pen. Dude, it's... it's fucking John Wick, man! He's John Wick! With extensive experience living in the wilderness, Wolfguard knows exactly how to handle all sorts of environmental hazards and dangers, also skilled negotiator with frontier settlers, especially when it comes to matters regarding the Landbreakers. I believe every operator who worked with Wolfguard has been impressed by this unique skill of his. Martin Marvin Mellon. After Wolfguard formally signed a tailor-made service provider agreement with Enfield Industries, it became a topic of discussion amongst a number of fellow Enfielders. Some could understand why Supervisor Perlica would hire the former Landbreaker as an Enfield partner, especially after the fact he had infiltrated the base and even attempted to abduct her. Oh, okay. Wolfguard, calm down. Perlica did a little to address her doubts, but her simple answer clearly stated her attitude on this matter. I approve of Wolfguard's abilities and have faith that he is worthy as a long-term professional partner. How very Rhodes Island of you. Like, yeah, he's kind of psycho, but like, he's also really competent. Despite being a bit of a psycho, you know, like... Most fellow individuals do not really know Wolfguard as he actively avoids social interactions. With the exception of Supervisor Perlica and select members of our crisis team, many Enfielders continue to respond with these lines when they heard of Sir Wolfguard's name. Who? This guy works with us? Word? Oh, I think I... What? Oh, that's awkward. I think I... Fucking massive gap. Saw his name, the Weapons Maintenance Budget Approval Report. He'd be rather happy about this. Can kill a bowl of soup. I'm sure he can. He can kill people really good, and also he can, he just knows a lot about Landbreakers. He's a valuable asset. Young man commented as he packed, this is good, the young man commented as he packed the combat supplies, his cold tone betraying no emotions. In most circumstances, the anonymous is far safer than the celebrity. He knows. Frontier has plenty of legends about the pack. Okay, we get to hear some pack lore. Some describe this vicious pack of monstrous freaks who could devour an entire burden beast leg raw in a meal. I mean, probably could. Chase and hound their prey for entire days and nights on end. Until spoke of the pack as Familia, ruled by a code far more unforgiving than any TGCC practice, an eventual organization that would tirelessly hunt down its traders to the far corners of the world. I mean, Siracusa. Whatever the truth may be, the pack was feared and respected by common folk who lived under their protection. Other Landbreaker clans would acknowledge their presence and keep their distance. Merchants and business owners greatly admired these hunters who uphold the ancient codes and traditions and would often seek their services. Traveling merchants were always eager to share personal experience from hiring a wolf of the pack or the stories of those who managed to do so. These tales were like the herbal mixes essential in every chambotta vegetable stew and spiced up the otherwise boring campfire nights and the frontierlands. Never underestimate Il Branco. Old Edward sat before the campfire and emphasized this again to his audience. They can be a lone wolf, but they can also strike as a pack, for even lone wolf is never truly alone. Thought the lone wolf left its pack already. That makes it alone in it. The young messenger spoke out of turn. Old Edward shot him a vicious stare. No wolf is ever alone. The old man pried away the charred fire with the poker. His eyes gazed into the far distance as he continued. If he yearns for his pack and is willing to pay the price, the pack will always have a place for the prodigal wolf. Unless, of course, he is a wolf no more. Well, I guess this is the part more so that maybe, you know, Project Red. Project Red is actual lone wolf. She's not welcome back. And yeah, Il Branco is just the pack in Italian. Because yeah, Project Red is I mean, she's still a wolf, but yeah, she's not exactly welcome. She's actual lone wolf. She's no longer has a pack to go back to. What about Wolfguard? Pretty good at fighting. Actually lasted 2 whole rounds against me. Can you believe it? Oh, this is from Chen or something? Dude really hates fighting for some reason, and his taste in movies is awful. He watches nothing but boring documentaries and trashy detective novel adaptations. Actually remembered his super awesome action-packed okay, this is Chen. Dude went to movie critiques and gave it 1 frigging star, and he was like, ugh. That part where the dude went looking for his older brother is unrealistic. Ugh, sheesh. Nobody asked him about that. Dude, he's bringing his personal grievances into the movie review. Damn. Oh, Chen. Yeah, okay. It did just say Chen. Unnamed operator from maintenance division. Mr. Wolfguard? Never really talked to the guy, but he's far nicer than what people say about him. Dude doesn't talk much. Well, I think he enjoys collecting old newspapers. So I'm buying them a new employee newsstands. Bought an entire month's worth of old news he did. Weirdo. I think Chen and Wolfguard actually do already have banter. If you have them in the same team and you're like exploring and so on, they do actually they do have banter between each other. Actually, it could be fun to just run the Endmin, Perlica, Chen Wolfguard team. I have all them all leveled actually, like good to go, so I could even run them just for fun. They don't exactly have any special synergy, but I mean, like, they all at least somewhat synergize, but it's not like a specific team synergy. Enormous operator. Wolfie? Yeah, man, I went on operation with our wolf guy. Best teammate ever. Operation was so jinxed, our rover got wrecked before we could reach the target waypoint and forced us to camp in the wilderness. Thank goodness we got Wolfie with us. Dude, he has fans. He's got those super sharp senses, you know. He woke all of us up like sneakily and even demolished the blight butts of those breaker goons who tried to ambush us at night. Wolfie wasn't around, we'd be Agaloy food out there in the barrens. It was only one hairy operation. I still always say Agaloy because that's how it's written, instead of Angaloy, which is how it's supposed to be pronounced. I do wonder if they'll change it because it's just weird that it's Agaloy and not Angaloy. It's like weird. I guess they've just wanted to keep it more Greek or whatever. Wolfie's juxtaposition between personality and entertainment interests. I mean, I guess detective stuff actually kind of makes sense because I mean he's like on a whole detective arc himself, isn't he? And then I guess he likes knowledge, so documentaries. It kind of fits actually. It's more so like, wait, this guy watches entertainment? I'm surprised he has any hobbies at all. An old and worn photograph taken on August 13, 1 something something something. Front side is a group of 4 individuals. Middle-aged man with indistinguishable features hugging 3 lupo youths in front of a mountain cabin. Black-haired youth was expressionless, a stark contrast with the other 2 who smiled happily. Few words were written on the back of the photograph. For my son Wolfguard, who hates taking photographs. We took a dozen photos and he looked the least upset in this one. Chakawala, don't lose it again. Chicken reads, Kane Holmgren. Operator personal inspection report of Wolfguard. Holmgren? That is not an Italian name, man. I mean, neither is Wolfguard. So it's like, they're both Italian, but then there's like a part of like Northern Europe in there as well. Because what the hell is a Holmgren? That's like either like Germanic or like Viking-y, like Nordic. Just like Wolfguard. It's a weird mix. He's supposed like full Italian, so on, but then also like Kane Holmgren. Not even Holmgren. I guess Lithuania is kind of new. I mean, it's like European, but it is like specifically, it seems to be like more Germany or even Nordic. They're not for Nordic in Arknights world because that's really all Sami and Ursus. And Sami is a very specific form of Nordic. Not really Nordic European. Okay, we've gone through the core, like, core 4 people. I guess we can now maybe just go in order. Old Dutch, maybe? No, Kerag. No, Kerag is not... I still don't understand why people think Kerag is Northern European stuff. It's like, what the fuck is it called? It's like, you know, it's like Nepal and like, what's the term for the entire set of mountains where Mount Everest is? Not even, no, it's not Switzerland either, honestly. I mean, there's like a little bit of Switzerland, but there's so many parts of it which are like not even the Alps. No, because it's like it's the mountain range with like Nepal and everything. Himalayan, yeah. It's like Himalayan. It's a lot of Himalayan cultures in it. Like there's kind of a little bit of Switzerland in there, but it's more so just like it's just like mountain sort of like mountain range cultures, but it's also more specifically, I feel, Himalayan stuff. Not like Austria, not European. Like not very European like Austria or Switzerland and so on. I've been to those places. They do not really have the aesthetic or the religious aspects in the same way. It's more Himalayan because of all the like religious undertones and whatnot. Not even undertones, overtones. I guess the currency is franc. So it's like a weird mix between like the Alps, but then also Himalayan stuff. Because then all the religious stuff is a lot more Himalayan, I feel. Rather than European. Call it north, but what north? And it's not like the Himalayas are super north. They're just a big mountain range. And Switzerland sure as hell ain't north. The Alps aren't northern. They're not in the north. Because yeah, Sami is north, and that's like North European, but that's also a very specific type of North European. It's not like just Sweden and Norway and Finland and so on. Sami is specifically the indigenous people of Northern Europe. So hello, Levitain. Trusting. Okay, just gives you a tip on how to get trust. It's just Sweden, but I guess everybody's by the guys. Well, because then no, that's the thing. It's not modern Sweden. It's specifically the indigenous people of Northern Europe, which is the Sami people. Guess why the place is called Sami? It's because it's the fucking Sami people, which is an indigenous people of Northern Europe. It's really not like Sweden. Gerag is not Sweden. Absolutely not. No. Oh, are there mountains? Okay, oh yeah, wait, they do have some mountains which actually are named after mountains in the Alps. Just being facetious is fun when being taken serious. It's text, man. Feels like a mix of Scandinavian Mongolian. Kinda, yeah, but it is, like I said, it's I mean, because the thing is actually, so the one thing that it does have, it has a little bit of Mongolian in it. Mainly just because some of the soundtrack has like Mongolian throat singing in it. But because Mongolia is Knights Mora. We already have Mongolia in the Knights Mora race and so on. Like that's where kind of more so where Mongolia comes from. And Sami is Scandinavia, with the caveat that I've now said multiple times, where it's specifically the indigenous people and the indigenous lands of Scandinavia. Or not even Scandinavia, Northern Europe. And because I feel like other than the Mongolian throat singing, is like there's not as much Mongolian like stuff in there, I feel. Rather than just indigenous Northern Europe. Okay. Arknights, well, I guess that makes sense that our lore review would end up derailing. This is not even derailing. Physics examination report. It is Levitain. Sarka is no way. January 22. Oh, just went a little bit ago. Maintains a regular lifestyle, occasionally oversleeps, denies hysterical use, has multiple medical division applications for gastric medication and painkillers. Okay. Likes to follow the surgeon's prescription and reduce consumption of ice cream. Oh. Yeah, Arknights takes inspiration, doesn't copy one-to-one. So some stuff is like a hodgepodge, which makes sense still. But I feel Sami is generally pretty clear on what it's based on, considering the place is literally named after the indigenous people of Northern Europe. And also, yes, Northern Russia. There's also population in northern Russia as well. So I feel like that makes it pretty obvious where it's from. And all of their clothing also looks very similar, actually, to what you can just find in real life for those people, so. Then as our shoulder medication, clear organ outlines. Actually, I wonder if I could have, because so far everyone's been neuropathy negative. I wonder if we're going to find someone who actually does have neuropathy, or... Also, yeah, seemingly yes, she's lactose intolerant, but still eats ice cream, because she constantly needs gastric medication. It's not tied with deers, it's tied with reindeers, specifically Purple Onyx. History of close contact with blight makes sense. Warfarin has specifically requested that a separate application must be submitted to Rhode Island Pharmaceuticals Inc. to require detailed health information of this operator. Third-party service provider, Enfield specialized 5 years, weapon technique, demon tracking. Recommenders Warfaring and Gilberto. The other thing is Rhode Island's operator. What the heck? Ooh. Direct command of Director Warfaring of Rhode Island Pharmaceuticals. We saw a little girl with neuropathy, yeah, but I'm wondering if we find any operators who have it. In this set, that is. I would assume at some point we could probably get, you know, an operator with neuropathy, but... Levitain had conducted many solo demon purging operations in the north after being authorized by Rhode Island, and Levitain took the initiative and contacted Enfield Industries for potential partnerships. Before my former interview operator Levitain, a producer personal file provided by the Rhode Island human resource staff. Fortunately, the file contained very little information. The Rhode Island management gave only ambiguous answers to many inquiries on this matter. Sorry, she's a weird one, okay? There's the barely detectable hint of curiosity in Levitain's gaze when she entered the meeting room. It felt as though she was assessing the place as a warrior would study a battleground. Interview, however, went unexpectedly well. Levitain demonstrated willingness to listen and articulated herself clearly. She even described her motives for contacting Enfield and the aims she hoped to achieve. I did not even have to ask. Although Levitain professed to be a solo combatant, she performed remarkably well in a simulated team battle. She quickly identified the strengths of her team members, used them to come up with an effective team strategy, and successfully achieved the objectives. It's so not Surtur. It could not be Surtur. Recommend expanding the scope of our partnership with Rhode Island, expediting the approval of our long-term partnership with Operator Levitain, giving her important assignments that are commensurate with her abilities. Oh, you just heard without context. Okay, I was specifically talking, yeah, about, like, operators. Levitain's signature weapon and equipment include a two-handed greatsword of a strange design and a metal ring hovering behind her back. According to her words, the ring was more than just a symbol of her power. In fact, it served as a Levitain's demon tracking tool, as it would have been a unique hum that warned her of demonic presence as well as the location of those entities. All she had to do after hearing the hums would be to purge the demons from existence. Priorities. Doomslayer. Oh yeah, we are getting Ian Surtur, true! Is it the same voice actor? I'm assuming it is. I'm assuming, you know. We have the same voice actor. Unfortunately, the ring was severely damaged due to certain unknown reasons. Rhode Island thus recommended Levitain to approach Enfield Industries and asked if the Enfield Engineering Division could help repair the artifact. Although EFED thoroughly inspected the ring, our engineers failed to identify material used in its construction. Gee. I wonder why. It's probably because it's a weird-ass ring. We read so far. We read Endwind Perlica, Wolfguard, and Chen. So far. Lieutenant mentioned demons in multiple occasions, though no one was clear what she meant by these entities. A few postulated that these demons referred to rare Agaloid class. Some even treated Levitain's metal ring as a special signal emitter. Mr. Kratu finally ended this confusion. According to the veteran Enfielder, demons was an archaic term for describing aethermorphs, aetherside organisms or entities. Nevertheless, demons and aethermorphs differed in many ways. Many organizations had still been trying to figure out the reason behind the said differences. Revelation made our EFED experts realize the possibility of connection between the metal ring and the mysterious aether side. Following this logic, the techno protocol may be key for repairing the ring. My solution to the purpose of EFED would be to install a suite of micro-scale protocol generators upon the ring. These generators would let Levitain manifest the entire ring during battle. Formal scheduling of the repairs proved difficult to the various reasons. Levitain was pleased to know that a working solution was available. Levitain still had not explained how the ring was damaged in the first place. Oh yeah, they do also, yeah, they did get Christian to voice Castle 3. Or is Kira Buckland? It is? Huh? Damn, okay. I know of her. Yeah, indeed, they're like, oh, there are many differences between demons and aethermorphs. did not explain any further. I'm assuming probably the main difference is that demons, the whole thing with demons was that they would possess existing things. Like, they didn't exist outside on their own. They really only appeared when they would, possess an object or a living being, rather than just exist sort of on their own, without like a host. Understand now makes sense. Cause of burning mine sign around the opponent. The girl took the opponent to order bane by fate and delivered the coup de grace. Conflagration died down and the tongues of fire no longer danced. They bowed to the will of the one who proved stronger. This file has an interesting energy to it. Nemesis before her trembled with rage and howled. Those who took my name are destined to bring about my rebirth. Oh. No one cares about your name, the girl answered coldly. My mind has been made. The face of the Nemesis twisted into a ghastly smile, and hatred shall never fade. And with that, the fires danced again and turned it to smoke and dust. A gust of hot wind carried the ashes and blew past the girl before boring into a bottomless rift that led to a deeper void. The girl coughed lightly and took a few deep breaths. She knew the victor had yet to be determined and a new journey must begin for the next battle. Then things suddenly began to change around her. The charred lands and fiery seas gave way to verdant woods that spread before her eyes. The woods teemed with life and danger. The girl heard human sounds. She turned around and saw white-haired Sarkas. Though the Sarkas appeared exhausted, her gaze was strong and determined. And you are just another soul looking for a way home. So I guess this would be... So, I mean, seemingly, this is her entering the Originium Woods. Because it's capitalized as well. And yeah, I'm wondering if the White-Haired Sarkas is indeed Warfarin. Because obviously we know Warfarin goes into the woods to find people. And I mean, obviously this is talking, to the Farinmud. But this should probably be... But then, I'm just wondering for these lines, which one is which? Because obviously it would make more sense. If this is Warfarin speaking, then it makes sense. If this is just Warfarin speaking, and you are, and then this is Levitain, just another soul looking for a way home. Page taken from Levitain's communication records with Rose Island. July 23, coordinate found a town surrounded by forest, also found a novel case of ripathy that the medical department kept looking for. Last 6 months, several operative positives in this town showed inexplicable symptoms that included mental disorders and strange behaviors. Their eyes were unfocused and blank, they had no will of their own. All of them kept hearing sounds and seeing things that did not exist. I mean, okay, demon possession. Convinced the local surgeon diagnosed oropathy positives once more. Those who had chronic oropathy for years exhibited typical symptoms and no mental problems. Opposite was true for those who contracted the disease recently, believe that a deposit of anomalous origin must be nearby, and must quickly locate the source of infection. Found an originium vein deep in the forest. Sample was collected and delivered to Rose Island. We must ready ourselves for worse. Anomalous mineral vein might have spread across a sizable region, and the infection could be worse than we believe. Messily written. Dreamed of the strange sights again. The soft and cryptic murmurs worry me. Another strange finding. The locals worship, or rather worshipped fire. Frescoes and ritual implements found in the ruins north of the town suggest that the residents once venerated a Terran who wielded and controlled fire. Oh, okay. Adherents of this religion regard fire as a source of power for resisting the blight. However, fewer and fewer people held on to this folk religion as years went by. But this is, okay, so this is still on Talos though, but they venerated a Terran who wielded and controlled fire. Many of the town staunchly believed that the mental disorders amongst the oropathy positives were a direct consequence of the younger generation turning away from the faith. Obviously scribbled out and edited. The statue that served as the icon of worship felt oddly familiar. White-haired Sarkas also be silence? You mean shining? And no. Doesn't make any sense. Heading south for a bit. South? Back towards Island? Are you leaving right now? Left the place for too long. What about the one you mentioned? The one named Surgeon Warfare? Talked about her pretty often. What is she like? What is she like? She's one of them who led me, and everyone else. She's like my mentor, perhaps a guide who pointed the way. Mentor and guide? Does it mean she's an immortal sword master who's been fighting and killing demons for thousands of years? Actually, wish she was someone like that. Things might be easier for her that way. Hmm. Yeah, because I also do wonder if Warfarin is indeed leader for just the Talos branch of Rhodes Island, essentially, or fully. Well, here I'm wondering if this worship that they're talking about. No, but this is the page taken from Levitane's communication records of Rhodes Island. Specifically. So this is still Levitane, like, speaking one. Yeah, okay, yeah, the statue of his icon worshipful, oddly familiar. It's either talking about Surtur or, you know, someone before. Yeah, Rhodesport is probably indeed is split because can't go back.
This box of ice cream would melt by the time they reach Warfarin. I'll just eat them myself. Most acts of self-righteousness don't end well, as they usually end up as blades that wound the weak. My objective is to eliminate all either side threats. This is the reason why I'm expanding my partnership with Endfield. I once ventured past the fortress of the Order of Steel
Oath.
And had the rare fortune of sparring with their Grand Master.
Antagonist.
Now that was one powerful antagonist. I have been
I don't think it's that simple, Swarf.
In my dreams,
I don't think you just easily enter Reginium and transport, you know, through the place. It's not quite how it works. Always stand atop a mountain as I watch the entire world burn. Yeah, it sounds like... Sure sounds like the Fahrenmut inside of you, I would say. And you are at the end of chapter 14, isn't it? I don't think so. No. But that, because that would imply that, for some reason, Surtur, like, died or something at the end of chapter 14. She could have died, like, at some point randomly, like, in the, you know, northern ice fields or something. Dr. Zenbin isn't even a crazy theory, but... more like... it's maybe... I do wonder if it's actually just straight up Doctor, or if it is some form of weird, also, like, clone situation of Doctor or something, but... Well, yep, you get some little tidbits and whatnot about what maybe went on. And obviously Warfarin mentions. Ember, April 10, Sancta. Previous leg injury, okay. Intermittent cephalalgia? What the hell is cephalalgia? Oh, a headache. I think they wrote it wrong, by the way. No, did they? Okay, no, I guess no, okay, no, they didn't. It's a headache. She has headaches. I did read the whole thing, yeah, but indeed. Well, first of all, Cal might not even be around anymore because M3 exists. Yeah. Intermittent headaches. History of alcohol use. Hell yeah. Clear organ. Orpathy negative. History of close contact with blight. Formal employment contract. Oh, she's actually... Okay, she has like a formal employment contract. Sword arts. Close quarters combat. Shield technique. Does not have a shield, however. Approver. Gerald the Sanctified Zasso. Order of Still Oath. Oh, Azarilla. Ember was an Oathkeeper Knight from the Order of Steel Oath who once served at the Angeloid Front in the north. Later visited the Civilization Band to answer the call of the Ultimate Tribulation before accepting an invitation to join Endfield Industries. However, interviews with us revealed no further details about the said tribulation. M3 is Monster 100%. Like, it's just so obvious. Like, absolutely. And the thing is that there's implications that if Monster is, you know, as a separate being now, there's implications that means Keltsid is gone. Our first conversation with Ember revealed that she's a person with few words but often goes straight to the point. It's in line with other Oathkeepers we met. Went through the life of Oathkeepers instilled a powerful sense of duty within them. However, Ember has not divulged many of her secrets. Something that she described as the ultimate tribulation, something she mentioned often but never explained. Ice Strawberry? Interview with Ember, whenever a topic strayed to her personal objectives or future plans, she would appear momentarily confused. Her pragmatic personality would quickly take over as she steeled her looks and told us, "We'll exterminate the Angeloid and talk about that later." It would be that Ember has a need for an obvious enemy. Based on these observations, I'm quite certain that Operator Ember will offer unreserved commitment to Enfield Industries. She's very simple-minded. Switched places, M3 summoning Cal, imagine. The Operator Ember shared a little bit about her past or her plans for the future. She would not doubt her willingness to support the Enfield vision. She told us that Knights are oath-bound to maintain this highest degree of loyalty to their liege. Therefore, strongly recommend establishing a long-term partnership with Operator Ember. Year after year, numerous youths from the civilization battle aspired to head north and fight the Angeloid. Only a few would actually make this trip, and fewer still stood their ground after facing an actual Angelos. Those who faced the Angeloid are possible and passed the Order of Steel Oath recruitment trials with rare gems instead. I'm probably supposed to be indeed. Azrael was one of those gems. Back then, the girl was barely half my height, yet her deceptively frail frame contained a mysterious wrath that burned like raging flames and ignited a discerning gaze, and thus I agreed to take her in as a squire. In this desolation of ice and snow, she soldiered and squired, ever burning and never failing her duties. Heard she was orphaned. Perhaps her parents were killed by the Angeloid. Oathkeepers care little about the backgrounds of their peers. Everyone expected to fight and know who our enemies were. And Azrael spent whatever was left of her childhood at order camps. Girl was a conflagration. They really like using conflagration. United the entire battlefield. She made it to the finals of the Steel Oath annual tourney for 3 consecutive years, a feat that few could ever hope to achieve. Yet she remained passive and exhibited no joy when praised her martial performance. "I shall send them all to the Sanctum," she said. Children born and raised in Talos 2 would never learn that angels and Sanctum used to carry beautiful meanings in times past. Asked Azrael if she wanted something else besides the Champion's Trophy. She thought for a while and gave me her answer. Lucian's Dagger. Slumbering artifact of glory long gone and an unusual choice. Dagger of loyalty, the radiance now lies rusting in the gloom of the deepest night. I know, the girl answered, but it still points the way to the radiant path. We thus made our way to the dust-ridden old arsenal of the Steel Oath. Took the dagger from the alcove and she gently received it with care. Light from the flaming torches on the wall gleamed off the broken blade and danced in her eyes, like a sparkling of ember that would sputter from stricken flint. Thus I named her Ignatia. Well, no, there are files, Leo, where the implication is that at some point, once Monster is no longer tied to Keltsit, that is a moment when Keltsit herself will have been sort of removed from the equation. I do wonder if Sanctum is the law, or it could be Space Armor. Command didn't expect to lose contact with the 7th cohort in this attack. Our rear was thrown into temporary panic as vital signs of Knights and Warriors under the 7th flickered and disappeared from the map screen. Losing the 7th and the supplies would doom the entire northern front. Young ensign named Azraela arrived at the command hall in 10 minutes. She took her orders and silently studied the glowing map holograms presented by the sandbox. The ensign nodded without a word. Is she reliable? One of the knights asked their mentor on the elevated seat of command. Ensign looked too young. Making her the captain of the special relief team might be a responsibility that would break her. Giving the unbloodied squire the task of drilling the 7th was considered a grave risk. The wise veteran placed both of his gauntleted hands on the hilt of his sword. The heavy steel throne did not answer. Those in the hall heard his grave and ancient voice. She's the best amongst us. Among us? OGAK or Enfield? OGAK, but it's not in the actual game itself. It's some of the lore files that have been posted on, like, the official Twitter. Let me find it real quick. They were posted around chapter 14 or Bob. So a while ago. I have to scroll down a whole bunch. Where are these files? Here? It's one of these. Okay, it's this one. Should be this one. Yep. What the fuck? There. And there's another one in replies as well, and it's multiple images. Use Cal to produce the vaccine? No, they probably would have used Doctor to produce the vaccine. Cal has oropathy. I guess, yes, she was true, yes, she was able to contract oropathy, but that's probably because Cal went through changes that, like, Doctor didn't go through. I guess, also, yeah, I could go to Terra Historicus on the wiki as well. VA will voice Cal. I mean, we already have Kelsa VAs. They exist. Where were we? Oh, yeah, here. Best of the Oathkeepers were charging through the frigid wilderness rain. A pale red dot flickered in the green grids of the comm device, followed by a scream that dissipated in the winds. Took the advice from a surviving radio operator just an hour ago. Find them. The grievously injured operator gurgled before going unconscious. She wiped away the rain from her face. A thick fog lingered around the cap of a distant mountain. Right ahead of us, ma'am, Adjutant Nilla said. Ezreal turned around with the comm device in hand. Nilla pointed at the hills before them, while facing a dense pouring of Angoloi. Rains in the north never end. The Oathkeepers had 20 words for rain. Still believe it's a trap, Nilla insisted. Do I have any other choice? Should I simply ignore the distress calls from the 5th? According to the intel we just received, the 7th is just a few clicks away. We're already too late for them. Damn. Ezreal didn't elaborate on her rationale. We have received 3 distress calls with barely 2 minutes between each, and then they've gone dark again for more than 30 minutes. I took a deep breath. I have faith in you, Ezreal. But it was not a place for the right or wrong. It was a place where hard decisions must be made. Battle raged for another half an hour. Ezreal failed to save Nilla from the Angoloid lair. Oh boy. Angelos rammed its horn through her broken corpse and dragged her along the ground as a human warrior would parade a war trophy. Whoa, that got a little extreme kind of quickly. I mean, I know we were in a war zone, but goodness, the description suddenly got quite aggressive. Goodness. Fucking rip Nilla. Ezreal was almost overwhelmed by the carnage as she surveyed the terrible loss. Corpses of her fellow Oathkeepers and Angoloi were strewn across the broken field. Death raked the wilderness with his rusty scythe and left weeping gashes of carnage on the land itself. The inside did not know whose howling she heard. She finally realized this was not a war. War is something that would eventually end. Cauldron of the North does not. Dude, the North sucks in all these places, man. Jesus Christ, that was sudden and aggressive. Like, oh, wow, okay. Right, because we don't have our last one yet because we're not at 200. Shit. I think I'm going to get 200 trust. Maybe tomorrow I can get 200 trust. But unless someone knows somewhere I can see the last file, then I can just look it up from there. Rains of the North never end. The Oathkeepers have 20 words for rain. When I saw her again, it felt as though she had been smothered and battered by each and every downpour from the heavens. She laid unconscious in her ward. The sight reminded me of the time when I first saw the girl, frail and grey. This was different, for there was no radiant spark that came to reignite her flames. Visit her every day and pray for her to wake. She was out for 10. Perhaps she woke on the 3rd, but kept her eyes shut. Shame and wound of defeat prevented her from reaching out to me. I had the patience, but time was running out. I was too old, a decrepit ancient who could not even walk unassisted. Oh, I was too old. Oh, okay. Just straight up said that they're an ancient. Okay. Chill and happy for like 90% of the time, and then randomly death is ugly. Yeah. It's like, Oh, is the wiki up and running? Okay, yeah, that would be good then. I'll see if I can find it from there. He just straight up say ancient. Were the Sancta ancients? Fuck, I can't remember. As Relab, I said, do not fault yourself. It was a new and unrecorded Angoloi class that our intel failed to identify. A class capable of mimicking our voices. They deceived you. Oh. Oh. The girl remained silent. I visited her on the following day and called to her. Ezreal, I said, there will always be sacrifices in war. Ezreal are true warriors who do not drown themselves in sorrow or their past. Let this be your first lesson of war. On the 10th day when the girl finally spoke, I heard them. I waited for a while, but she did not finish her words. I heard them calling out to me, she said as she wept. I failed to save them. They were my friends. I can still hear their voices in my head, she continued. They would not stop calling. On the 20th day, she told me, I'm returning Lucian's dagger. I'm no longer worthy of war. I looked at her. She became a heap of fading ember, a piece of deep burning coal. Her flame was a daybreak of the polar evernight. It would not be seen again. They probably would have it in capitals, yeah. Okay, let me... Endfield... Jesus Christ. Dude, the second half of Ember Files get fucked. Oh no, fuck you. Wait, that was the wrong one. Is it? No, it's Talos Wiki, yeah. Ember, give me your files. Where's your files? Do you have your files here? Yes. Sancta is a Sarkaz. True, I did forgore. They are a Sarkaj. Get these cookies out of here. Get the cookie out of here. File 4. Let me zoom in a little. We communicated with Azrael for quite a while before receiving her application to work at Enfield Industries. She appeared rather reluctant to become an Enfield operator. According to their tradition, operators need to provide a code name in the registration form. Her pen hovered above the form for a while before scrolling the word Ember. Ember's time with the Order of Steel Oath gave her a disciplined lifestyle and a committed sense of duty. Enfield's partnership with Ember was a case of exceptional success. She never questioned her mission assignments and carried them out in near fanatical fashion as though she was trying to redeem herself of her burden. Certain voices within Enfield questioned if Operator Ember could ever adapt to the Enfield culture. A few days ago, an operator gave this feedback. Ember kept sleeping on the floor. Did she have something against our dorms? Another Enfield also gave this observation. Her room is really empty. Thought she moved out and went somewhere pretty far away. Operator Ember was informed of her peer feedback. She gave a rather surprised look of a person caught unawares. After an awkward pause, she gave a somewhat embarrassed explanation. Some habits die hard. Beds in the south are just too soft. We also slept on the floor of our fortresses. Since then, Ember attempted to decorate her dorm room with her personal belongings. A small and tattered leather-bound booklet was included amongst her personal crusading effects. It was obvious that Ember meticulously cared for this item, as the title Oaths remained legible. These pages include these writings. Restore the oath of suffering, for joyous indulgence shall be our undoing. Yeah, I'm caught up on AK story. I'm a lore nerd. I've read everything. Reader only. This is the reader only zone, yes. No, well, not a reader only zone, but it is a reader zone. Fancy way of saying no fun allowed? Yes. Jesus Christ, man, some of these files got fucked up. Indeed, the horrors of war, but then also her, like, realization of this isn't war. This is just endless suffering. Yeah, bro, I've been playing Arknights since year 1. And just read everything when it comes out. Ember K constantly out, I can only think, why am I so mean? But see, well, okay, because I wanted to say that next. These files just make it even weirder why her design is like that. Why? It fits even less. It's so strange. Like, for fuck's sake, why is she in her underwear? It's like you have this horrific story of, like, war, trauma, death, and torment. And then you have this absolute fucking stupid ass design, man. It's like, why? This might convince me to actually specifically go into feedback specifically about Ember's clothing choices. I understand that Leduc is a horny woman, okay? But, like, come on. For fuck's sake. Like, the outfit is to me, the outfit is stupid, just in a void already. Just like in a vacuum, it's already kind of stupid. And then it gets even stupider with context. The skirt would be cool, yeah, if it was paired with, you know, other large armor. Rather than whatever the fuck else she has going on. Like, it's like there's some cool bits and then it all falls apart very quickly once you look at it. We also don't have all these either. Actually, oh, wait, are these on the wiki as well? I already closed it. Oh, the dialogue is here. Okay, yes. Okay, well, we'll go through them in order.
My blade is cast and honed by the northern frost. I only pray that the southern sun
The fucking bodies, the behind is stupid, the front is stupid, the back is stupid. There's so much that's stupid about it.
I heard there was once a time when the word Angoloi meant something else. Is this true? The vow sworn by the order
like her voice as well, like everything about her screams, you know,
so long as a single
not this
oathkeeper
design.
still draws breath, the Angoloi will never reach the southern realms.
Well, next one, these ones we don't have voices for, but Idle Chatter 4 is, I once committed a grievous sin, a sin that allows no forgiveness. I thus embarked upon a self-imposed exile and left my home, my nightmares and the wailing spirits of the fallen. Idle Chatter 5, Endfield seems to have a grand vision for the future. Administrator, I pray that I've made the right choice, and I pray that I can uphold my duties at this very place. Yeah, sure. Let the like midroof be loose or something, but it's silly. It's just silly. It's like, because even like she even has actually these like these pants, like these trousers and like pulled like these the shin guards and everything are like all good, and then the pants just end and it's assless chaps. Why is it assless chaps? She has like these decent trousers going on, and then they disappear once they get to her ass. And she also has like a pile driver gauntlet and stuff, and like this huge shoulder pauldron here and whatnot. But then a completely exposed back, a completely exposed ass, completely exposed tits, completely exposed, you know, side and armpits. And then it's paired with like these heavy armor, like heavy plate armor situation. Like, what is going on, man? Like, my God. It's so dumb. It's
Don't be shy. Come closer.
It's just so stupid. No, we didn't read these! Oh, okay, these are just like little quick ones. Express, Gilbert's anti-gravity hours can easily make everything as light as a feather. The trinkets and cures that a typical high school student would enjoy. Loves retro terror music and is easily captured by various popular novels. We didn't read these. Free country, no. Learn on walking tactical scale weaponry capable of independent actions. Expertise 2. Fiery blade forced to burn all demon kind alike. There's an unnatural desire for ice cream and desserts. I don't have all the things here. Expertise. Knights who serve in the Order still oath have sworn to fight the enemy to death with their swords, shields, fists, and even their teeth. Ember, every moment of life was part of her tribulation. I also didn't go for these. I forgot about these. Lone wolf skilled in covert and kindness operation, skills in urban knowledge to wilderness survival, lockpicking, settlement, disarming traps, making use of explosives. Watched read an astonishing number of documentaries and detective novels. Gives serious and professional criticism of the plot elements involving kinship and family drama. Yes, trauma. Yeah, dude, like a whole Moja armor would be like very cool. But we're not gonna get it. I don't think, even if I complain about it, I don't think it's gonna get changed, which is just unfortunate because Ember is actually a really cool character, except for the design. Or the design, like below the neck. The face and everything, all good. Below the neck, disaster. Supervisor of Endfield Industries. Pollock has the managerial powers and diplomatic resource according to various circular organizations. Original electronic spectrum. Special arts and designs are now widely used as they allow low aptitude users to cast arts normally as well. No dietary preferences. Capable of gaining weight. Wow. Pollock eats simply to enjoy our process and ease of the sense of exhaustion and emptiness caused by excessive work. After meeting an operator Chen Chen Yu, Pollock also became very interested in food that she never tried before. What about Chen Chen? Or some of them just don't have 3. They just have 2 for some of them. It's bait. They want you to buy her skin. Assuming they even, you know, make much skins, the thing is. If they do, if they actually make a skin for Ember where it's like, they fix her, dude, they got me. They 100% got me. It's like, it's Jover, man. It works. The bait worked. I took it hook, line, and sinker, man. Expert in traditional Hongsha martial arts, especially swordsmanship, often does armed escort duties. Enjoys movies and fiction. Most of her preferred titles come from the martial arts and pugilist genre. Pugilist. Oh yeah, we were on Gilby. pants underskirt. Hermit 28, Whopo. Denies his history of living in humid environments near the sea. Orpathy vaccination, clear organ outlines, no orpathy negative, close contact with blight. Note, Warfarin has specifically requested a separate application must be submitted to Rosanna for incredibly healthy on my show this operator. This is probably going to be here for every single reconvener. This little note of like you have to, you know, specifically request for data. Dude, BOC skins. Peak, peak, peak. Third-party service provider, 2 years. Skills, Originium Arts. Recommenders, Warfarin. Rosanna Pharmaceuticals Inc. is a close partner of Endfield Industries. Kilbert is one of the several Rosanna Islands with a permanent assignment at Endfield. Never seen anyone dressed almost entirely in red while raiding in every shade of color. She's an endless pool of possibilities, but only a single choice came out from her. Pardon me, this unit was not intended to compose poetry. Martin Marvin Mellon. Dude, Gilby making our HR division assistant suddenly do poetry. She's so powerful. Still a clone? It's different now. She's like a save file of Gilberta from Originium. Essentially. But it's like a slightly corrupted save file. A reconstruction, yeah. But also like their own thing, like they are their like own identity. Every kid living in the frontiers know that if we behave, a lady dressed in red will show up in our dreams and reward us with sweets. No way. They don't have the exact same memories, but they have like some. Like seemingly they have sort of some memories and like kind of vague sort of memories and stuff of the original, yes. And they'll essentially get like deja vu moments. Yeah, like they're aware of the past person experience. We can we'll read through the reconveners file again as well. Arcane Navigator will pay us a visit. She would knock into our homes and talk with the grown-ups. Her I would look for us hiding around the corner under the tables beneath the circuits behind the bed. We're not help but go running to her know how far we're. The Arcane Navigator. Yep, that's Gilby or Angelina. Navigator knew all of our names. She knew the streets where everyone lived and streets a place where we played. Perhaps messengers also have a mission to bring us happiness. The Miss Navigator's pockets are always filled with candy and little toys that smelled nice, just like her. She also start with fruity words and sound really sweet, but would never make our teeth go bad. Miss Navigator's moved back after the sky split apart. Mom and Dad said Gilberta went on a mission to save the future of this world. Whenever we gaze upon the great bottomless hole in the sky, we'd pray for Miss Navigator and hope that the storm does not trap her there. The sky split apart? Oh boy. Oh boy. Gilberta's a messenger from Rose Island. Her favorite color is red. Really? No way. Time romances pop in the frontier. Often read them in the wee hours of night. She hardly ever admits this little pastime of hers. Enjoys collecting all sorts of nail polish and lipstick, but instead of using them, she would simply arrange these little colorful jars on her vanity. I was on her just to make sure the gel was evenly applied to every strand. Gilbert also, that's why it stays like this. So much gel. Spent hours on her hair just to make sure. Gilbert also had a keen nose of fresh, clean air and always knew where the wind was coming from. Walk in absolute silence, probably because her feet hardly touched the floor. Gilbert also used his ability to play hide and seek with children in the hospital while wearing white bed sheets over her head. Spooky ghost! Oh, Originium Woods, okay. Originium Woods is a place where chaotic threads of fate meet and weave with one another. Sentient life forms that enter the woods seek not the correct path, but the way of their choices. Entering the woods would be a choice on its own. This choice meant that the reality of the past had been taken apart and ascended to the metaphysical realm. Oh boy, we're getting into deep shit. Myriad of shifting worlds would be musical chords that resonate, harmonize, construct, and dissipate one another. In Gilbert's eyes, the past was the gravity of the land. She would skim across its surface, but never stray too far off, for swerving away would render the sky meaningless as well. Oh, this is getting very, very weirdly deep. Nevertheless, Gilberta's eye remained fixed upon the future. Called out Warfarin's name in the woods. The Warfarin she saw felt unfamiliar, but in the ever-changing woods, the act of turning around caused unfamiliarity to blend in with the humming background resonance. Where are we going? Gilbert asked. Place where we are needed. She opened her eyes and saw before her a road to the future. Messages never fear where the journey may lead, or they always travel to those in need. Well, okay, well, however, this seems to confirm that Gilbert is actually not the first reconvener. Because somewhere else the first reconvener was mentioned, probably just in the reconveners file. And I thought it might be Gilberta, but it doesn't seem to be. I need to reread some of this. Right of the past to be taken apart and sent to the metaphysical realm. Yeah, it entered the Originium Woods. This is, okay, this is, I'm getting what they're putting down, but it is, they've made it, they have not tried to make it like easily understood what they're talking about. I do wonder if at some point we'll actually get to enter the woods. That would be really cool. They could cook insane with the like visuals of it. Essentially here it's like Gilbert is saying, you know, like you gotta at least keep the past, so her like, you know, past memories at least somewhat close to you, so that you're like grounded to something, so that you don't completely lose it. It's like your anchor. But then also, you know, don't be held down by them either. But yeah, this seems to also concern that Gilberta isn't the first reconvener. I wonder if we'll meet the first reconvener at some point, whoever the hell it might be. Because I don't think it would be Snowshine either, and it wasn't Levitane either. They didn't seem to imply that it was Levitane. Plenty was literally a place filled with wonders and the unknown. There were always new situations to deal with and newer crises to avert. Every delivery presented a new opportunity different from the last. Gilbert loved the beautiful smiles of Frontier recipients when they finally received a package of made-in-the-band products. They might have waited an entire year for the present to arrive, just rode for fire in the wilderness against all odds. Glitter? Glitter? Sexual duel of the sarcophagus made Gilberta feel that she was accepted by someone, a joyous sensation that surprised her as well. Wounds suffered by Gilberta during the Aether Cell explosion and the fight with Neferth were so severe that she was filled with despair. At that very moment, the one in the mysterious mask came with all the hope she needed. Gilberta felt something familiar with this special person and only wanted to be closer. Gee, I wonder if it's Doc? Someone I could trust, someone I could lean upon. I know I'm getting tired of the cliched and overused plots, romances, and sweet cozy feels of the dime romances, but are they happening to me right now? The crush is coming back. Rocks floating in the air reminded Gilberta of rain held in stasis. She studied the special someone closely and her heart began to race. Oh, how she wanted to avoid the rain. Yeah, the original looking tree, yeah, probably. I mean, you'd think the tree would probably be somehow related to the forest. The universe we saw, but in this case, oh yeah, because I'm assuming it would still look different from, you know, simulated universe that we saw in chapter 14. But the main thing is I want to see what they would cook for the visuals in a 3D space, you know? That's the real thing. It's like I want to see how they would cook up an entire 3D environment in that sort of situation, like that kind of space.
The Rhodes Island I know is surrounded by the Southern Ocean. It is a place of warmth and the cradle of hope.
But which Rhodes Island is this? Which Rhodes is this though? Which one do you know? Surrounded by the Southern Ocean.
Sometimes
I
feel that everything in this world
because yeah, the Rhodes Island with the
delicate
sea is like,
trails
huh?
the barbs of a feather. The only thing we messengers can do is do our job quickly and stick the broken bits together. But things are always falling apart faster than we can fix them. No matter how fast I run, I could never catch up. I love collecting lipsticks of all sorts of colors and flavors.
Jesus, Gilberta, you can't go on like a lengthy, very somber, like serious little discussion here and then be like, I like lipstick. I mean, I guess it's your character, but Jesus, whiplash.
Stop laughing Every girl loves
It's
romance
180,
novels.
Jesus Christ, man.
They're like letters people send to their lovers, and always leave you yearning for more. I think I was born with this sense of weightlessness. I always feel like a balloon gently skimming across the heavy earth. Yet I do whatever I can to make it float with me.
Damn, she was just born different, huh? You can have some loose screws. I mean, fair. I think it's fair for them to have a couple loose screws. We should actually go through... We'll just go through Snowshine next, so we're going through all the reconveners. Because yeah, now it really is like, which Rhodes Island are they speaking about? Is it Terra Rhodes Island, or is it the Talos Rhodes Island? Like the Southern Ocean, but that would be like, you know, like Iberia or some shit. And yeah, like Aegir, or it's like something. It's like, what? I mean, I guess it could make sense that they build like a more permanent Rhodes Island, maybe in the Southern like Ocean at some point, because that's where you have Aegir tech as well and whatnot, and they'd probably want that. But it's like, I don't think Worf was necessarily doing the reconstructing. Worf doesn't like force them to come out of the woods. They have to like decide to come out of the woods themselves. Worf just like guides them. The questions of what happens with Rhodes Island is obviously a huge one with Endfield, but I think it's gonna be quite a while before we learn anything of original Rhodes Island really through Endfield, like anything big, like what happened to it. I'll go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll read through Snowshine. Wait. Banter roads became stationary long enough for people to associate with the sea. Yeah, because that's the thing, is like, that seems odd. And that, to me, that doesn't really fit the timeline in a way, right? Which makes me think that it's possible that that's more so referring to a Rhodes Island on Talos specifically, right? Rather than Terra.
Sometimes
It's
the
this one, isn't
Rhodes
it?
Island I know is surrounded by the Southern Ocean. It is a place of warmth.
Because I think this
cradle
this
of
could
hope.
be, actually I think, okay, language analysis. I maybe have to check some of the other dubs as well, but because it's specifically the Rhodes Island I know instead of the Rhodes Island I remember, which kind of implies that it's like the Rhodes Island that Gilberta would know is the one on Talos specifically. That's the one that she personally has interacted with, rather than the Rhodes Island from her memories, which would not have been a stationary thing by the Southern Ocean. While probably Rhodes Island on Talos is a stationary, like, place. And it, you know, indeed could be an actual island. Okay, Snowshine. Also, I'll try and somewhat speed up my reading here, because we actually have still a bunch to get through. So just won't read everything out loud. Yeah, and it's surrounded, so it is stationary, yeah. SAR equipment, We'll see here we're mainly looking for more hints for anything, because also reconvener. History of living in ice fields. Makes sense. No oripathy, no blight apparently either. Once again, same thing, reconvener, so you have the same blurb about Warfarin. 5 years. Ecology emergency, Warfarin, recommended Warfarin, Gilberta. Oh, yeah, and both of the other reconveners have been recommended by both Warfarin and Gilberta, right? Yep, Warfarin and Gilberta. Also, for some reason here it's 1 Warfarin, 2 Gilberta, while for Snowshine it's just Warfarin, Gilberta. Yep. Jointly carry multiple researchers and Mr. Endfield Industries. Search and rescue. Rhodes Island search and rescue specialist. Multiple search and rescue missions. This stuff we know. Like, she's a search and rescue specialist. It doesn't mean Gilberta is the first Royal Island reconvener, because Gilberta's files directly point towards her not being the first reconvener, because Gilberta was found by Warfarin in the woods and guided out of it. While we know that the first reconvener happened by accident. Right? Where was it? Yeah, here. Called out Warfarin's name in the woods. The Warfarin she's hopeful I'm familiar. And yeah, where are we going? Gilberta asked, the place where we are needed. And Warfarin is like directly guiding Gilberta out of the woods, which the first reconvener was an accident without Warfarin doing anything. Warfarin's the only pale skin vamp we saw in OG. Like, to the level of pale that Warfarin is, I think yes. Like, actually white. Engineering background. Yep. Several astronomers carrying astrometric observations. Blizzard. No middle-level SR team. Dude, classic Snowshine, classic Aurora. Just lift the dude onto your shoulder and just carry them. Oh, a massive spiral that flickered with mysterious brilliances in Aurora. Astronomers shouting excitement. Spiral lights caused by the rings of the spiral lights are caused by the rings of Talos. It's a miracle of nature on par with spectacular auroras of terror, young lady. Turn around and take a look. Seeing the lux spiralis is an opportunity of a lifetime. Star operator hesitated but only for a moment. She maintained her speed, steadied her posture, adjusted her goggles, and replied in a calm and determined tone. Sight may be an opportunity of a lifetime, but life itself is worth more than anything. Hang on tight because we definitely need to get out of here. She really wanted to see that Aurora. Duke is pretty pale, but like not like quite as white as. Help the sage of the Finnish circuit who got lost in the snowfields. Ancient land, the desolate hazard environments. Built to look at the legendary ancient land, adventurers shared their build a strong friendship. Several months later, a gift from the Finnish circuit reached Snowshine after running through the hands of several Skeptham. It was a piece of finely carved talisman imbued with circuit blessings. All sorts of dangers, several words inscribed at the back of the totem. If her be one step ahead of the storm. Snowshine enters the talisman and symbolized both her friendship with the circuit Sage and her brave determination in face of danger. Compared to the worn copy of ancient prayers accidentally left behind in the woods, Snowshine treated the keepsake as the fount of her strength during work. Due to the blessing of the circuit, Sage as well as the deep ties to the land of everlasting snow. During her free time, Snowshine once wrote a book titled Polar Survival Guide. Received critical acclaim. Asked about her motive to write the book, Search and Rescue professional answer was her desire to share extensive experience with everyone. Unbeknownst to Snowshine, every commercial ad insert of the interview achieved success as well. High altitude acclimatization medication, hiker rucksack because it was widely sold product for. Okay, hell yeah, ads. Polar Survival Guide. In the vast snowfields of Talos, survival is a challenge that everyone must face. Practical memory by Endfield operator Snowshine. Intervention pioneer car and driver. Battlefield comprehensive content summary. Survival tips: how to avoid snowfield hazards and disasters. Survival strategies in cold, resource-thin areas. How to the environment. How to adapt to extreme climates. Suppose easy solution to prevent and treat snow blindness. Mental fortitude. Gearing up. Snowfield exploration. Basic tools. Matters of it. Series of SAR case studies based on author's own experiences with that emphasis on teamwork and quick response. First Snowshine arrived at Endfield. The Endfield search and rescue team was plagued by issues of high equipment turnover and frequent injuries amongst the team members. These problems became history when Snowshine was made the captain of the SAR team. Man, okay, there's like nothing in Snowshine's files for like, you know, reconvener stuff, huh? Snowshine's arrival not only provided new technology and gear, she also gave the SAR team its soul. A spirit that refused defeat and need led by the example of Mr. Endurance and weight training sessions in the morning. Held herself to the highest standards, but was harsh on her teammates. Snowshine greatly motivated her team, earned their respect and approval, and improved the SAR team with every training and mission. Teammates gained better physique and mastered SAR techniques as team cohesion and response to the group by leaps and bounds. Internal battle simulation tourney, Snowshine's SAR team defeated a string of other contenders with incredible teamwork and morale. Five match saw Snowshine's SAR team battling Chen's elites. Snowshine demonstrated incredible tactical acumen as she directed her teammates to cover each other against Chen's relentless assaults. Many of her attacks were blunted by Snowshine's stalwart defenses. Chen's onslaught gradually took out the SAR team members one by one. Snowshine bravely weathered Chen's unending storm of blades with her shield, but her Jensen's strength finally reached the breaking point as she finally collapsed with exhaustion. Chen is apparently stronger than the fucking, like, blizzards. Following morning, Snowshine was greeted by many new faces at the gym. Many input was inspired by Snowshine's indomitable will during that famous battle and applied to join her SAR team. Yeah, her file is indeed just all about the work. There's literally not a single mention of, you know, reconvening. I guess she's not as bothered by her reconvener status as some of the others.
The rare materials for making my shield are also used for my snowboard. It lets me traverse the mountains and look for people lost in the snow. Every polar mission is a race against time. As a search and rescue operator, I must do everything I can to pave the way for saving lives.
It's a little sad. I like the comment. I feel like if they're gonna have a reconvener, you should maybe have at least a little bit of something in there about their reconvener status.
Code. No exception is taken. It's what I demand of myself. The brilliant lights of Talos remind me of the grand auroras that I once witnessed.
And this is like this is literally the only thing pretty much that gets mentioned. Like they quickly have like a whole thing where like, I guess that kind of points towards like what her priorities are. She's not as bothered about her reconvener status and her like memories of the past, because even when she got a chance to see sort of, you know, the auroras of Talos, she prioritized her work rather than trying to sort of capture her like past memories or something.
The cold strengthens my will. The wind sharpens my courage.
I guess that's sort of
snowy mountains have given
she's
me
just very determined in
powerful warrior.
In like what her duty is and what she's there for, and is thus not so bothered by all that other shit with Originium. Also, yeah, short-haired. Okay, now we can return to going in order. Sure, I'll go through these more here.
Wuling is where I was born and raised. It's the only home I know. Do I want to
Fucking
leave
nope.
the place? Nope. Never thought about
I
that.
can't write it
possibility.
as nope when they say nope.
Sure, that accident was terrible, but at least it came with a blessing.
He's so great. Why is he talking about it like it's
I
cyberpunk?
totally rule in every hand game,
It has some piece of chrome.
so don't feel bad for me, alright?
Oh yeah, his arm probably is from the special medal, yeah, isn't it?
There's a personal reason why I'm not yet ready to head home.
Yeah,
But
please
I
do
shall
get older and
return,
become a grown man.
because I'll get
Please do,
older and
indeed.
become
Can
a
you just grow
grown
up like
man.
right now, right away?
Sheesh, stop making me drink milk because I'm small. I'll get bigger. You'll see. My
Okay,
sister,
sure.
Bai Yuan, doesn't remember our parents like I do.
Oh yeah,
She
she's
was
orphan.
still a baby girl when they passed away. By that I mean, I just wish they could have lived for a little while longer.
Could you speak like this
No.
more often instead of
It
your
would have been
like
too much to ask for them to see Yuan grow up and become a true lady, but
your your
this would be so
shonen
much better if there was
protagonist
someone
voice?
else with fond memories of them.
This is much better. It's much nicer to listen to, my dude. Oh yeah, obviously a race, an Asa indeed. Lad equipped with the latest experimental Serenite prosthetic, yes. This chrome features great power, speed, and sensitivity. Must improve my skills in Li Feng, male, July 16, and Asa. Disciplined lifestyle, exercise and regular. Oh, this is, yeah, he's a whole bunch, what the hell? Right has been amputated as a result of an accident. Subject has one prosthetic limb for years without symptoms of implant rejection. History living in prairies and close to bodies of water. No neuropathy. Close contact with blight. Victim of blight-related attack. Yep, and the arm gone. Rip arm. I feel like it could be nice. I guess it wouldn't fit the fact that it's like all being cleansed and so on. But if you had like a little bit of, you know, you had a little bit of sign of like, I feel like there maybe be some scarring or something. But maybe I don't know. Like I guess they didn't want to show it, but I feel like they could add like a little bit of scarring or something. Like hey, it connects. You know. It could look a little more visceral. You know. Employment type. Intern. Oh no, I'm so sorry, my dude. Work history 0.25 years, 3 months. Rip. Skills none. So rude. Damn, bro got roasted by HR. Oh, and okay, his actual name is Bai Yong. Code name is Li Feng. Bro is new. Actual intern. Is my boy even getting paid? Maybe he has like, he probably has food and lodging. I don't know. Youth exhibited an instant naivety and sincerity that far exceeded our expectations. Writing an application for that many details about the applicant's life and personality. Requested the youth to redact parts that may be considered too personal or private. Wow. Despite being angry, he's taken many tasks and his skills that would be useful to Enfield. He's a capable boy, but he is also an intern. He's 16 years old. Before the Bastion incident, Bai Yong was also always the first to raise his hand. Bai means white and Yong means the Bastion that protects the city. They're both Chancellor working on the ruling Bastion. After the Bastion incident, Bai Yong became silent and he no longer smiled as he laid in a hospital bed marked with his name. Medical staff of Wuling First General Hospital described Bai Yong as a strong and determined child. Despite undergoing dozens of surgeries that failed to save his right arm, the boy did not shed a tear. Loss of his parents robbed him of his tears. Hell yeah. Orphan trauma. Younger sister Bai Yong was the one who cried and laughed during this time. She remembered little of her brother's arm and her parents. Bai Yong hardly mentioned them when she was around. Okay, so sister was very young, huh? Damaged Bastion was slowly being rebuilt as Bai Yong recovered and grew up in the hospital. I wonder what happened to the Bastion, however. We're gonna learn that, or? Long-haired woman with a bandaged arm stood by the door. Talking about your arm. Boy shook his head. It hurts when I feel its absence. Corona sat by the window, but she gazed at the Bastion inside the window. It'll grow back. Can you grow the Bastion? We used something called Serenite to build the Bastion. Your parents were masters of that material, the woman continued. Wielded as though it was an extension of their own bodies. You knew Mom and Dad? She shook her head. I heard they were very brave. The woman left. Bai Yong felt she acted very weird as a stranger whom he never met before. Several days later, an entire medical crew entered the boy's ward. They took blood samples and ran some tests. He was put through various diagnostic machines and analyzed repeatedly. Crew finally ended the day with a joyous announcement. Bai Yong became the first beneficiary qualifying for the Serenite prosthetic charity program of Wuling. You'll be growing a new arm. Okay, that's interesting. Actually growing an arm. Whenever Bai Yong remembered this, his palm would heat up. Arknights special orphan trauma. Real. Uncle Dapan. Pun mentioned. Front side of the establishment was an eatery, and the repair mart was around the back and resembled more like a secret workshop. A bunch of keys was hidden on the third flower pot along the window ledge. Took the keys and opened the mailbox by the door. Dapan hid the door card there. After entering the workroom, Bayan would usually find Uncle Dapan crouched over the counter like a mountain of black and white. He was always tinkering with the gadgets or repairing his iron wok, and for this day, the eater has to keep fucking repairing his iron wok because he uses it to smack fools. You just beat them the fuck up. No wonder your wok constantly needs repairs, man. That's not how you're supposed to use a wok. Brother. Uncle Dapan said as he nudged the shades of his forehead. Had lunch yet, boy? I got something simmering in the pot. Not hungry. Lying on the side of the stool with his good hand on his waist as Uncle Dapan applied lubricants on the actuators. Panda was a reputable expert on maintaining Serenite prosthetics, and quite a few city folk would say, do Pandalore? Pandalore go crazy? Why is there so much Pandalore in Li Feng's files? He just he's pretending to just be a cook man, even though he's like apparently an insane, the engineer dude. The force north will be Frostpunk. I don't think I'll make it out there. Can't really leave this place, you know that. We're gonna defend the Bastion for Mom and Dad. Visited them recently, just last week. Had to go myself. I don't know where you want to run off to. Really putting the chrome to use. Bearing bolts are worn down. I'll place the axle for you. Tinkering took a while. Time for V&V. Show me what you got, boy. The thick, bulging, and hairy panda arm was on the table with a resounding smack. Lion grabbed Panda's hand with his right hand and the two arm wrestled for a while. Uncle Dapan looks satisfied. After valuing the repair job, Bayong told Uncle Dapan about his intern work last month and the people he helped. Youth mentioned how he managed to see Chanshi Zhuang while maintaining order at the ceremonial grounds, and how she... Enough! Don't like listening about this one, Dapan almost growled. What? Han quickly put aside his toolbox and gave Bayong a hefty slap on his organic left arm. See you later. Picked him up like a toy and tossed him out of his establishment. Wow. Bayong remained confused as the door slammed shut right before him. Uncle Dapan's temperament was always weird. Bayong moved his chrome, the joints were as good as new. He felt great. Okay, Pandalore? Something happened with the Bastion and Pandalore? Unneeded description. Yeah, what is it? Thick, bulging, hairy panda arm. They really put some descriptors in there, didn't they? Internship with Endfield was rumored to be his first time away from Wuling City. Intern asked if he could ask his grandmother to send another batch of snacks. Endfield replied to decline at first, but had a change of heart and asked, can we? The operators, the resounding smack was the grabbing the arm, not the arm hitting the table. It was the whole, like, you know, like when they were getting ready to arm wrestle. I just read it weird. There was a period before it. Operators gossiped that enemies used some unconventional means to convince the lad to sign up with Endfield. Criminal exhibited by Li Feng made people think that Intro might have misunderstood Endfield Industries' order to administer-style leadership. Example, Li Feng was given the simple task of receiving a batch of goods arriving at the warehouse. The lad, for some reason, decided to clean up and organize the entire place. The warehouse was running out of room, the lad explained, so I did what I could to free up some space. Oh god, it's a hard worker. Free labor. Endfield working the next shift was speechless. Maybe someone should tell him that this goes way beyond the warehouse receiving process. It's pretty neat. Maybe we shouldn't? Dude, it's free, dude. Free labor, man. Truly intern. Though many have, our friend Les pointed out to Li Feng that he's doing way more than he should, the intern would just scratch his head. I left home and found a great place to learn and improve. This opportunity didn't come easily, so I should work hard and make the most out of it. All children are free labor, though. That depends. You can sometimes pay children. Auntie Shu's gonna love him. Model Enfielder, purest of heart. Li Feng would not agree to everything, of course. During an employee party, everyone except Li Feng unanimously agreed to order Sisty milk for the legal minor. When Li Feng hurried over and joined the party, his face was down and he hardly talked. I had only found the courage to speak when the party was winding down. You don't really have to order milk for me. I mean, yeah, he's 16. He will indeed be growing still. It's true. That thing was too big to be called an arm. Too big, too thick, too heavy, too rough. Operator Leafling's awards and achievements. Semi-finalist, 5th Enfield Office Hand Game Tourney. Best Partner, Interdivision, 24th Best Employee of Enfield Survey. 8th place, Enfield Office Chair Racing. Chair Racing! Yes! It continues. Office Chair Racing confirmed. 2nd place, Hongsheng Punch Up, Martial Arts Meet in Enfield Industries. Total participants, 2. Dude, I wonder who the participants are. Member of Excellence, Summer Training Camp for the 2nd cohort of reservists of Wuling City Guards. Only 3 had received this award. Excellent classmate on duty, grade 6-1, Wuling First Elementary School. Well, File 4 is literally just like, yep, he's good at things. 8th grade chair racer, no, 8th place chair racer. Yep. Yeah, that's about what I thought for Leafling. I think Leafling's a pretty simple character to get. It's like quite obvious what he's all about. But she's always smiling, ready to deal with all sorts of people. Moves an unbelievable speed and possesses incredible mobility. When off work and on holiday, Abby would often shop at parties and bars alone. She's also a fan of wilderness hiking. Logo's still first. There's at least 7 operators that are better than him at chair racing. Yep. He's still young, he's learning. He's new, he's an intern. Now consider this. He's only been there for 3 months and he's already 8th place. Very healthy conscious. Excellent exercise habits. History of alcohol use. History of living in mines. Makes sense. Rabbit or umbiliton. Neuropathy. No history of close contact with blight. Former employment contract. Infield specialist. Work history 8 years. Super fighting combat arts negotiations. Opera. Wait, skills. Opera. Oh. It's not interest. It's her skills are opera? Okay. Recommended Howard Lane. Opera. Everyone is an armed missions of the Special Logistics Monitor on the Enfield Industry Specialist Tech Division, undergoing professional combat training. People who meet Abby for the first time would definitely feel her strangely excessive eagerness to engage with you. In layman's terms, she can be rather provocative. However, as our understanding of her personality profile deepens, my conclusion is that Abby would deliberately choose to leave such impressions. She confessed, those who have to make a living off the wildlands must look like a cranky stone spanker. Translation, angry individual who readily engages in physical altercation. Gotta translate the Australian. Even if they're actually the nicest person around, the operator has exhibited childlike innocence, behaves like a professional mercenary, and negotiates with meticulously woven falsehoods. We do not know which of these could represent her true profile of Aviwana. Perhaps this is the reason behind her excellent mission performance. Gaslighter extraordinaire. Aviona may be a case of pseudologia fantastica, but her falsehoods are extremely clever. She's also a skilled combatant, as I observed the punching bags in her dorm room. We should be thankful that she's currently working for Endfield. Okay, what the heck is a pseudologia fantastica? Pseudologica fantastica. Pathological lying. It's pathological lying. Gaslighter extraordinaire. Gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Actually just her character. She's Trump. No. Let's not make lying synonymous with Trump. Occasional messages in an ancient one, traced all the way back to ancient times when people felt the need to deliver messages to each other. Many messages come from ancient families dedicated to a profession whose ancestors worked the very same jobs in the world named Terra. Messages carry power, her father once told her when she was a little girl. Does that give messengers who deliver messages power as well, she asked. Everyone would often ponder about this, even after she grew up. Evie's first job was at the Talos II General Chamber of Commerce. It was a place of lights, conspicuous consumption, and affluence. Pursuit of profit was inscribed with the genes of every individual, and there was a price tag on everything and everyone. Neon lights illuminated and obfuscated murders, racketeering, falsehoods, and all manners of crime. Dude, I need to visit this place, man. It's actually just a cyberpunk city, man. We have to see it. Messengers happened to be those who tied everything together. Abby delivered more than just envelopes and packages. She was a courier of elaborate jokes, silent curfews, lies of Banter officials, leases of desperate heads, fingers, and nightmares. What? Oh my god. Her work at the band taught her to smile without moving a strand of muscle around her eyes. Suddenly, leases of the desperate, heads, fingers, and nightmares. Okay, Jesus Christ. Yep. And indeed, smiling without the eyes smiling, so not actually smiling. My god, Jesus Christ. Fucking got extreme real fast again. Of course, band work pays a lot. Missions carry power in the band. Abby's deliveries could cause stock prices to plummet or fill an entire establishment with bodies and bullet casings. Okay, jeez. Damn, Abby was really in it, huh? I mean, just as a messenger, but like... Why do we still need messengers? Still a problem with building a network outside the city, even with them being stationary? Clearly, they're still useful sometimes to have a human messenger. You can't see... You can't send severed fingers through the internet. Messengers must serve as a barrier to the things they carry. They were the silent and solid walls that protected their packages. Once the secret was entrusted to the hands of the messenger, they would see it delivered at once. Every job was nothing more than the pickup point, the sender, the destination, and the recipient. True messengers would never dwell on the preludes, the in-betweens, nor the outcomes of the job. You know, there's like a... And yeah, messengers, I mean, a little bit more like delivery people rather than, you know, specifically, I guess, the form of messengers that they were in Arknights. Drones of Endfield Industries still okay. Well, that's the thing. The thing is, you need the like third party in the middle who is, you know, not involved in any way except delivering the thing. Okay. How wide is the gulf that separates one message to another? How vast is the distance from one heart to the next? Every day spent working with the TGCC made Abby wonder if these people could ever hope to heal the cracks between them. Cartel smothers everything, including their own, well, the cartel. Including their own conscience with cold hard cash. When Abby submitted her letter of resignation, her manager snickered. If you can't handle the weight on your conscience, you were never meant to be a messenger to begin with. Manager then offered a rather substantial raise, enough to pay for a penthouse with a nice view of the massive city. In any case, your skill set is a valuable asset to us, the manager said. Not that I don't make this offer to every employee, Abby. The old postmaster and the only employee at a Frontier Mail depot could scarcely believe his eyes when Abby showed up with her resume. Trying to pull my creaky leg? We can't afford someone like you. Abby smiled and said she would work pro bono. I'm just looking for a change of pace. First job in the Frontier came from a mining company. Delivered a letter to a late miner's wife. The circle woman chased Abby out of the worker's shack while calling her a cursed bearer of lies. She conducted the final step of package delivery with a professional, mature smile on her face. After leaving the shack, Abby stood in the open wilderness and felt the cold, biting winds. Abby submitted the completed job order at the punch register and received 1/10 of her usual pay at the band. Messenger compensations for Frontier deliveries do not cover transit costs, which is wild, by the way. Abby had to pull stuck vehicles from mucky roads and fight her way out of landbreaker raiding parties. She kept her cool and her emotions flat throughout these ordeals. 1 week later, she received a request for her presence at the shack of the late miner's wife. The widow was waiting by the porch and gripped Abby's hands tightly as she apologized for her emotional outburst during delivery. I apologize. Abby was caught unawares, but instantly regained her composure. The widow continued. I had to live with the sadness, Mrs. Messenger. When I thought about your reliable smile, it gave me hope for the days to come. So this is what it is. The power held by the messengers, Abby thought to herself. Wait, what? Wait, she's at 99 trust? How? How have I missed this? How is she at 99? Did she lose trust at some point? Well, at least I can go give her a gift and get 99. What the fuck? 99? What the fuck? Brother. After spending months slogging at Lane's mail depot, Abby was called to the postmaster's office. Okay, well, the Lane. Old man's eyes were cloudy with cataract, but judgments of character remained sharp. Getting laid off? Abby asked and tried to look as relaxed as she could. I don't know what's buggering your conscience, but it's blighted enough that you felt compelled to do charity work in this dust-ridden armpit of Talos too, Lane grumbled. But I thought I'd drink Bird and Beast piss than see you waste your remarkable talents here, Miss Abby. Bird and Beast piss? How does it taste? Abby quipped. Postmaster gave her a cold hard look before opening the old terminal that he had used for decades. He hammered away at the keys and quickly produced a letter of recommendation. He took the letter and rarely looked at the new place she was being recommended to, Endfield Industries. Lane told her that Endfield was built by a band of idealists. Abby snickered with disdain. Idealists? Thought the species went extinct years ago. No, but I think you can help, Lane replied. Make them better idealists? No, you can help with their extinction. Wahoo! Abby laughed. She then packed her things and left. Jesus Christ. She only learned about the old postmaster's past after arriving at Enfield. This interest robot that served as the Enfield Industry HR assistant suddenly livened up when it heard the name Howard Lane. Immediately inquired of Abby about Howard's current status. Messenger replied that the old man was running a rundown mail depot that serves no more than 20 households across an area around a dozen square clicks. HR assistant nodded and immediately arranged for her boarding. That all the information you need? Abby was quite surprised. Please don't tell me that your Endfield is like hiring the weird and freaky. I mean, they probably do. Howard Lane is an Enfielder who honorably retired from his position at the Special Logistics Module, the robot replied. We have faith in his judgment of character. After a brief pause, the robot added, Administrator made this rule. What rule? That we Enfielders must be united by our faith and confidence in one another. Huh, interesting, Abby replied. So do I get a chance to meet this legendary Administrator? Okay, Abby, where are you? You need one fucking trust. Where are you? Where is she? Where have I put you? She's in plant place. Abby, why are you at 199? I thought you were maxed out. How is this happen? How have I missed this the entire time?
I'm really sorry.
Maybe we should add a suite of machines.
Also, how have you not ended up at 200 all this time? Somehow. Oh, hello, Abby. Abby. Hello, Abby.
My hands are a little full. Would you mind waiting for it?
And select one.
Is this for me?
Silly woman. Emergency gift giving to. Hello, you one. Archive back in. Nope. Wrong place. We're going to operators.
Gotcha.
Standing by.
File 4. Except from the operator having a daily log. Starts exercising. Cup of coffee. Shower. Breakfast. Tries to enter the administrator's office to get info on the administrator's schedule. Morning deliveries, starting with the furthest destination. Lunch. Attempts to triangulate the administrator's location and submits a team join request. Request denied. Sleeps in a delivery vehicle. Landbreakers interrupt her nap. Expresses displeasure. Washes her hands. Afternoon deliveries. It's caught in a local confrontation and forced to fight. Starts singing while making deliveries and resolving various issues. Conclude work day and return to base. Visits the administrator's office to observe the administrator's work. Returns to cabin, listens to music, shower. Facial care, sends many messages to the administrator. Sleeps. She's a little interested. Her interest has been piqued and it is not being satiated.
We messengers have been measuring the land with every step we take. If you feel lost,
Gravel is
I'm
easier
the
to
one
manage,
to
maybe.
ask. Messengers like us
But
will
Gravel
show
also
up
is
at a
allowed to
place
be
and
around
disappear
Doctor
in
as a
another.
bodyguard, so you know.
gotta be a lot more sincere if you want to catch this lass. I've seen more than a fair share of weirdos in my line of work. But
See, well, this is the
you,
thing.
Administrator,
She just thinks administrator
you
is.
are the most curious of them all.
She's very curious because administrator is weird. She's like, the fuck? Who is this guy? Who is this idealist?
Sincerity is the best card to play in any negotiation. But I've never lost a haggle. Wanna give it a go? Treat me and my profession as the chain running through Talus 2. Our work has brought isolated points together. The chain that I began is now yours to link. That goes without question.
Interesting, Abby, no? Who do we... oh yeah, we have these 3 left and then Arknight, yeah. Ascalon Stalker. Need teaching the Finnish circuit and help people survive, travel, and rest in the wilderness. Sharp sense and environmental exploration skills. Enjoy repairing and modifying the giant steeds, especially motorcycles. Motorcycler. January 3rd, Kuranta. Extremely irregular lifestyle. Habitually deprives itself of sleep for multiple consecutive days. It has history of alcohol use, history of living in high altitudes, pastoral lands and mines, history of consuming wilderness flora. No neuropathy. No blight. Specialist 3 years, digging wells without tools. Listening to underground aquifers, light vehicle repair maintenance. Approvers, Orisha, Sage, Finnish Circuit. Oh yeah, her name is Ekut. Ekut is currently the capital of the Finnish Circuit. Technical consultant. Work with all sorts of people and I have a listed Arknight among the top 100 individuals who are the hardest to communicate with. Arknight's social abilities are visibly degrading with every passing day. Damn! Harsh! Scouts of the Finnish Circuit interpret this world with a unique perspective. Respect their special meaning of communing with the wilderness and let them keep their ways. Martin Mervyn Maitland. Professionals versed in the human geography of Talos 2 would not ask for the name of Finnish Circuit Skepta during their first encounter. Instead, they would ask for Skepta's Kern, a powerful warrior they aspire to be, and the sage who guides them. Knowing the Kern would let you know about the Skepta's circuit or path of pilgrimage. The identity of the sage would help one understand how the Skepta would dedicate their entire lives to emulate their Kern. If the office is illuminated by warm yellow lights, it could push the completed basic information from the other side of the desk. A sharper glanced at it and verified every field. Eckert was a member of the Finnish Circuit and currently leading the other junior Skepta like herself in the Wildlands. Who's your sage? Eckert, a girl of 8, forced her eyes to open as she blistered in the wildland sun. Several figures squeezed into her view. She did not understand their question or language. Months of drifting had sapped her everything. She was a hungry and thirsty husk, only a few breaths away from death. Peter learned that these were the Skepta and Fian. They would become her people. They pushed a cold, thin tube through her cracked lips and allowed the life-giving water to flow into the withered leaf of a girl. Orisha, Eckert answered the HR operator. Lying on a simple cot in the ancient lands of the Finnish Circuit when the old lady took her hand. Orisha, she told Eckert, that would be my name, and you are now under my care. We shall live together. And who is your Kern? This place is the Finnish Circuit sounds very interesting. I can't wait for us to, visit it. Sage Orisha took Ibn-Rust as her Kern, man who was a legend from ancient age of Terra. Oh, force of nature who traversed the wastelands between pneumatic seas at inhuman speeds. None amongst the Zayden could stand against his ebony vortex. By the time this oral tradition reached Orisha after multiple generations, nothing was left except for symbols more ambiguous than the tenets of the Finnish Circuit. Nonetheless, the people of the circuit treated these symbols as the sparks of civilization. The individual who emulates their Kern in action and speech would eventually don the Kern's armor and become a Kern themselves. Mr. Upper asked, so what about your Kern name, Eckert? Left this part blank. On the day after Eckert became a Skepta, Sage Orisha took her to the wilderness. The girl was taught how to identify clouds by their shapes and to make out those that would bring storm and thunder. The sage sang a song that people used to sing when Kern Ebon-Rust lived. His raiment flapped in the furious wind, an arc of light to purging the corruption of sin. Call me Arknight, the new Endfield operator replied. Everyone who met Arknight for the first time would agree that befriending her would not be easy. Being polite or offering praise for social purposes simply eludes her. Instead, her straightforwardness and harsh words left many wounded. You don't have to worry about assignments or missions given to Arknight, to quote a fellow operator who wished to remain anonymous. She's like a dark box. You simply can't figure out how she managed to pull it off, and she did it all by herself. Not have much information on the Finnish Circuit. This nomadic organization was rather small. We deduced that the circuit placed great emphasis on training extremely skilled warriors who can hold their own. It was find hard to believe that Arknight is actually an instructor, the anonymous operator added. Arknight would teach people knowledge of the Finnish Circuit at her outdoor classes. The location of these classes were never the same. Sometimes people who witness Arknight's lessons may change their views about her. Outdoor survival expert would easily detect the nearest source of water or mineral veins by tweaking her esoteric Finnish Circuit devices, or by sinking her fingers into the earth itself. It's like, ah yes, I feel the water. When Arknight tries to sense the environment, she would give off a strange aura that seems to harmoniously resonate with her surroundings. She would commune directly with every handful of dirt, piece of stone, growth rings of trees, and drops of dewglass on the bells. When these ritual-like sessions ended, everyone would find themselves speechless. No words were needed to describe what they had seen. Perhaps moments like these would help you realize Operator Arknight could be rather shy and easily embarrassed. It does sound very Mad Max Dune, yeah. Yeah, just without the war parts in the same way. More just like nomadic tribe kind of. Like closer almost specifically to like, oh god, what are they called again? The desert people in Dune. PM Community Hub entered barrier protocol? Something actual, like real? Like there's the Fianna part of Irish milk. Oh, is that where it comes from? I mean, yeah, no, that does kind of. But is that where it comes from, man? Irish. Songs of the Finnish Circuit, Part 1, Translator Edition. Composer, anonymous. Great sea so vast and wide, rose from the ground like ocean tide. Golden foul be screeched and expired as air turned rusty and crackled like fire. See the eerie glowing swamp, run for our lives, romp, romp, romp. Put on the black lung, find the rock horn, chop off the pink flesh, hiding the cleaving gorge. Note, based on our Finnish Circuit experts, the song serves to remind wildland travelers to stay away from blight matter. Fair enough. Seems like a good idea.
I would waste too much time looking for the Fiani Circuit gave me purpose.
The Fiani, oh yes, Fiani is how she says it. Yeah, the Fremen, I forgot their name, man.
Those who wish to live call out to us. We circuit walkers would heed their cries
Actual Borobi Corp suburb. What the hell is going on the PM community hub, huh?
The wisdom of the Fiani circuit is preserved in our songs. But since I am not a good singer, I will only recite the lyrics.
Fair.
Endministrator. The additional sounds give additional power to the name Endmin that the rest of Endfield calls you in private. I will be happy if you call me Arc Lightning Striker.
What a dork! What a dork! Arc Lightning Striker. She doesn't quite understand the term of administrator. Oh my Jesus, she's a goober. Secret goober. Oh, also, actually, if you look at her, if you look at her little badge here, that's very clearly looks quite quite Irish Gaelic in writing. It's like Climlichara. However you say it, I cannot pronounce Irish Gaelic. What's this Bellator here? Whatever that means. But then we have these three. I swear here, we'll go through these first.
My gadgets are idiot-proof, and if you find them too clunky,
some people rating it. Oh, it's a
read my instructions properly. Yeah, I gotta remind you not to fidget with things in my lab. I refuse to bear any responsibility should anything explode.
I will not look respectfully.
You might disagree, but all my gadgets feature industrial aesthetics. If I design something ugly, something is definitely wrong with its anthromeconomics.
What about your guns? Your guns are kind of ugly. Your like signature guns. Monster called claws. Yeah, I mean it's appropriate.
World. But the unknown is always exciting, right? Gotta dash. I need to give my mini-bots their daily dose of maintenance. What?
Another glass? Drinking! Yes!
Well, we can share another glass once my bots go to sleep.
Oh, she has a whole bunch of deviant genius. A leading aether scientist. Special aether surveillance device of Endfield Industries. Made her choice to better explore the unknown. Perhaps she joined Endfield Industries able to pursue research for research's sake. She treats science as an aesthetic experience and vice versa. This will explain why she treats fashion magazines as research materials. Truly a weird one. French likes to drink, no way. Yvonne, female, May 9, Vuivre. Physical examination report. Lifestyle extremely irregular. Excessive exposure to electronics and various scientific instruments. Mild issues with cervical spine. History of She has gamer posture. Mild issues with cervical spine. The leader of the chat. Damn, there's shit's really going on in there, huh? No neuropathy, no blight. No history of close contact. Never mind. What the fuck? I did not read that correctly. Permanent employment, Endfield, 3 years. Aetherside theory, design and mastered scientific instruments, approvers, Berlicode. Yvonne was recruited to the Specialist Tech Division of Endfield Industries as part of the talent recruitment program. Current Endfield scientists in our areas include Aetherside-related technology and devices. Remarkable skills, Endfield offered generous grants and research to help her achieve scientific and research independence. Background investigation revolved around an interesting finding. Her personal reviews on members of her team were very different from the reviews given by others. Classmate regarded by the team as a skilled engineer was determined an upright individual to Yvonne. Another classmate, lauded as a prodigious mathematician, was praised by Yvonne for her gentle nature. Years of experience working in HR division all many times Yvonne's unique skill of identifying personality strengths in other people. Spine from a gear screen. Yeah. Alright, look at this. This spine is very curved. What's she doing? Just gamer posture. It was kindness and childlike naivety in the treatment of people around her might explain her ability to notice these facets of personality. Scientist was simply too skilled in her profession. This may sound cruel, Yvonne could barely notice the hard work nor skills demonstrated by her co-workers because she was just too good. All she noticed was their personal traits and perks. Both factors may be true as they are not mutually exclusive. Wow. One thing to note is that Yvonne must be given sufficient space and independence to conduct her work. Me? So me? Research parts tend to pose significant hazards. Yvonne's purchase requests largely include cutting-edge monitoring devices. Yvonne could do research. Work at the procurement division became increasingly frustrated by Yvonne's request. Instruments and facilities, automated security affairs, civilization as applied. Most of them barely met Yvonne's precision and suitability requirements. Problematic person. Orders soon discovered that Yvonne had begun purchasing special sensors, electronic components, non-standard manufacturing models, and an assembly deck furnished with a robotic servo arm. As Yvonne clarified these purchases, we were not surprised by her answer. Scientists tended to modify and build her own scientific instruments. In fact, she had already taken the liberty of disassembling many earlier purchases for parts and components for modding purposes. We changed the category of the disassembled tools to supplies. Delta System drone management team reflected that Yvonne had installed various modules on the units allocated to her. These modified drones would provide research assistance. Admin level authorization for these drones with special programming skills. A hacker man. Make relevant updates on our procurement records and no longer exert admin level controls on these modified drones. We have assigned dedicated staff to liaise with Yvonne and monitor her latest lab activities. No intention to interfere with the scientific work, but they have to monitor, you know. Recording the expenditures and products of Yvonne's lab. Providing constant updates to security division. The possibility of Yvonne making aether explosive or other destructive weapons. Internal memo procurement division. They're worried. Mad scientist woman. Ever since you want to go over Professor Crow's blight scanner prototype. Ta-ta. And a rather lengthy adjustment period with her UWST co-workers as she moved into research center during Science Park. She had once again received reminders by Yvonne as well as strange explosion-like noises and unusual energy readings. In extensive discussions that followed Yvonne's skillfully lowered the effects of her work to a level that most of her neighbors found tolerable. Issue division simply passed over earlier concerns regarding Yvonne's mental well-being. This continued until Andre paid Yvonne a visit for the work. Engineer reported seeing Yvonne mumbling to herself as she installed a strange device, and this caught the attention of the HR staff. Mumblings were rather strange indeed and sound like a mother's affectionate cooing mixed with an unnatural amount of technical jargon. Oh, good job. Now let's run the previous input again, darling, but this time with new ambient parameters. Now, energy data can be incredibly complex, so don't move around while mommy fine-tunes your sensory modules. She's losing it. She's losing it. She wasn't always like this. Yvonne's initially regarded this as Yvonne's personal quirks and uncommon among scientists. Not uncommon. Further contact and observation revealed that Yvonne was applying a unique and extremely advanced form of programming. The giant contraption literally heard everything she said and was furnished with a standalone AI module to ensure that the machine could calibrate, correct, and update itself based on her verbal commands. And yeah, apparently you have to talk it like a mummy. Soon the result of the event's project was finally revealed. A machine the size of the family car that is seen in trans-aether tranquilizer automata. Ta-ta! 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 Very personally invested in her creations. Personal connection affected both Yvonne and Tata and was evaluate the potential effects of said connection. Dude, Tata. Hell yeah. First I thought getting along with you might be difficult. She's a woover and flamboyantly dressed one at that. People with such combinations tend to be less disposed towards friendliness. Greater time styling our horns, and yeah, we know this stuff. Yep. Working outfit. Yeah, she sure did modify her working outfit. Yep. Accoutrements on her clothing. Rumored to have attended various academic conferences decked out in these accessories. A number of our colleagues even tried to study and emulate her style. Fashion fad. One day I heard full Endfield at the cafeteria say, Yvonne isn't wearing any accessories. Amazed, I asked them about this, and they told me that Yvonne's accessories served more than just decorative purposes. Her working out was filled with all sorts of portable devices. Semi-transparent pink was made out of a custom tech fabric for added durability, strength, and a healthy resistance against aether radiation. Yvonne's necklace and jewelry were in fact various measurement devices that she had modified into her preferred shapes and forms. The nail varnish that Yvonne applied to her horns and tail was a special pigment whose color saturation would change with the levels of ambient ether. This would help Yvonne monitor change the environment. Jesus Christ! Never mind. Every part of design has a like explanation. It's just, it's high-tech gadgets, but she just put her own aesthetic on it. Academia and the civilization by the stagnating, damn. Young scientists and researchers are required to observe and familiarize themselves with the rules. Good classic academia. One card outfit going against the flow just might have saved her the trouble. Tried doing so back in my younger days, but my colleagues quickly reported me for being a creep and forced me to conform to the proper standards. Yvonne's probation review. Probation review? Why probation? Endfield separately leased the lab at the UWST Research Center for Yvonne's use. Scientists rarely communed with her colleagues in Enfield. Chen Yu would be an exception. Oh, okay. Sunny girl from Hongshan was curious about everything and never lacked the energy to explore and ask. Chen, easily bored and always looking for something new, often visited fellow Enfielders, including Yvonne. Yvonne did not feel staggered by Chen's visit. The scientist would in fact remind her by saying, "Do not touch the device and instruments because they actually do explode." Chen, on the other hand, was not intended by Yvonne's warnings. Conversely, she became a frequent visitor. Didn't even have to knock. After passing facial recognition, the lab door would automatically open and Yvonne's drones would lead Chen through the mess of cables that sprawled across the floor. Master would serve the visitor drinks. Chen would sit in the lounge and flip through Yvonne's fashion magazines. They were guaranteed to be the latest and most comprehensive collection in the entirety of Valley 4. One day, Chen visited Yvonne's lab to help her clean the place by sorting out things on a desk and old photographs stood out from amongst the numerous memos and handwritten notes and caught Chen's attention. She was more than familiar with the place in which the photograph was taken. Natural wonder from her homeland, Hongshan. It was deemed unsuitable for development and featured a mountain that floated in midair. I want to see this. Unusual phenomenon was caused by an aether rift buried within the mountain range. Aether energy that seeped out of the rift bent physical laws and dragged the tail of the range into the air. Parts of the floating mountain remained attached to the land, creating a spectacle that resembled a legendary Fermut of Yan raising its massive tail into the skies. Fermut mentioned. Dragon Fermut's mentioned. Many aether-caused wonders like this exist across Talos too, with the mountain Fermut of Hongshan being the most famous. Since the site was close enough to various cities and settlements, also attracted plenty of tourists. Most only see the grand spectacle from afar, but this alone left a lasting impression on those who had witnessed it. We're so gonna see this at some point. That sounds really cool. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Chen asked Yvonne about the photograph and was surprised to get a childhood story from the scientist instead. I didn't get along with almost everyone when I was a kid. Thought people were dumb and slow and couldn't understand me. Naturally, Dad and Mom got worried I might end up becoming a weirdo. I mean, you did. But they didn't give me lessons about the proper ways to behave. Instead, they took me to the mountains that reach for the skies. Usually drawn to the majestic sight, it was far beyond my understanding. My differences with other people felt insignificant compared to the great mysteries of this planet. It sparked my insatiable curiosity for this world. The visit made me inspired to unravel the secrets of the Aether side. No longer dwell on personal differences, and somehow that made dealing with other people all easier for me. Guess what? Yvonne smiled. I started making friends after that. Good parents, I guess? Yes, Francis. Just 2 more, and then we have a bunch of files. Actually, going through the character files is taking longer than I thought. Some of these files are pretty long. I haven't watched a single season of Invincible. Every travel the witness and strong physiques are necessary for warding off the elements. Traveling vendor, chauffeur, tour guide, mechanic, and a chef who can keep everyone fed. Dude, he's done so many things. Like deep fry, stir fry, skillet, simmer, steam, and stew.
The wise sages say, it doesn't matter how short-sighted you are.
Life is easier when you've experienced every choice.
How bad your taste is.
Made her touch. Actually, though, the parents actually just made her touch grass. That's insane.
When you've experienced every choice, Tian Shi Wang always says, true wisdom lies in those with the biggest appetite, because they can take insults like how oceans receive the rain.
Is that how it works?
Too much to be offended.
Okay, well, I think appetite in this case, I guess, is not referring to food.
Trust me, chefs are your best friend. Imagine someone who tries hard to.
But now you're just glazing yourself,
They're
Uncle
definitely
Panda.
people with big hearts. Travelers always have it hard. I remember my last trip back to Hongshan.
That panda trauma.
A whiff of that cooking smoke was enough to make me whip. The wise chef always says, trouble means nothing before a warm bowl of soup and a pot of finely brewed tea. Always remember to eat well.
He's a wise panda. Because clearly something fucked up happened, and he like left Hongshan and whatnot, and now he's like a traveling, multi-employed man. Codename Japan, gender male, with the May 19 Ursus. Wow, really? He's a bear? No way. Lifestyle is slightly irregular. History of alcohol use. History of living in the frontiers and near bodies of water. And there's a long one. Advised to remain compliant with the surgeon's prescription to reduce risk of cardiovascular diseases. Namely, maintaining a healthy diet by reducing intake of fatty, oily, and/or high cholesterol food, increasing intake of dietary fibers, and spending more time in fitness exercises. They're calling him fat. Well, it seems to be related to, yeah, like the blight incident with Li Feng as well, where Li Feng's like parents died, in some way at least. Was advised to monitor current issues of high blood lipid levels and high blood pressure. Yep, they're calling him fat. No arypathy, some blight, the contact. Work history, 25 years. Approvers, Chen Yu. Operator Da Pan, ID name Pan 1. Okay. Native Hongshan, claims to be nomadic chef and trader. Operator Chen Yu recommended Da Pan to Enfield Industries. He now works with Enfield as a specialist liaison of the Hongshan region. He old. Operator Da Pan's resume revealed his extensive social experiences. Stall vendor, electrician, carpenter, chauffeur. Chef work as a crowning achievement of his professional career. What the fuck? Career. Truly, he just loves cooking. Dapan's friendly enthusiasm and humorous personality during our conversation left a strong impression on me. When I verified his work experience as an engineer with the Hongshan Academy of Sciences, Dapan's expression became visibly downcast and displeased. However, he quickly reverted to his hearty smile and changed the topic with a casual joke. Do not believe his personal disagreements with several Hongshan Tenshis would detract the value of his partnership with Enfield. Okay, personal disagreements with... Conversely, proves that self-possessed chef also has the professional discipline and principles necessary of a true engineer. Dapan was assigned his private storage cabinet that he's stuffed with jars, casks, flasks, and yep, makes sense. Yo. People just start probably like camping out across his like behind his doors to like, hey, give me some food. But I might even decide to introduce personal mementos secreted away somewhere deep in the room. An empty jar and a yellow newspaper from Hammerfell. Hammerfell. Drinking cold cream cola with really fat rich pork cutlet was a bad idea. I'm feeling really bad. Dude, imagine that like insane plug of fat in your stomach right now. Just in your guts, filling you up. Lucky if you report that Dapan spent years traveling across Talos to and complete ran out of money in a southern city of the civilization ban. And then opened up a street side eatery. Number of passers-by even complained about Dapan's unclean wok. Excessive use of oil in his cooking, his preference for cheap ingredients. They don't know how it works, man. They don't understand. His insane wok-tossing skills. Yo, okay. The chi of the stir-frying pan. Hell yeah. Business boomed and people had to queue long and hard for a seat. Urban legend began spreading at that city. Magic sauce. Fucking mofa these nuts. Perfectly balanced seat that thinks it's a palate combination left many his hunger for more. The yellow newspaper in Dapan's collection happened to bear the headlines that read, Mysterious Hongshan cuisine in the city, biting into a serving of mofa magic. The MSG is real. Also, a tasteful aroma of fermented beans, a rich multi-layered complex of flavors. Doesn't really sound like beans, doesn't sound like MSG, but let's be real, it's actually MSG though. Just in apparently bean form. Dapan's magic sauce sounds very wrong after Li Feng's file. No, I think that's on you. I think that's a you issue. The one squint his eyes and with a wiry smile said it was never Mofa Young, but simply Mrs. Pepper, the most common bean paste and fried chili blend of Hongshan. The secret of the magic sauce came out. Why did you tell her diners and news reporters they have magical sauce? I never did that. Mrs. Pepper is notorious for her leaky jars, so I had to wrap this one in several layers of calligraphy practice scraps. When Wuling City was first built, a group of individuals professing to be construction material dealers arrived from the civilization band. Many bags and suitcases started living in several large hotels or rented houses near a number of major installation facilities. Mysterious banders did nothing else and not believe their rooms or houses day and night, knowing what they were doing. Because suspicious as the rooms and houses these banders stayed at exhibited hastily covered up damages to the walls, flooring, and waterproofing areas. They're no ordinary dealers, but a team of industrial spies who infiltrated Wuling to create illegal blueprints and steal secrets of Hongshan architecture, construction technology, and even Serenite itself. When I learned of this, the city guards immediately deployed a task force to arrest the spies, but they already packed what they were looking for and were on their way out of the city. Everyone was surprised when the chef named Dapan would show up at the guards. The owner of an eatery at the city suburbs brought him with dozens of bags and suitcases of various sizes. Guards searched them and found numerous custom-made surveillance instruments, construction tools, and a stack of hand-drawn engineering architectural blueprints. Verification revealed these drawings perfectly matched the hotel rooms and houses that these so-called Banter merchants stayed at. The guards were extremely grateful to Dapan for recovering intel on key Hongshan secrets. When questioned by the guards, the captain, Dapan did not reveal much about the retrieval of the bags and suitcases involved in the crime. Okay, but why are there secrets? Why can't you help other people also make good houses? It's just chilly, oh yeah. Panda only mentioned that he was in construction sector before and currently worked as a consultant on a trading platform for construction supplies. Strange job postings appeared on the platform while ago, and Dapan suggested an organization was trying to steal some illegal rubbing and distract their activities for days. Before leaving, Dapan also told the guys captain something rather cryptic. Heard about my establishment out of the suburbs? Took a very long while to pick that perfect spot. Helping out the Dijin canteen for about a month, Dapan formally proposed a suggestion to the internal management division, personalized reference posters at the catering windows in the kitchen. Companies responsible for food purchases must use these references posters to verify their purchase list. I started working there for 3 days. I told someone to get me some shangyao, hydrogenated mountain yam from the pantry. Skinned them and soaked them in cold water because I intend to make shangyao, hydrogenated stir-fried mountain yam. Know what I got? Sour potatoes! Had to change the dish to son la turusi under the spicy and sour potato shreds for that night. Then during the second week, some girl told me she wanted the cauliflower. I made gong ho hua hey. Here's the wok fried cauliflower. That's it she wanted. When served, the girl refused to have a bite and angrily went to the kitchen. She had the best to point at a cabbage and told me that was the cauliflower she wanted. Panda's going insane. People at the wrong things. Hey there, haha kekfu. Worst thing happened 2 days ago. I made an entire drawer of a dozen baskets of baozi and stuff, Hongshan buns and dim sum snacks. Someone started calling my baozi as mantou, which is no stuff. And Jen also tried to explain to the others that Yuzhum bao and pan-fried buns, wantang bao, and xiaolong bao aren't the same thing. But when Arknights insisted they're medium, large, and small, and Abby still wanted to call them crispy, jiggly, and cutesy, the poor girl got so angry she almost started a fight. I've worked as a chief, I think it's chef for years, and I don't mind the hard work and heat, but I cannot stand when people know nothing about food. That is a crime. Oh no. He's losing it. People are using the wrong terms for their food. End chef kitchen battle. This is presented. Orange fowl. Chop suey. 16 votes. Noodle burger. Tepambaozi. Fried rice with omelette, shrimp, strips, and scallions. Dapan, 73 votes. Dish presented maladofu, pabayaha, puri bugulin. It's just, oh, yep, they made food. Why is file 4 so like, almost like nothing? It's just like, yep. Cooking for asylum patients. It's so over. Alright, last character files. Professional linguist, oh. Esoteric and unfathomable glyphs of ancient civilization to abstract bare-bones scripts written and generated by algorithmic engines. Mind for cold rational logic. Often carries out formal discourse of all manners of smart and non-smart devices and machines that range from access security interface to toasters. Veritas be revered. Knowledge do we humbly seek, in wisdom's search we shall be free. Pray our verse from the cabal of tranquility.
Beauty is an anti-concept to us.
Anti-concept.
It is a philosophical definition with insignificant technical applications.
God, she's a nerd.
The perfect logic already exists. Our
Suddenly
good works
hungry.
will slowly lift its veil. Our work is but grains of sand from the desert and drops of water from the ocean. The cabal of tranquility can glimpse upon our past. We are the keepers of ancient lessons, listeners of bygone experiences, and heralds of dangers to come. It is fortunate that your Endfield has taken a path different from that paved by the ancients and administrator. Absolute tranquility is achieved when machine processes settle down to the hum of serene and constant frequency. Listen, and
she really truly is part of the Hekomisia. Shahi, female, May 16, Sarkas. A regular lifestyle often prides also sleep and gives into episodes of oversleeping. Excessive use of electronic devices. Mild keratoconjunctivitis sicca. Jesus, what the hell is that? Kerato... Commonly known as dry eye syndrome. They are using like all of the Latin possible words for like this. It's dry eye syndrome is what it's called. It's dry eyes. She has dry eyes, guys, or otherwise known as keratoconjunctivitis sicca. It is a medical report, yes, so it's accurate, but it's also like, fuck, I have to go Google what this thing is. No neuropathy, no blight. 1 year, information technology, ancient languages, Cabal technology. Approver, Lamira Alpha, Prioris, Cabal of Tranquility. Seraphine Shaihi is currently a member of the Cabal of Tranquility. She's amongst the first cohort of young Cabal members working at Endfield Industries, part of the program titled Upon the Shoulders of Giants, first joined of Endfield and Cabal of Tranquility, technological mass and ceremony discourse on the pedagogy of ancient knowledge and theories. Oh my Jesus Christ, words. No grass touch, no, absolutely not. She seems to be extremely interested in my mechanical construction sentience module. During our conversations, she repeatedly inquired how my linguistics converter transforms sentience logic signals into digital code interpreted as audio wave outputs by my voice generator. On every occasion, I politely request her to focus on the ongoing HR interview. Shai appeared rather disappointed and expressed her desire to install a duplicate set of my components into her physical body, her reason being this would improve my effectiveness of conversing with humans. I put out that Shai has a complete complement of human speech organs with an oral communication performance that far exceeds my electromechanical voice generation suit. Shai, however, seemed to be unconvinced. Wait, Martin Marvin Malin is a robot? He's robot? He's robo? He's not biological human, he is robo? Martin Marvin Malin is robo? All this time? He has been robot? Oh, he's technological being. Okay then. Damn. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. Like, he's kind of like, wow. It's also, it's only in a single, there's only a single file out of every character where you actually like learn that, oh, Martin is a construct? No other file mentions, you know, anything like it. Fucking damn. Okay. Besides this minor interview incident, the general profile of Shahi matches an individual capable of living with non-living constructs. This does not contradict her educational background of the Cabal of Tranquility, an organization remained rather secret during most of the last century. One thing to note is that the facial expression and physiological response analyzer of my sentience module failed to capture sufficient emotive changes or facial expression data from her. Suddenly this file is like, hey, by the way, yeah, Martin is like super very much a robot. He has a facial expression and physiological response analyzer. Martin Marvin Malin MMM M3? I don't think so. Because assistant for HR division does not sound like what we know of M3. But then, also, why was she, she's a woman? Why would Martin Marvin Malin that's all male names. Monsters baby, it could be something weird, who knows? But it is MMM and it could be M3. Post from Endfield forum. Alright, the long last name again. Yes. Endfield forum IRL. Cabal members visit the tranquil congregation where they perform their morning liturgies enlightened by the supreme and ancient Veritas itself. As guided by Veritas, the procession of Cabal members then made its way towards the lithic gate of the fort to search for the trails left by the pioneers who explored the lands of Talos 70 years ago. Observing the fine cracks and fissures upon the lithic gate and reviewing of restored data allowed Cabal members to experience the first sign of resonance that was received at the very place. A group of photographs also taken with accompanying infielders. Possession then quickly arrived at Dijon and visited Endfield Industries exhibit hall that showcased the organization's technological endeavors. Cabal members learned various concrete examples of Endfield Industries actively leveraging new technology expanded the funds of Talos 2. It was honored innovative achievements in many scientific fields such as originium electronics and techno-protocol mass transfer. Studying an actual working build of automated industry complex production. The Cabal members acquired further insights on the synergies combinations of ancient technology and emerging sciences. For the conclusion of the event, young Cabal representative Seraphine Shahin exchanged her conclusions that summarized the sights she had witnessed that day. I expressed that this pedagogical experience gave her fellow Cabal members a better understanding of the historical duty and future vision of the Cabal. On-site liaison, focus strategy would be in order to synergize the Cabal's Ministry of Ancient Tech and R&D capabilities Enfield. Also emphasized that she would continue revealing knowledge and purge the aberrant and pay homage to Veritas for it to work. In attendance also include Dean Peter Alpha, Prowess General Amir Alpha, and Vicar Julieta Delta of the Cabal of Tranquility, as well as Supervisor Perk of Enfield Industries. Author, Avivena, Enfield Today, issue 193. Oh, Avivena. Anonymous comment, A. Slugged here for years and never heard about Enfield Today. What happens to the other 192 issues? Anonymous comment B. It looks like a joke article written for some funny news. Anonymous comment C. Avivena wrote this, so it looks pretty legit to me. What? Are we really doing this? Confused? To find Shiny, simply head all the way down to the end of the engine room corridor. There's a tiny cabin. Shiny is definitely there outside her duty hours. Wrap your knuckles on the door according to this. Standard questions to expect include, this is not the engineering division. Did you plug in the power cord? Did you try resetting the It's IT. Once all these questions are answered, you see her eyes at the sliding people. You have now earned the blessing of Veritas. My next task is visualized in 610,500 milliseconds. Huge troubleshoot moves as Zippo calls on us and proposes a working solution relatively quickly. Decisions are always based on absolute reason and truth. It's just IT, man. She would meditate upon the massive data flow within the extremely cramped and poorlit room that she specifically applied for. Cabal would only reveal their research or their latest progress in their great Project Unlingua to those they deem fit. Most of those in an ancient civilization that existed before ours, whose ephemeral phantom continued to cling to Talos 2. Gee, I wonder who that is. Kabbalists, however, were the only ones capable of conversing with the ancients at great lengths. They would use a language beyond our hearing, each Cabal member serving as a mark that punctured the land of its ancient existence. Priestess cult. Oh. I mean, she's just, it's previous civilization, so, I mean. Querying the name Shaheen, the Enfield HR databank will return a few comments. Might be something going on between Shaheen and the canteen toaster. She would softly monitor the toaster every time she uses it. Captcha. Remember those assistants required for passing anti-bot captcha test requests on the bulletin board? Yeah, Shahi posted those. She can't get past the captcha, man. She's cooked. Sharky's hiding in the tiny room. It's more like a wall shrine if you ask me. Hardest place to find on the ship ever. Anyways, I'm looking for Shahi to help with the problem. I can't find her room. Send her his message asking where she actually is, and her reply is, oh. This is making me worry. Is this a code? Can you decode it? Has she been kidnapped? Do we need to save her? Continue. Absolute goober. I mean, I knew Shahi would be a goober, though. She's always been presented as a bit of a goober. Daily Guide and Penitentials of Tranquility. Night Vigil, exactly 0300. Faithful shall be seated before the screen and inspect the exceptions made in the day prior. Daybreak Liturgy, 1024. Faithful shall recite a very specific time. Reading character files? Reading character files, and then once we're done with the character files, we'll move on to the other database files. Because I was saving all this reading for like once I had everything unlocked. And now I said, hi there, Chaotic. I love goobers. Recording everything? Yep. Well, I mean, it'll be on stream VOD. Also, these are, if you want to find these are on the Enfield Terra Wiki already. What was it called? No, it's Enfield Talos Wiki, obviously, not Terra Wiki. Pictures will be seen before the screen. Okay, wait, 1024. Well, okay, that's a weirdly specific number, but I guess it's a multiplier. It's a multiplication of whatever bits, right? 1024, 2048. Only as much of this is possible for our own videos, including you. Lending themselves to the grammatonic architecture of ancient scripture and uphold the commandment against the sinful abuse of the sinful abuse of the semicolon? Hey, Baku, get it. Don't stop that. Don't sinfully abuse the semicolon over there. Shaking my head. Duodecimal discourse. Exactly 1200. Faithful shall hold their meaningful discourse on the results and or progress of their work. Inspect the scripture codes for their peers and express gratitude for the holy symbols granted by Veritas. Compline pardon. 2224. Faithful shall upload the day's worth of good works to the vault of scripts. They shall pardon and understand each other, because no matter the language of the scripture used, every member of the Cabal is a sibling of faith who shall lead us all into the frame of absolute logic. Interesting schedule they have. The emote police out here. Dude, semicolon debates. Insane. Well, that was all the character files. Yeah, most of them are most obviously about the character themselves, and then, you know, a couple of them obviously give us hints. Like, obviously this gives us hints to Finnish circuit. And obviously reconvener files. I mean, Gilby's inserter is obviously very interesting if you're interested in the reconveners and stuff. And Ember's files were still fucking wild, by the way. Jesus Christ, they got so dark. I don't think I have all the weapons though, but the weapons don't have a whole lot of like lore bits on their like data stuff. Or it's just like little short bits. I wouldn't know, I don't have her rip. TLDR on Ember, insane war veteran trauma. Like, extreme. Wait, let me just, I'll read you an excerpt.
Yes.
The one point where we were reading it and we were suddenly just like whiplashed on like, oh my Jesus Christ, what the hell? It went from like 0 to 100 instantly. Where is it? Which one is it? Not this one. I think it's here. Here, the battle raged for another half an hour. Azrilla, which is Ember, failed to save Nilla from the Agaloid lair. An Angelos rammed its horn through her broken corpse and dragged her along the ground as a human warrior would parade a war trophy. Azra was almost overwhelmed by the carnage as he surveyed the terrible loss. Corpses of her fellow Oathkeepers and Angloy were strewn across the broken field. Death raked the wilderness with its rusty scythe and left weeping gashes of carnage on the land itself. The ensign did not know whose howling she heard. She finally realized this was not a war. War is something that would eventually end. The Cauldron of the North does not. It's just out, like they were, you know, they were close to getting to it. You know, they were getting to it, but it's like they're along this file, they're building up to like, oh, Ember is a very skilled person, so they're putting her in to solve the issue. And then, nah, shit went completely fucked. And this is, this incident is what then made her exile herself and eventually join Endfield. And like try to redeem herself. It's dark. It's not like super dark. Otherwise, it's just suddenly the descriptions of what happened just come in and just blast you in the face, which you don't get a huge amount in most places here. Where it's suddenly just, oh yeah, just rammed its horn through her broken corpse. Yep, cool, thanks, wow. It's quite the whiplash when you're just reading through it. Suddenly just like, oh, Jesus, okay, wow, yikes. All right, where's our next, it's not, we should, well, first of all, there's billions of these. We should focus on the big ones, which is reports and Nexus files. These are like the main ones. These are the most important ones. Because here, I mean, the reports I can get from here, like, we can read, like, you kind of read through these, but we'll read through the big files, because there's actually so much. I might have to do another streaming, like, another just set of reading for, like, all these little bits, instead of just the full reports, because Jesus Christ, also, I'm still missing the 6 out of 7. We have, because the main ones are the Nexus files and the reports. These are, like, the big ones. Obviously, Reconveners is a big one. This we read at one point earlier already, for Reconveners, and there you can see the tree. But yeah, and this is about the returning characters from Arknights, all about them, on how they function. And also mentioning Warframe a little bit as well. Actually, I wonder if actually some of these files are just the stuff that we had, I think, through the Twitter, actually. Yeah. Okay, this is actually a file that was posted on the Twitter, so this was actually already reading through. This is just the Talos 2 lore. Yeah, this was actually in the Twitter post. Okay, so some of these are from there, huh? Is this also the Twitter one? Yeah, this is also the Twitter one. Okay, so this stuff we've already gone through, so there's nothing really new here. UWST we have not gone through because that we didn't get a post for. UWST is the largest union of self-governing worker syndicates of Talos 2, believes in the guiding law where quantitative change will transform into qualitative change. UWST is the manufacturer of most industrial and mining machinery, facilities, and tools used in Talos 2. Also the undisputed leader of raw materials and resource production in the New World. History of UWST dates back to the Age of Terra. UWST crewmates actively participated in the pioneering of Talos 2 and were the very first organization to reach the New World. Detailed and professional work planning, as well as their brutish yet extremely powerful fleets of machinery of the UWST, were essential and instrumental in the early phase expansion across Talos 2 and the rebuilding after the First Anglo War. It's also the war. UWST today seems hampered by its ever-growing and increasingly inflexible organization, but they continue to cling to the UW spirit. Massive syndicates is synonymous with humanity's construction and expansion efforts. With the support of precision logistics from the TGCC and powerful new technologies provided by the Hongshan Academy of Sciences, UWST continues to churn out one forward base after another from the gargantuan yards of their industrial capital, Mat Gororov. After all, the UWST is the engine that drives the expansion of the human frontier. Oh, I read that one. Just read that one. Hongshan Academy next. Oh, no image for this one. Don't brush the Twitter post away like everyone has read them. I've gone through them on stream. I guess, sure. I want to read through the ones that I haven't read through, though. Natural side of the gas chain in Talos. Pioneers from Terra reopened the Aether Gate and first stepped upon this. Because this is where we get the confirmation for the 152 years minimum of the time skip. And then however much time there is between current Arknights and the gate, like, opening, or like people going through the gate. Atmosphere, enough oxygen for life, sufficient greenhouse gases, looms in the sky. Constant reminders for the countless light years that exist between the current location. It's now also, yeah, confirmation that it's many light years between Terra and Talos. Great mountain ranges, crisscrossing river systems, and rich vegetation cover gave rise to a rather resilient biosphere. After the Aether Gate collapsed, the Terrans survived on Talos 2 for well over a century. Natural resources have been essential to supporting the livelihood of local populations. Generations, the stranded Terrans and their descendants built and expanded various outposts and towns across this new world and created footholds for civilization. And yeah, here's obviously where indeed the gate collapsed. About 100 years. Well, actually, I think the 100 years is mentioned somewhere else. According to astronomical observations, there are an undisclosed number of notable satellites besides Talos 2 orbiting around the gas giant, but only the latter is habitable. Given the unique position of Talos 2 in the star system, as well as the presence of the Aether Gate, we have reasons to believe that this habitable environment was not a coincidental gift of the universe. It's almost like it's been terraformed before. Also, I can actually just click next, huh? Endfield Industries is an independent company that primarily focuses on providing pioneer engineering technologies and services. Endfield vision is to build and expand the frontiers of Talos 2. The first pioneers arrived at Talos 2. Rhodes Island and its other partners jointly founded Endfield Industries to serve as a think tank and forward prospector. So yeah, Rhodes Island was part of the founders of Endfield. Administration had led numerous Endfield geological survey teams and generated data maps for numerous frontier regions. After the link between Talos 2 and Terra was severed, the frontiers mates of the New World were forced to face the threats posed by the Anglo and the Blight on their own. Endfield thus stepped to the forefront and continued to do so to this very day. Endfield became an integral part of the future of Talos due to its novel technologies such as protocol origin teleportation, which is how they do all this stuff, automated industry complex, controlled energy distribution, and OVMD Young. The only orbital vehicle of Talos 2, and they call it an orbital vehicle, so we don't know if it can function as a spaceship otherwise. The dangers emerged to threaten the budding civilization of the New World. Endfield once again initiated her journey to expand the frontiers. We read that one. Next up is Hongshan Academy of Sciences. The HUS is the largest and most professional integrated R&D campus of Talos 2. While the HUS continues to feed almost the entirety of the civilization and enrich the bread baskets of the planet, the Academy also made rapid and tremendous progress in various fields of emerging sciences. Foundation of the house was laid down by a surveillance team from Yun dispatched to Talos 2. During the few short hours after the first Angloid War broke out, these Chanshees had the chance to return to Terra via the Aether Gate, but they chose to stay and join the battle. Okay, so actually... Okay, so the Angloid War was before the gate broke. It might have broken during the war, actually. That would make sense. This decision resulted in them being stranded on Talos 2 with the other pioneers. Since these Chanshees traded themselves as representatives of the Tianxi Borough, the Hongshan crater discovered afterwards was bequeathed to these Chanshees to serve as the site of the new borough. Since the crater was extremely habitable, large scientific complexes and hydroponic facilities were built in this area. The region formally registered as the Hongshan Academy of Sciences days before the signing of the Band Accord. Yeah, I mean, it's very much implied that yes, the gate broke during the Angloid War. To date, the Husk continues to call itself an R&D institution of Yun and governs its territories as such, and it's established specialized ministries for raising livestock and crops. Occasionally, the Husk would receive criticism for extremely strict standards of admissions and chronic shortage of Tianxis. However, the Husk has always responded by repeating its compliance with the provision of the Band Accord. Given such a commitment to the quality, professionalism, and skills of its graduates, Husk scientists are very respected by the Talosians. Then we have TGCC, Talos 2 General Chamber of Commerce, our capitalist overlords. The TGCC is the most influential corporate conglomerate of Talos 2. TGC members cover every sector of manufacturing and services, ranging from leading arms manufacturers from the Age of Terra to food catering franchises with stores deep in the frontier. Okay, well, it's like Raytheon and whatnot. What originally is Age of Terra. I wonder when, like, did the Age of Terra, like, stop when the gate broke? Or is that just referring to, you know, life back on Terra? What's Age of Terra? It's like suspicious wording, I don't know. During the First Angloid War, the TGCC was in charge of maintaining the Talos Terra lifeline. Now that the wars ended, truck convoys stranded in the alien world continued to roar across the roads, making commercial economies, messenger-based courier services, and modern lifestyle possible in Talos 2. With hands tightly gripped around the steering wheel, the truckers cruised across the lands with headlights blazing, carrying containers filled with supplies and resources to link the growing camps, villages, and towns upon the new world. That was a long-ass sentence. Though the industrial giants of old Terra remained a dominant force, the truckers who earned the trust and respect of the Talosians during the war became masters of their own destiny, and thus they transformed into conductors steering the great wheel of the TGCC. Yeah, because I'm assuming Age of Terra would probably be, yeah. It's either before the gate broke or before they started migrating to Talos 2. I guess those would be the ones that make the most sense. To date, the upper echelons of the TGCC prefer to call themselves the Shadow Investors and proprietors of the Civilization Badge. Shadow Investors. They love the quarterly financial reports, hell yeah, and annual meetings with their shareholders, hell yeah, as well as the splendorous beauty of the great Cosmopolis. Dude, they keep teasing this cosmopolitan, like, this massive cyberpunk city with the TGCC. I cannot wait until we get there. I want to see it in its glorious 3D glory. TGCC leaders, the practice with a capital P, they have codified is sufficient in defining the present and future of Talos 2. Such confidence was essential for helping humanity endure their darkest hour, but people often forget how addictive it could be. You just think why they started migrating? I don't think so, at least I haven't run into it yet, any specific reason why they started migrating, other than just like, I don't know, the human condition to explore the world or something. It's not even like migrating, it's just, you know, like some people move to Talos, but obviously a lot of people stay on Terra. TGC will make every phone explode, huh? I think this also had a Twitter post, but Ovin Dijang is a spacecraft in geostationary orbit in geostationary. Here they say spacecraft in geostationary orbit above Talos 2. Current headquarters of Enfield Industries. When lost their lifeline to Terra when the Aether Gate collapsed and the First Angloid War broke out. Okay, well yeah, this very much says that they happened at the same time. In the moment of despair against this sudden threat, human factions that included UWST, Haas, and TGCC jointly initiated several research projects. OVMD Jung was one of them. After a series of events, Enfield Industries became part of humanity's war effort. Many rare and non-renewable tech resources were used to construct Dijang in Talosian orbit. This was a feat of technological marvel that could never be replicated. Oh, it was construct Dijang in Talosian orbit. Yeah, so it was actually constructed up in orbit. Dijang is powered by a massive core protocol originating. Yep, core is responsible for keeping the master protocol system operational and supporting various subsystems that include the teleprotocol TP and automated industry complex. Most operators and staff for Endfield Industries also live in the orbital spaceship as well. They say what is expected to happen to Terra due to Originium. Well, that's assuming we assume that Keltsit's like bloodline of combat skin is like the canon future, which sort of the whole point of the main story is preventing that exact future. So Originium in Talos too. Well, if they can, but I mean that's kind of what the whole story is, you know, going towards, is preventing it. Otherwise we end up with an actual like bad ending thing. And also clearly at the time of people going off to Talos, that wasn't the situation yet, seemingly, because over here they mentioned the people like, oh, they could have returned to Talos. So clearly, at least back then, there was still a point to actually returning to Talos, or returning to Terra, not Talos. Like, they could have gone back, but they chose not to. But like, they could have, so clearly Terra was still fine at that point. So if Terra has been consumed by Originium, it would have happened in the time between the gate being broken and now. Rather than... Batting wouldn't be surprised, but that's a good point about Terra. No, that's the thing, though. That's just wrong, though. AK isn't all depresso. AK is ultimately, the story is about hope. It is ultimately still a hopeful and sort of power of humanity story. Like, it always, pretty much always ultimately goes in that direction, even if it's a lot of suffering along the way. I wonder what they're saying here in Originium for Talos 2, though. In Talos 2, Originium remains the primary source of energy and a key material for industrial production and the arts. Hostile environments of Talos 2 motivated scientists to achieve numerous theoretical breakthroughs. The last 150 years witnessed the release of new power generation and industrial production solutions for ever-increasing efficiency. However, Originium remains the basis for all of these advancements. Pioneers of the New World know very well that the most basic forms of industrial production could not be achieved without Originium boilers and Originium arts. Wouldn't be a surprise. Well, that's no, because it would be a surprise. To me, if they had a bad ending, it would be a surprise. As a bad ending, as the canon ending. Because the ultimate theme of the story is hope. It would betray the themes and setups of the story and narrative if you end up with a bad ending with no hope. It would be weird. It would also be dumb and betray the themes and narrative. Pioneers also chose to learn from the mistakes of the past and look for new solutions. Development of the controlled Originium distribution technology have a degree of control over the growth of Originium clusters and made it possible to cultivate them in specific areas. Core greatly reduced the likelihood of catastrophes on Talos 2. Greatly reduced the likelihood, so not prevent? Additionally, long-term neuropathy treatment was well received by the Talosians. Preventative neuropathy shots, we did see the vaccines mentioned in the character files, and therapeutic suppressants were also developed. Infected were no longer stigmatized in Talosian towns and villages now that treatment became readily available. Though the situation looks hopeful, regenerated issues and challenges continue to affect the New World. Well, at least they confirm everything here, pretty much. Disagree? I mean, I just think that it would just be narrative betrayal, so I don't see it happening. Protocol Originium. Proto-rig. One of the core technological marvels achieved by Endfield Industries. Network of proto-rig crystals was used to establish a teleprotocol network. Transferring personnel and materials between two locations across great distances is no longer science fiction nor dependent on legacy tech such as the Aethergate. I think they call it legacy tech. Yes. Network of proto-rig crystals. Shortly after arriving at Talos 2, many scientific research teams noticed the interactions between Originium and Aether energy and how the said interactions affected physical phenomenon and spatial continuity. Led by the administrator, Endfield carried out extensive research on this phenomenon and created the special protocol Originium and identified the means of utilizing multiple proto-rig create teleprotocol networks. TP technology received little attention when first released, as its proto-rig system used the extremely hazardous Aether, and a single trip can only move a very limited number of personnel and resources. Breaking out of the First Anglo War changed everything. Use of both the proto-rig and TP network was validated in the brutal fields of battle and secured humanity's survival. Yeah, some are acronyms or just shortenings or abbreviations, yeah. And also, I mean, TP is essentially just, you know, teleport. Teleprotocol, teleport. The AIC. AIC is one of the key technologies of Endfield Industries and represents the successful miniaturization and modularization of industrial production. I think this one had a Twitter post, but this one actually didn't have a Twitter post. This one did. Small team of professionals armed with AIC technology can quickly develop a fully functional automated production line. On this design principles, AIC was already preserved even before the pioneers of Talos 2 departed from Terra. Traditional approach involved moving entire city plates to reliquid production lines. In contrast, portable and modular processing facilities that can be deployed according to specific needs were regarded as the next stage in the advancements of Originium industries and production. Proposal was deemed extremely suitable for environments of Talos 2. To convert theory into reality, Enfield committed vast amounts of R&D resources. Years of repeated testing, redesigns, and reiterations carried out the joint Enfield UWST hub base finally achieved a current build capable of satisfying most production requirements. Full deployment authority of the AIC is now granted to the administrator and I believe Perlica to extent as well. Oh, here's reconveners. I'll quickly scan through this if there's something new. We have read this on stream before. I'll quickly scan for if there's something that catches my eye after we know more. Didn't work on info facilities, yep. Reconveners. Okay, the first original crystal that traversed the Aether Gate to arrive at Talos 2 was contaminated in the final battle of the First Anglo War. Okay, but it's a weird sentence, but it doesn't happen at the same time. It's just that the first Originium crystal that traversed the Aether Gate to arrive at Talos 2 was contaminated in the final battle of the First Anglo War, but that obviously happened quite a bit later, probably. They didn't happen right next to each other, because the Anglo War didn't start right as the first people came through. First Origin kills the shroud that Theros is used. It's seemingly yes. Actually, it is a crystal or a part of the first Originium, which is the one that Theros is used. I don't know how I said. I heard that Kazuo. So it should be yes. It's at least a part of the first Originium, if nothing else. The fundamental nature of the info crystal was damaged, causing degradation in its properties. Despite the contamination, several intact data shards remained within the chaos of its assimilated universe. Anyone wishing to navigate the corrupted data streams within these shards can be perceived as a never-extinguishing beacon of blinding light. Because the Originium woods, I believe, gets essentially formed through this contamination, this corruption. And that also, probably explains why indeed the reconveners end up not being quite the same person when they're pulled out of the woods, because it's the first Originium has been sort of corrupted. Corrupted data. So M3. To achieve various objectives, both the administrator and M3 tacitly allowed Warfarin, leader of Rhodes Island at that time. True though, because this is the part where it's because we were thinking of if Warfarin is the leader of just Rhodes Island in general, or specifically the Talos branch. But this kind of implies that she was the leader of the entirety of Rhodes Island, not just the Talos branch. Copy-pasting original data into real life. Yeah, but the data is also corrupted. Because this kind of implies indeed that she was the leader of Rhodes Island fully. And not just a Talos branch of it. Effectively, it becomes leader of Talos branch specifically because the gate breaks, Warfarin's still on Talos, rest of Rhodes Island still on Terra. Because Warfarin obviously completely fine living, she's gonna live a long time. So it's not weird that Warfarin would become the leader at some point. But also the thing is that this would have happened, 150 years ago. So she was already a leader by that point. Which is, for example, one of the big questions is indeed, how long has it been from current Arknights timeline to when people actually went through the gate to Talos 2? We really have no idea how long that time frame's gonna be. Because sometimes it feels they were already kind of working on fixing the gate, so it can't be that long. But then, at the same time, there's things that apply that quite a bit of time has gone between between those. The stream happened 150 years ago. Did you imagine? Ami is dead, Doctor is dead, Ami may sarcophagus again, and Kelsid is somewhere, who the fuck knows. Well, because Kelsid is probably gone because M3 exists, and there's implications, but it's not a guaranteed, but there's some implications that because M3 exists, Kelsid might not exist anymore. Doctor is probably an administrator, or at least some form of doctor. I mean, Ami is either dead or just not leading roads anymore, because, you know, she might have other things to take care of, except other than like being the administrative lead of Rhodes Island. She might have bigger things to take care of. Already working on fix doesn't mean it will be fixed anytime soon. That's the thing. Maybe it took them decades to fix it, even with Aegir's help, which they're already building up to as well. So. Conduct a major repairs and decommissioning the first originally. Reasons unknown, the reversing nature of Aether was greatly slowed near the data vein. It is also the reversing nature of Aether. When referring to decipher this data vein, death readings of a data shard underwent a spontaneous spike as decrypted from the simulators into real space. Yeah, because this is the part where just by accident, the first reconvener happens. Being infected means having a greater chance to become a reconvener. I think it seems that, well, this, we'll get to it. It says it here later. I don't think it's necessarily about the amount of data, because it says here somewhere. Alright, thus far, every reconvener who left the Originium Woods has been friendly and willing to work with Rhodes Island and the Administrator. All of them seem capable of realizing that they are a unique individual, despite sharing partial knowledge of the life experience and interpersonal relations with stemming with distant memories of Terra. Such knowledge also allows reconveners to use skill and ability of the original character. Actually, that wasn't the part that I was thinking of. Where is it later? Later find the community with data shards. Despite the concerns of others aware of their existence, she began to actively explore the Originium Woods. Our friend encountered data shards willing to set food on Talos. It should be set foot on Talos, but so here there is. Our friend encountered data shards willing to set foot on Talos too, and thus she designed a process to better lead them out of the woods and enter the new world. It's specifically, you have to be like, first of all, in the assimilated universe, which is just most people on Terra, almost everyone. And then have a data shard who is willing to come out. Food is always correct. Okay, fine. They want to cook on Talos too. They were born for this. Many reconveners arrived at Talos too while the Administrator hibernated. Reconveners began exploring the world and seeking their own destinies, and they did so with the goal of assisting the Administrator in mind. It's totally not because Administrator is Doctor, by the way. Foreshadowing of the dungeon actually collab. Oh shit. Leading reconveners out of the woods is essentially an act of creation, Warfaring bore the responsibilities for her actions, though she would occasionally vent out her frustrations to Enfielders who knew of this project. After every stress-fueled episode, she would remind everyone how years of extensive experience taught her that everything was worth its while. Note, the years of extensive experience Warfaring claims have are subject to change, with the figure being 500 years a century ago, 300 years half a century ago, and dropping to 20 years in her most recent claims. Any Rhodes Island and Enfielders willing to trust in the beacon of the woods, as well as the wills that followed the light and emerged from the roiling chaos? I believe so too. The reconveners are very interesting. The implications of chapter 14 and everything, it's like, damn. It really, man, if this Enfield stuff, like, came out before Global had chapter 14, however, most of Global would be incredibly confused on what the hell they're on about. Because it completely relies on knowledge of chapter 14 Originium mechanics. I refuse Kazuo. I literally put into one of the surveys, I was like, do not bring back Frost Nova, by the way. I swear to God, if you even attempt to. I know it's possible now, but no, you better not. I think the reconvener stuff is actually, I like the reconvener stuff just because it's a very good way of doing the returning characters for the most part. Valley 4. Valley 4 is a frontier production region chosen by UWST, located along the fringes of the civilization band. Jesus Christ, it's already 2041. Where are we? Okay, yeah, pretty much. I think I have time to like read through the rest of these files and then probably these reports, and then I'm gonna have to get going. Because yeah, that's the thing. It's a good way to separate the returning characters and like, or just separate the, you know, reused characters from the original so that they're a different character, rather than having them actually just be the same person. And it's more interesting mechanics, and like so there's actual mystery and like stuff to find out for the returning characters as well, rather than it's just like, oh, it's the character I know from Arknights with nothing new. Valley 4 is a frontier production region chosen by the UWST, located along the fringes of the civilization band. When the Anglo War finally ended, humanity made plans to push the frontiers further across the world. UWST directed its focus at Valley 4 due to the rich mineral wealth of the region. With the support of Endfield Industries, the UWST began various construction projects in Valley 4. Following the completion of various quarries, mines, and production bases, the UWST began deploying research facilities to pursue energy-related R&D projects such as applied originium technology and originium cultivation in Valley 4. UWST had high hopes and expectations for the Valley 4 venture. However, a disastrous accident deprived Valley 4 of its great originium oak, and the UWST became concerned in the future investments. Oh yeah, the great originium oak is a whole thing as well. Only Sarkis operators. Yeah, because you could only bring back people who are really old, and also it's an awkward logistic situation if you had to only bring back people who are actually like capable of living that long, and then also were on Talos 2 before the gate broke. Oh hey there Comiera, and thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Huge, massive, thank you. Dante, passo? Me jump scare. I gifted. I mean, we can get one more Dante. There we go. Where were we? So did anyone? I see some regulars here. They got lucky. They got some gifteds. Nice. Thank you. Where were we? Here, research for the pursue energy-related R&D applied to originium technology and originium cultivation. You had high hopes and expectations of Valley 4 venture. However, a disastrous accident deprived Valley 4 of its great... Oh yeah, here. UWST became more conservative in future investments. Fortunately, Endfield has recently expanded the hub-based site in Valley 4 for carrying out techno-protocol testing, production protocol facilities. In essence, Endfield investments kept the Valley 4 economy afloat for the time being. Oh, there's Blight. I think... This is another... I think this was on Twitter. I would rather have less freedom returning characters personally. Yeah, but the form of like restriction that it would be if you only had people who were actually alive and on Talos when the gate broke, it's an insanely limiting factor. Like, it would mean like a huge cast of people. It would limit the type of characters you could have to a very small subset of people, unless you find some other ways to get around it, like hibernation, sleep, or whatever. But also the fact that they like would have to be characters who were A, around when the gate was active, B, on Talos, and C, stayed on Talos when the gate broke. It's like, it's a little too specific. Like, it limits the type of characters you could have there. We would not have Gilberta. We would not have Snowshine. Or any of the other possibly interesting characters that we could have in Endfield. Because of it. Clone or hibernate people. Well, clones are more boring than whatever this one is. This one, the current version is far more interesting and actually uses like mechanics of the universe. Rather than just like, oh, we clone them. Like the hibernating people is like, okay, but at what point would they have decided to randomly hibernate? Like, what motivation do they have to just hibernate people other than Enderman? So, yeah, rather reconvening stuff rather than limited Sarkis, Pharaohs, gods, and some, you know, other, like, whatever. And, like, there's no even motivations for hibernating people, and also, it might not be possible to hibernate, you know, that many people. It might be a thing that, you know, not everyone is capable of surviving, and they might not have all the tech. I mean, they have sarcophagus, yes, but it might not be, you know, maybe it's not compatible with all life. And closure, Cal, Amia, and whose target is fine with me. Well, I mean, Cal is probably not around. Amia probably actually wouldn't necessarily survive that long, even being a chimera. Closure would be around, yes. If she had any reason to go to Talos, because that's a whole other thing, is that you have to have people who have a reason to go to Talos as well, and some of them might just not have a reason. General term for describing hazardous subterranean surface, atmospheric, and orbital phenomena Talos 2, such as phenomena. Why is it so like weird? It's like really bright down here and like makes the text hard to read. Active blight, static blight, or of which static blight is often regarded as the residual remains left when an active blight episode has subsided. Okay. Classical cases of active blight, such as blight floods commonly seen on the surface of blight tides and bodies of water. Okay, this is not the Twitter post, actually, this is a separate one. Optical properties unique to blight, often seen as fluorescent displays of strange colors, such as blight phenomena. Such blight phenomena can inflict decisive and/or irreversive destruction, variable rates of damage object in contracts or swallows. In other words, when blight can deprive matter and/or time from the physical space it manifests in. Okay. Destruction can either be rapid and absolute or slow and slight. After a period of time, the shortest lived blight on record is 270 milliseconds, while the oldest blight was active for over 149 years. But our was active, so it was removed. Active blight will slowly decay into static blight that resembles a layer of fluid asphalt covering the remains of the destruction wrought by active blight. Blight exerts unique effects on sentient life forms. Survivors of blight events often report auditory and/or visual hallucinations, sudden episodes of stress or other mental conditions, even in the complete absence of blight-induced brain injury. Bleeby. Blight-induced brain injury. Bleeby. Note, almost all cases of bleeby fail to survive. Why the bleeby sounds like such a cute term though? Why bleeby? Fucking bleeby. Having gathered more than a century's worth of samples and data, we can now confirm active blight appears in places where the depth readings hit a positive number. Probability distribution of active blight in descendants is typically a bell-shaped curve against an x-axis of depth readings from 0 to 1. Okay, so depth stuff you see in like the maps and whatnot when the maps load in is indeed like blight or aether side active stuff. I think we got this confirmed earlier, but this like absolutely confirms it. Bleeby Lord Vader on Bilibili. The aether side. Aether side is an overarching term for describing areas where depth reading is at 1 in subterranean, surface, atmospheric, and orbital regions of Talos 2. In the timescale of Talos 2, the aether side is currently overlapping with real space. Flow of matter and energy between the two dimensions has been verified. Even the timescale of Talos 2? In Talos 2, the barrier between the real space and aether side may sometimes rupture or create an interspatial conduit, and in rare occasions disrupt the very timescale itself. Colloquially referred to as the rift, depth readings near rifts typically approach 0.5, which also means that active blight has a higher probability of occurring at these places. Unlike matter, aether side energy can flow into real space via potential transformation. Energy flow can occur even without the rift, and scientists have used this phenomenon as the basis for creating the experimental aether cell. Mysterious aether manifestations that occasionally appear in real space may also be caused by the said phenomenon as well. When aether flow into real space exceeds a particular threshold, an uncontrollable explosion may randomly occur. Yay! Now, the physical presence of the administrator, Protocol Reginium, will only function in areas with spatial and temporal properties that allow the existence of aether. And also, yes, reconvenience does allow you some sort of essentially final revival mechanics. Man, time fuckery with aether is oh boy. Also, this is a pretty Angeloi. The Angelos, plural Angeloi, refer to any hostile and animated entity comprising natural matter and a halo structure, created by an anchor via catalytic construction. At the history of humanity's expansion across Talos 2, the Angeloi have always been our primary threat. Angeloi War is so named because of the enemy we fought. 4 currently verified modes of Angeloi behavior: construction, deconstruction, mimicry, and attacking human-built objects. However, since the anchor-induced Angeloi formation process resembles that of industrial production, we are uncertain if the Angeloi can be classified as a living or biological life form. They also just like make construction sounds. If you just listen to them out in the world like ambiently, they just make construction sounds sometimes. They sound like machines. Construct pattern of an angeloid entity refers to its outward appearance, mode of movement, and means of attack. A single anchor tends to create angeloid with only a limited number of construct patterns, though they may include occasional non- or alter pattern variants. Hence, an anchor's property is defined by the range of angeloid construct patterns it can create. This is the first Angloid war. Humanity has encountered new construct patterns of Angloid, giving rise to the standard Angloid classification system. SAC is designed to help users search and identify weaknesses and best tactics for neutralizing particular angles. SAC. Currently, most Angloid threats come in the form of raids stemming from unknown sources or random anchorfolds. Nevertheless, humanity's history records describe how the entirety of the northern frontier was destroyed within 24 hours after the first Angloid war broke out. Anglos is likely to remain as the most dangerous challenge to human civilization on Talos 2. Weird boys. Yes, Yander, I'm not sure why this is relevant at this moment, but this is true. That is in the module. Landbreakers, with their RPG. Landbreakers usually refer to groups of armed raiders in the fringes of society who make a living by robbery or other forms of criminal violence. The concept of landbreaking is unique to Talos 2. Origins of the landbreakers can be traced back to the 59th year after humanity arrived at Talos 2, okay? Wildlands warlord named Jakub Mason named his massive raider army the Landbreakers. Former hero of the Angloid War, occupied a large Reginium cultivation site and founded the most dangerous raider organization in the history of Talos 2. Warlord Jakub was a rather permanent mark of Talosian history. If the first Landbreakers were completely defeated by the civilization ban, people still use the term to describe organized groups of armed criminals that disregard the laws and order of civilization. When Jakub Mason's criminal organization was destroyed by the civilization ban, his legacy was inherited by three major clans, namely the Bone Crushers, the Pack, and the Sand Reavers. These clans have different perspectives on their relationship with the civilization ban. In addition to the three major clans, numerous smaller Landbreaker clans and warbands also active throughout Talos 2. So this kind of applies, because at one point we thought the Landbreakers might not be, like, Terran, but this kind of does imply that they are Terran? Oh, you mean for the time fuckery? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Civilized Eterna indeed itself is a huge mess of time fuckery. I guess they're just dudes gone banditos, pretty much. But they need to, because they don't really give off the energy, you know, necessarily being from, like, Terra. Because a lot of them don't have any specific Terran race, like, aspects to them. They don't have tails and ears and so on. So that's the thing, which is like, has something happened to them to make them different? Like over time that they have kind of morphed into a separate kind of situation or what? But then obviously some of them do because, you know, Wolfguard was part of the Landbreakers and obviously he's a wolf. So, interesting. Oh, the Aurora of Talos 2 has a whole separate file. In the very first hour after the first Angloid War broke out, Endfield Industries received numerous witness reports of strange cascading veils of light. Oh, this is the light. Okay, that's what this is referring to. Appearing in northern Talos 2. Full extent of this band of light looming above the cloud ceiling was only documented after the successful launch of OBMG on into the artificial orbit. For over 100 years afterwards, people continued to call this band of light the Aurora of Talos 2. According to mainstream belief, the Aurora of Talos 2 comprises two parts, first being the lower portion of the Aurora that exhibits structural and energy profiles similar to those of the Terran star pod. Essentially making this lower portion of the Aurora barrier, through this assumption remains controversial. Fortunately, the Aurora barrier only surrounds the north polar region and several isolated pockets of Talos 2 and does not envelop the entire world like it did on Terra. Second part is the aether tie that stretches from the ceiling and origin of the auroral barrier to its outer envelope. This tie would appear as the static aurora visible to the unaided eye. Aether bursts and flares occur on a regular basis within the aurora as it spreads from the north pole of Talos 2, leaving a powerful active light phenomenon in wake. Last century or so, multiple attempts to approach the polar north with auto drones have failed. No orbital deployment systems have succeeded in breaching the auroral barrier, and no low-altitude aerial vehicles are capable of serving intense auroral blight. Hosts of Angli active in the auroral region are extremely protective of areas surrounded by the veils of light. It is essentially impossible to traverse these areas by land. Terran aurora is a natural phenomenon only visible in northern Ursus and Sami. However, Talosians have realized that the aurora of Talos 2 is a ticking clock for humanity's existence on this moon. Oh boy, okay, so Starpod mentioned. Implications. So the Aurora has similar stuff as the Star Pod, huh? Which, you know, But the star pod is by... But Starpod is by previous Civ. Yeah. So then that, you know, is like, oh, so, well, I guess, but the Aurora also spreads blight. So then it's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Boys, it's getting complicated. It is getting complicated. Goes this implication, oh, tech that got corrupted and abandoned, something like that. Yeah, that is true though. Yeah, it could be tech that was... The blight portion of it is probably like a corrupted form. That's a good point. From rock cancer to bleeby. Fucking bleeby. Yeah, probably yeah, the blight portion actually is like a corruption part of it. Rather than an intended function. Oh, also, that was actually last file on this set of things. Some good stuff in here. Big, yeah, these really are like, the Nexus files really are like, these are the big ones. And the reports also go into here, which I wish I had the Angloy one. Actually, maybe this is on the wiki. This might be on the wiki, the Angloy report. Because I do know people have unlocked it fully, so. Then we have Valley 4 Incursion Investigation Report. Optical code, very long. Enemy efforts are paying off. All the intel uploaded to Dijon has been safely stored in the databanks. We're now perusing a formal response for the Endfield Intelligence Office. We shall go straight to the point. We have made attempts to reveal what went on behind the scenes. Before this incursion happened, the UWST Security Bureau had started an intel and recon operation at Valley 4 codenamed Evening Omen. However, UWST knew absolutely nothing about the lead they were chasing, right till the moment just before the attack. We now have a name to peg on this missing piece of the puzzle, Neferith, true leader of the Bone Crushers. For the major attack on Valley 4, everyone would treat the Bone Crusher as any other nomadic landbreaker clan that makes a living by raiding frontier towns and villages. But the disastrous incident proved us woefully wrong. Bone Crushers wielded the very Aether itself in this attack. We also had limited defenses against their dense stacks and haze. As for Neferith, Administrator, you have confronted this antagonist on multiple occasions. She is now a threat that far exceeds our expectations. According to our intel, Neferith is yet to reveal her true intent, but the Bone Crushers' raid of Valley 4 is not very likely to satisfy her goals. Intelligence Office believes that the Bone Crushers would instigate an even larger attack on another town or city of the civilization by within the next 3 months. Also believe that the Bone Crushers' massive attack on Valley 4 was supported by at least one unidentified individual. This particular individual might also have something to do with the coincidental Angloid attacks on Valley 4. Anyway, no matter what Neferith and the Bone Crushers were aiming for, we must do everything we can to do to stop their next move. Your Intel Office believes you're well prepared for this. Well, I mean, it also does seem pretty clear that Neferith is just using the Bone Crushers as a tool and doesn't actually care about them. Blight and Rift Investigation Report. We received the documents you sent us. They're now being analyzed by the best employer from the Blight and Associated Anomaly Research Task Force nominated last season. Intuitions and senses are incredibly sharp. These documents made up for our lack of data collection, which also happens to be our weakness in Blight and Rift studies. Must pay utmost respect to UWST friends. They've been an incredible sacrifice to gather this trove of data from uninhabited northern barrens. But these data proved one of my hypotheses. The natural background rate of Rift manifestation is increasing. Hot Mummy is extra evil? Oh, yes, possibly. Considering the giant blight morph mentioned in the document. Some of these records could be used to support my canteen hypothesis. Canteen hypothesis. Raised this particular possibility while chatting with Yvonne in the canteen, hence the name. Okay, well, creative. Very creative, my dude. In this hypothesis, I propose that future blight events will occur with greater frequency and intensity. Thousands of years later, low-intensity blight may no longer exist on Talos 2. Blight events would be catastrophic disasters that can topple entire mountains or flood entire coastlines. Almost like catastrophes from Originium. Lands would be dominated by massive, indestructible entities of living terror. Humanity would become unimaginable and twisted aberrations of their former selves. Fun! Of course, this is just a hypothesis and there's nothing to worry about. Maybe your work will help prevent this terrible future. According to the documents you gathered, even monsters describing academic literature, however fantastical they may be, could in fact be defeated by human resilience. Willing to place my faith in our potential, the potential of Endfield Industries. Time to spare, I hope you can continue to collect such intel data. It will be extremely useful for me. Good luck on your operations. P.S. I'll be perfect if I find lost data of various factions. Yeah, no, most people on Talos have not indeed. Catastrophes, Originium catastrophes are not really a thing unless like something goes extremely wrong, seemingly. IR, Nightmares from the Past. And when we received, organized, and analyzed the documents and files you gathered from the original load spring, we can currently confirm that the crewmates were talking about giant Angelos that attacked Valley 4 20 years ago. Astron is the name we gave this Angelos that attacked the valley. Oh. Specifications of data were lost during the war, but now we can confirm that this entity was at least 100 meters in height. It was called the Astron as it resembled crude rock paintings of the sun made during ancient times. Astron features several hundred spokes that twist and rotate like a great circular vortex. When Astron advances, it covers the lands with an ominous shade of dark red generated by the aether flowing in its immense form. A deathly zone for all living beings within. This thing sounds insane. What if this thing revives at some point and we have to fight it? Insane raid boss? Due to the loss of video and other surveillance data, we could hardly imagine how the UWST felt when they had to face Astron 20 years ago. Nevertheless, the crew emerged victorious from this battle. Special macro formation of Iridium clusters known as the Great Iridium Oak was used as a weapon when the Valley folk fought against Astron. But how did they do it? Did they simply use the Oak as a bomb? Explosive yielded amount of Virginium would have completely devastated the whole of Valley 4. Now, this should not be something I'm supposed to ask, but our archives only contain basic data about the Great Iridium Oak and little else. You probably know more about this Iridium structure, but your memories. Lastly, most importantly, be cautious in them. The crewmates' rumors and stories about the Angelos may not be completely unfounded. Many dangers and hostile entities may be buried under the original load spring. You might run into something that should have died in the past. Well, this is probably referring to the Triangelos. You wanted to write that will arrive if we fight it. Hell yeah. I really like this thing, however, that you have this like thing where you get all the little bits of like lore, and you essentially get like this kind of nice summary and kind of more complete like singular thing of what the files are talking about. Kind of pieces it together for you. I really like it, because like even if I'm a lore head, sometimes going through and reading like all the tiny little files, especially if you're getting them out of order, is just kind of a nightmare. Like, it's annoying. So having something like this when you get all the files is just really nice. If only some of them were easier to find, you know, because we're still missing some. The Bone Crusher clan. Thank you for the data you collected. For years, our knowledge of the Bone Crushers had been extremely limited. All data about this Landbreaker clan were half truths and fantasies based upon rumors and scout reports. First-hand report from an actual Bone Crusher will help us learn more about Landbreaker. The Landbreaker communities better elucidate their behaviors and determine their goals and modus operandi. Use these valuable pieces of intel to postulate the background and process that propelled the Bone Crusher clan to power. During last winter, the north of the frontiers suffered the worst economic crisis and famine for several decades. Suffering was further compounded by blight events that forced many Landbreaker clans to fight each other. Fringe clan known as the Bone Crushers suddenly came to power, swallowing up weaker clans as they snowballed into a massive army. Gee, I wonder if they were helped by someone. Strange form of flame known as haze fire can explain the sudden rise of the Bone Crushers. Haze fire seems related to the blight. In addition to its hallucinogenic properties and neural toxicity, this hot gaseous material can grant a temporary boost in strength when inhaled. They're boofing blight. Bone Crushers were able to create a stronger and more permanent organization that revolves around haze fire, and their chief Neferith happens to be the one who introduced haze fire to the clan. Gee, surprising! Wow. Neferith seems to have appeared out of the blue. We know nothing about her background, place of birth, life, personality, or beliefs. However, we are certain of this one thing. She deeply resents every faction she encounters. Probably including the Bone Crushers. This individual has deliberately indoctrinated the Landbreakers with extreme fanaticism and hatred, and her victorious raids on towns and villages of the Civilization Band allowed her to plunder riches and slaves to secure the loyalty of her followers. Slaves! Oh, hell yeah! Oh, no! Oh boy, slaves time. Two conventional strategies for an external force to strike at the LB. Unleash powerful attacks to neutralize core members of LB leadership and cause their organization to disintegrate, and 2. Diplomacy, trade, and bribery to reduce their hostilities. However, we neither have the means to take out the entire LB leadership nor enough resources to secure a lasting truce. Suffering caused by brutal warfare and sudden drop of habitability across entire regions would simply force more to join the LBs and fuel the emergence of yet another clan like the Bone Crushers. Perhaps the Civilization Band may give us a true solution for the Landbreaker problem in the future. But also, I mean, these work if depending on the motivations of the Bone Crushers. I feel being led by Neferith, I don't think in any kind of diplomacy is gonna work. So really the only one would be to just kill him. And we don't have that power yet. We have the Infiltrators. Send them back to Terra, oh no. Crad, an administrator. The name's Crad. We received the intel you gathered about the research center and its surrounding areas. After perusing a number of database entries, I'm certain that Valley 4 has been infiltrated by a malicious agent. Regarding tech thieves, I believe you have first-hand experience regarding unemployed nomads harboring ulterior motives living off of frontier towns. Most landbreakers of obviously malicious clans are incapable of infiltrating Valley 4 as they grew up in extremely hostile environments. LB manner of speech and behavior would quickly expose any LB agent, no matter how good they were disguised. Hence, the LBs would hire ordinary-looking nomads or disaster victims with brides that look like a great deal, and have them infiltrate various outposts, towns, and villages to steal tech documents or products of the latest technology. Naturally gave rise to a special group of spies hiding within frontiers folk named and nomad populations. These frontier agents are professionally committed to the criminal activities I described. Spies. After the Anglo War ended and humanity restarted its expansion efforts, the TGCC, Hongshan, and EWST initiated measures to root out these saboteurs. But they were almost completely eradicated, but the LBs probably found a network that survived the spy hunt and preserved their skills of espionage. They know tricks that differentiate from other spies and make little use of information technology. Instead, they prefer ancient yet effective means of communication like slips of scratch and memos. Really hope that my conclusion is mistaken. Given that the data you gathered still lacks concrete and direct evidence, I would suggest continuing with our investigations. And there's the attackers. I'm not sure what this... It's been a while, Endman. How are you doing? We see the file you uploaded and got some intel to support your endeavors. Here's the data you provide to analyze the damage caused by the LBs. We have confirmed that damage was not caused by a large LB weapon or machine, and made several guesses for the actual cause of this damage herein. Propose 1, a large beast. Despite the slightly more rudimentary levels of LB tech, they could still harness a burden beast and furnish it with a large ram. With the aid of explosives, the solution can actually breach the gate. Of course, I do not support this proposal personally, but other colleagues in the section believe that LBs who spent their lives surviving in the wildlands have always surprised us with their unexpected ingenuity. This wild and improvised solution might be close to the truth. Lovely colleagues of mine are creating drawings to investigate the feasibility of such a beastly solution as we speak. I think this might be referring to one of the very, very early bits of the game with like the byproduct processing facility or whatever, where they like, oh, how did they get through this door? Proposal 2, a powerful form of Junior Arts. This proposal is quite difficult to explain. Given the complex diversity of Junior Arts in this world, I think you know better than I that plenty of skilled casters are capable of defeating steel plating of this grade. Yeah, okay, this is referring to that, yeah. Powerful form of Junior Arts supported by special landbreaker tech. This is the most terrifying proposal, but since the data provided includes minor traces of blight and LB writings that read, "Come here, juicy batteries," okay. It is unfortunately the most likely. We can easily postulate that a powerful LB furnished with special gears arrived at the hub base with a special mission of retrieving something. To complete this mission, this powerful LB ripped open the gate in an excessively brutal way with his bare hands, facing extremely dangerous enemies. Oh, this actually might just be referring to... fucking Rodan. It's probably just referring to Rodan. So I'm just reading this like way, way late. You should have you could have read this, you know, early on before you met Rodan. Which does clue me in, okay, that if on full game, when you if you unlock this stuff, especially these ones, I think you should probably just read them when you unlock them. Because some of these did seem to indeed be designed where it to be a little bit this one also was a specific point, you'd have read it rather right after you finished it. I want to check the wiki real quick. Because I'm a little bit out of time here. But if I can find the Agaloy file from wiki, then I would like to read that. If it's on wiki, then I can read it from there. Not here. Archive files on another wiki? Fuck! Shit! Or done the blight scorched. Okay, yeah, it doesn't seem to be indeed. Okay, so if we go... Factory region, stories, enemies, factions, headhunt, items, store, events. At least there isn't an obvious tab for them, yeah. Archive. You know, does not seem to... Agaloys... yeah. Yeah, EFDB seems to... all of that stuff seems to be, but yeah, some of this stuff does not indeed seem to be on here. Let me quickly check. I'll check it by searching for, a name of one of these files. If I put in, report or something, maybe that finds, Yeah, it doesn't seem to. Yeah. Does not seem to have the archive files in them, which is unfortunate. So yeah, we just don't have the Agawai one. But I might not, yeah. Does not seem to have it, unfortunately. Obviously, you didn't see what I was doing, but I'm just searching on the wiki. Obviously, we have some of these comments that I could have also read. But dude, the one with the Nightmares of the Past one, that shit was cool. That came out of nowhere because I didn't read any of the smaller files. Suddenly just like, oh yeah, 100-meter terrifying being, by the way. Hello, Abby. Oh, because I got, right, I forgot. We got a trust increase. We'll go through this. Howard Lane, yep. Also, some of these lines also, they unlock with your trust, like messages unlock with your trust level. I would not know who Howard Lane is if I hadn't read through her file. Commie did just drop subs and disappeared. Dude, it's people are incredible. Sometimes they're just based like that. I wish they said something, but so I could say thank you to them directly, kind of, sort of. Get used to it. It's not the first person I've encountered. There is a subset of people who just drop gifted memberships and boop. Is Abby the new gravel? Kind of yes. Kind of yes. Slightly different, but yes, pretty much. All right, yeah. Indeed, reading through those actually took quite a bit of while, and we didn't even read through read through all those, but we didn't read through like some of these, you know, individual smaller pieces, of which there's quite a few, by the way. Okay, some of these are like really, but they have like this stuff, like you have like a bunch of this stuff. I have not read through most of these. There's so many, and I didn't read through like the singulars of, you know, from here, which also have, you know, like still have stuff in them. I might have to try and read from it at some point, but the beta is also ending probably soon. Gravel should not be, no, I'm not saying gravel is being replaced, don't worry. Quite a bit of while. Did I say that? Look, okay, brain, word to come out before brain know what word be, okay? Sometimes it is more important to get word out than think of what word is. You must understand, okay? That is how being streamer functions. You just have to learn to work with your brain lagging behind your mouth, okay? Yeah, word out, brain lag. Exactly. I knew you would understand. I knew you would understand, Kazuo. All right, but for now, next stream should be Tuesday as usual, I think. And probably either Tuesday or Wednesday next week, I'll read through the Nymph event on Kasdelian Rescue. Probably Tuesday, actually. Probably. We'll see. Because Wednesday might be like last Endfield beta stream. So I'll probably try and get one more Endfield beta stream before beta ends. But I don't have that much to do anymore. But probably try and get one more in. Or I might do an extra stream on Thursday, which I normally don't, just on the last day of the beta. If it's the last day. I'm assuming probably start of next week they confirm beta end date, obviously. Because I wouldn't be surprised if they extended it like over the weekend or something, but farewell stream, pretty much. But for now, thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. And we'll see you Tuesday. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Withdrawal gonna be so real. Goodbye.